I've been in business for over 14 years, and so far I've built 8 profitable businesses and have generated over $500 million for my clients. Thousands of people have asked me so many times to be their mentor, coach, or consultant. However, my time is limited and I simply cannot service every single person. So I've decided to put everything I know alongside my co-author into one book, which compressed all of our business knowledge. And in this video today, I'm going to share everything with you. All I want from you is to take a pen and paper, listen carefully, and take notes, because we are going to have actionable steps at every single lesson. These will give you the necessary tools to start, run, manage, and thrive within your career and business. Here's a brief of what we're going to talk about in today's video, where we talk about the 7 levels of business excellence. So level 0 is, and I start numbering at 0 because I'm an engineer. Level 0 are your first days in business. This is where we agree on correct principles, have correct perspectives on what managing a successful career and a team and a business mean. And this is where we talk about protecting yourself legally, having good contracts in place, and so on and so forth. After that, we go into level 1, which is where we draw the blueprint, which is where we agree on the vision, which is where we determine what direction we're going into. Level 2 is laying the ground rules. This is where we set up exactly how business is going to be run. Remember, we play everything like a game. We grow in levels, and when we see everything like a game, then we can set the rules for the game. So level 2 is where we set the rules for the game that we are going to play in business. Level 3 is where we empower our team. We'll talk about all of the strategies necessary to give your team enough authority and enough competence to do everything they need to do without your constant supervision. Then we move on to level 4, where we talk about building a lasting culture, where we talk about having people literally enjoy their work, literally come to work if you're at an office, or log on, thinking about the cool things that they're going to do that day. After that, we're going into level 5, which is where we focus on looking at the right numbers in your business. We found most businesses are lacking when it comes to measuring every single number that matters. And so we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that today. And finally, we have level 10. Notice we jump from 5 to 10 because 10 is basically staying 10 steps ahead. This is where you need to be mentally to see, where is my industry going? Where is my team headed? Where am I headed? What's the competition doing? And so on and so forth. So this is where we put ourselves into being 10 steps ahead and let our team do the amazing work that they do on a day-to-day, so that we can all grow towards our vision. It doesn't matter if you're a manager, a director, or even the owner of the business itself. You will get all of the tools you need to basically manage everything and grow to the maximum of the potential that you guys can have as a unit, or with everyone that you can bring in the future, and we'll talk about that later, to get to the results that you ultimately want as a company. So let's start off with level 0, your first days in business. And in level 0, we talk about correct perspectives. These are very important. We're going to talk about 5 perspectives that are somehow a myth or an error of judgment for many people. And the first one we're going to talk about is the fantasy of ownership. Let me explain this within a story. I've been a consultant for a chain of restaurants in Mexico, in Latin America. And I've flown in, I've been there on site, working with the team, making sure everything is going well. And at one point, I had a conversation with the pizza guy, and he made delicious pizza. It was so good. And I was talking to him about perspectives, like, where do you want your life to go? And he said, I can't wait to own my own restaurant. I'm like, owning? You want to own your own restaurant? Why? And he's like, well, because then I can make all of the pizza I want and I can do it the way I want to. I'm like, okay, but I've been here for a few weeks now. I've never seen anyone tell you how to make pizza. Do you feel someone's telling you what to do? Like, no. Do you feel someone's constraining your creativity and what ingredients to put or what combinations to do? They're like, no. So, okay, well then, why do you actually want to be the owner of a restaurant? Well, I feel I'll be less burdened and I'll have more time and more creativity and so on and so forth. And then I told him, okay, so just to be clear, right now, the only thing you need to do is to make pizza. And the only thing you like doing is to make pizza. So there's a 1-to-1 ratio between the things you need to do and the things you like doing. However, if you start a business, you need to understand that you will need to deal with landlords for the place. You'll need to deal with vendors for your ingredients. You'll need to deal with staff, all of the staff, the other cooks, the other pizza makers, the people servicing, and so on and so forth. You'll need to deal with marketing. You will need to deal with accounting and tax paying, and the list is endless. And I literally told it, these are all of the things you need to do, or you need to make sure gets done properly as a business owner. Do you really want to do all of this? Like, oh no, I don't want to do any of that. Okay, so this is the fantasy of ownership. I had a very productive conversation with them, and I want everyone to understand that managing a business doesn't mean that you will not have a boss. Managing a business or owning a business means you'll have 100 bosses. Every single client you have will be a mini boss in themselves because they will have their own expectations, they'll have their own deadlines, they will have their own service that you need to deliver, and so on and so forth, right? The difference between someone employed and someone that's a freelancer is that someone that's employed has one boss and then someone that's a freelancer has 20. Right? And that's it, but they do the same amount of work. Oh, and the freelancer needs to find their own clients whether someone employed gets clients from the company. So again, there's a fantasy of ownership, and it's the grass is always greener on the other side, but it's not true. I recently had this conversation with the director in a company, and they're like, well, if I maybe would get a job somewhere else, I wouldn't have all of these responsibilities. I'm like, no, because you would never accept clerical work. You would never be just someone filing books or doing things. You would always want a salary that goes with the director level position. And in the director level position, whether you own the company or you work for someone else, you don't own the company anymore, but you have a stable job, you still have the same responsibilities, right? So again, there's a fantasy of ownership that we want to tackle here and make sure you have your perspectives correct on it. So what I recommend you do is you do research on what does it actually mean to own a business, or what does it actually mean to be a high-level director or a competent manager, or whatever your career goals are. And the best thing I can recommend, and this is the first action step I recommend you to do, is to find someone who is already in a position that you want to be in. So if you want to be an owner of a video publishing company or whatever, a filmmaking company, then talk to filmmakers, talk to those people and see what do they do, how did they get there, and so on and so forth. You'll find that many of them will be willing to have a half an hour or an hour conversation with you and answer all of your dumb questions, so that now you can have the correct perspective. Okay, so now we can move on to the second point, to the second perspective here, and that's around creating value. So most people, when they start their careers, or when they become or want to become entrepreneurs, or they want a director role or things of that nature, typically in most cases they do it for the money. They do it because they want to make more money, which I believe is fundamentally flawed. Even the Bible says the desire for money, or something like that. It says the desire for money is the root of all evil, right? So it doesn't say money is the root of all evil. It says the desire for money is the root of all evil. So it's basically greed, right? Greed is the root of all evil, because you want more and more and more. There's nothing wrong with wanting more. What the issue is to have the correct perspective again. Your perspective going into your career or going into a business should never be to make more money. It should be to add more value, right? This is something I've learned when I was young. My parents, I've had amazing parents. I'm so grateful for them. My parents told me that always leave something better than the way you found it. So if you rent an apartment, that apartment needs to look cleaner when you leave than when you got in there. And it's the same thing in business. you should go in business wanting to give value, whether you want to give value as a content writer or as a video producer or as a engineer, you want to create amazing things, whatever, however you want to add value, or as a manager, as a director, it doesn't matter. Focus on the value you bring. So whether that's entrepreneurship or managership, if that's a word, within there, the next action step I would like you to take is to provide as many answers as possible to the question, in what ways am I or will I be creating value? And this is very, very important. Have at least 10 answers or 20 answers, because you want your perspective and your focus to be correct. You shouldn't go into business, let's say as a marketing agency, thinking, how can I get more money from my clients? You should be thinking, how can I make more money for my clients so I can ask for a pro rata back as a semi-commission, so that I can make millions, but they will make tens or hundreds of millions. Moving forward to the third step, it is the perspective of never-ending innovation. So the concept here is that most people think that, oh, I will implement this lead generation funnel and I'll just have leads forever. Or I will create this method of management, this structure, and this structure will just work forever. It doesn't work like that. We should always focus on never-ending innovation, because everything changes in life. Every industry changes, every generation changes. You can just look at generational differences between people born in the 90s, in the 2000s, in the 2010s, and so on and so forth. You see significant changes between how you manage these different types of people that have been born in different spans of history, let's say, or compare someone that was born in the 80s to someone in the 2000s. Very, very different mentalities, very different people, different ways of managing them in general. So the only certainty in life is change. So the correct perspective is, you don't build a business once or build a team once and then that's it, it's just going to function forever. You should think of yourself as the constant innovator, as the Edison, right? The light bulb guy of every single team or every single company you join. And so the action step here is to please make it a principle of yourself as a professional that every single month you'll find something to do better than you did last month. If you're really ambitious, you can do this every week. Every week you can ask yourself, what's one thing I can do this week, or what's one thing my team can do differently this week, so that we can basically be always one step ahead of anything that's coming. By the time people realize what we're doing, we're already 5-10 steps ahead of them. After that, step 4 is probably the step that helped me most out of every single thing that I've ever learned. And that is the principle of taking full responsibility for every single thing in your life. And when I say full, I mean it. I mean 100%. I don't mean 99.9%. I mean 100. So let me give you a couple examples for that. So let's say you're in a relationship and you have a girlfriend or a spouse or whatever. So within that relationship, if I would ask you, what's your degree of responsibility for the success of that relationship, you might say 50%, right? It's 50% me, 50% my spouse. And I would say that that is false. For the success of that relationship, you need to take 100% responsibility. And you can't say, for example, oh, what if I do everything and they do nothing? Okay, then it's your responsibility to end the relationship because you're adding so much value and they're obviously not reciprocating, or you haven't told them, you haven't explained to them how they need to reciprocate the love or the care or the attention that you're giving them. Okay, and this is the case in many relationships. So you don't need to stay in a relationship where that's professional with the business or with the boss or with the client, or you don't need to stay in a relationship personally with a friend or with a spouse, right? You can end relationships if you can't add value and be reciprocated in however you want to be rewarded for that value that you bring. However, as long as you are in that relationship, you need to take 100% responsibility. It's the same, for example, with employees. So if you have someone on your team that is being a pain to work with, you need to set the rules. You need to say, hey, You cannot swear, you cannot talk badly about your colleagues, you cannot do this, that, or the other, and these are the rules of the game. This is how we're going to play this game. If you don't like this game, you can go and play another game with someone else, but here, this is how we play. These are the rules, and you need to also be willing to take feedback, either from a spouse, again, or either from a colleague or from a client. It's regardless of what you're looking at, every single thing in your life that you have right now, if you're in your late 20s or in your 30s, you are responsible for. Whether you're experiencing abundance or scarcity, that is for all of the decisions and actions you've taken so far. So if you want something different in your career or in your business, you need to take 100% responsibility, and that is the only position of power that will allow you to implement everything we're going to talk about today, and then to make sure you thrive for years and decades to come. Okay, and so after this is point number 5, which is a little bit, I like this stuff because it keeps me going, especially in bad days, but it's basically a list of reasons. Why are you doing what you're doing? What are your reasons? For example, some of the reasons on my list on why I'm doing what I'm doing is, number 1, I want to leave a positive impact on people because I have gained so much out of the, let's say, love and care and attention of other people throughout my entire life, and I want to give back. I want to succeed financially because I have a child, because I have a wife, because I have parents that will need care eventually. I want to do good on my health because I want to live longer. I want to play with my grandchildren and maybe even my great-grandchildren, who knows, right? So for everything you do in life, whether it's career or personal, you need to have a list of reasons. Write down as many reasons as you can, and whenever you have a bad day, take out that list of reasons and then use it, right? So the action step here is very clear. Write at least 10 reasons for why you will finish watching this video and then implementing everything, or everything that makes sense for you. I would suggest implementing everything, and this is what our recommendation is. Never follow something 90% and then say, oh, that doesn't work for me. Either you follow something 100% and do it exactly the way the author or the coach or the mentor or the, whomever you're getting advice from explains it, or you cannot say it doesn't work, because anyone can do something half-baked. Anyone can do something for 50% or 70 or even 90%, right? Doing something 100% exactly the way it is described, that takes professionalism, that takes determination, that takes ambition. That is the only way you can achieve all of the things that you want in your life. You can't say that you can attain Olympic athlete level health and fitness and competence and skills without playing at the same level as the Olympics, which leave nothing on the table. They implement 100% of what they need to do. If you implement 90% of what you need to do, you will never make the Olympic team. Maybe you don't want to make the Olympic team. I'm just saying that for as long as you want something, you want to achieve something, let's say your goal is to become a millionaire, right? Literally to have assets worth more than $1 million or whatever it is. If you're not there yet, and that is something very important to you, follow something, some form of advice, whether that's ours or someone else's, 100% until you achieve that goal. And then once you achieve that goal, you can stop doing it, or you can do something else, or you can try something else. But do something for 100%. That's why I recommend watching this video until the end, picking everything. Again, there will be many action steps. We already gave you a few that should be very helpful. And then if you implement everything we talk about here, you will be blown away by how much more progress you can make every single year in your life and in your career. So moving on from there, we will talk very briefly about the inception of a legal entity or contracts in general. If you're not responsible for incorporating or for being the administrator of a team or of a company, and you're just part of a team, you should still be looking at contracts. So in general, I recommend everyone take mini courses on how things should be run. So for example, if you own a limited liability corporation in the US, you should know what are your duties, what are your responsibilities, what are your liabilities, because you can't just wing it. I mean, you can wing it and then you risk a $50 million lawsuit, right, for whatever it is you've done. And part of that can pierce the veil and can become direct debt for you. And you need to be careful of these things. So my co-author, Aaron, and we have this book. I will mention it a few times, but we have Unshackled, the 7 levels of business excellence. Everything we're going to talk about today is already in the book, but this is an extra, let's say, way in which we add value. I'm going to try to explain all of it here. And we go to a little bit deeper here. However, Aaron has, I think, Aaron through Laughlin have incorporated hundreds of thousands of companies in the US, and they've helped all of them make sure they have what they call a legal moat around them so that they're very safe. So basically the action step here is to, whether you're looking at incorporation, whether you're looking at employment contracts or contractor contracts, whatever, make sure you learn and protect yourself, because there's no bigger, let's say, or faster and better way to get into a scarcity mentality than having a lawsuit against you. It's horrible. You don't want to be there. We haven't been exactly in lawsuits. We've been threatened before and so on and so forth, but because our contracts were bulletproof, we were able to be in very, very good positions every single time. And I was just so grateful that we've taken the time to do this, right? Moving on from there, another thing that's important at level 0 is product validation. Okay, so with product validation, we talk about a few things here. Number one, we talk about the importance of taking action. Why is this so important? And why is this in product validation? Because we all have that friend that has amazing ideas and they say, oh, this is what I'm going to do and that's what I'm going to do. And we have all of these, visions of what's going to happen. And if you ask them, okay, but what have you actually done? They say, oh, well, I'm looking into incorporating and I'm looking into that and I'm looking into this. Whatever, it will all be one version of another of, I don't have a single client yet, or no one gave me any money yet. If that is the case, you haven't actually taken action yet. If you haven't sold anything, either the idea to an investor or the product to a client or something, the proof of concept, right, to a client, then you haven't actually validated your product yet. And this is very important because many people go into business without validating their product, and you shouldn't. You should always validate your product. Even before spending money on incorporating, you can validate it with your network. Like, hey, would you buy this service from me? They say, yes. Okay. Do you mind if, you just send me someone, we do like a one-on-one contract, right? Whatever, and I'll work for you. I'll try to do this, or whatever it is. Or if you, sell books, you have a book written and you sell that a few times, like one-to-one to people, and you make sure people like it and actually gave you money for it. If that is the case, then you can start a legal entity. Then you can do more of this. If you're already in business, let's say you're a manager in the company and you want to grow your team and so on, product validation means for you, if you're internal, validating the systems that you're putting in place. Don't just have a vision of a system and just talk about it. Set up the system, set up a proof of concept, and start trying it one-to-one with everyone on your team, right? With one person on your team, get their feedback and so on and so forth, right? Get buy-in. If you're not selling anything, but you're basically an internal stakeholder in a business, like let's say the chief of ops or something like that, you need to get buy-in. That's your way of selling something. If you get buy-in, people really love the new system or the new procedure you've come up with, then you can slowly validate it more and more, get feedback, and take it from there. So product validation is a concept you do at every level of the business. This is how you should run it. And again, step 1 is taking action, which means to sell it at least 3 times, let's say. Okay. Number 2 is to create the right product. So you can't have the right product only in your mind. What you need to do is you need to sell it to a few people, and then basically you can get examples from other individuals in terms of how are they actually using the product or how are they benefiting from the product. And you start getting some form of feedback. You start getting, let's say, information, data on how you can tweak your product. And this is how you create an amazing product, right? And so within this, you can have a lot of different ways in which you validate different products. For example, everyone knows Facebook nowadays. So something that Facebook does that almost no one talks about is that whenever they release a new feature, they don't release it globally. They release it to some people, some users, let's say 100,000 users, and they then get data on how those people are using it. If the data is positive, if their metrics, their KPIs that they care about are influenced positively, then they gave it to another group in another country to see if they get the same results or if the results differ. You can do the exact same thing, and there are many examples. We go into the book around Volkswagen, around Apple, and so on and so forth. There are many ways in which you can validate products, test them, get feedback, and so on and so forth. We're not going to talk about all of those, but basically the concept and the action step for you should be very clear. Sell your product, do something, whatever your product is. Again, whether it's a system in your business, whether it's a book, whether it's a service, sell it, get feedback on it. And then after that, you can from there look at every single thing that is important for you, right? In terms of creating the best product that you can get, okay? So now, how can we validate products, or how can we get feedback from people? Here, number one is one-on-one feedback meetings. I cannot tell you how many times we've consulted with people, with employees or directors or even owners, and we ask them, okay, when's the last time you had a one-on-one feedback meeting with your client? And for many people, they can't even remember the last time they had a feedback meeting, or they say something like last year or 2 years ago, right? Or they say, oh, I talk to the client every week. No. A feedback meeting for the singular purpose of getting feedback on your service or product, not a weekly checkup call. No, that's different. Exact feedback meeting with specific questions that you ask in order to get accurate data on how you're doing in their eyes. The action step is very clear. Conduct one-to-one feedback meetings with your clients often. If you have clients paying you on recurring every 3 months, for example, if you're just starting off, do it weekly to get feedback more often and to adapt to whatever they are saying. If you have products, you sell products one time, try to get your buyers onto calls after they've used your product, whether that's a game or a book or anything, and then get their legitimate feedback. After that, another way in which you can get feedback is with control groups. We had a client at one point in one of our companies, Westron, which does basically innovation. We build systems for other companies. And they did something amazing. Before coming to us to say, hey, this is the product we want to build, they literally conducted several control groups with their ideal clients, and they literally were asking them, what do you think about this idea? What do you think about this idea? And they literally were brainstorming ideas. It's so valuable. That conversation, or those conversations that they were having in those control groups, were worth their weight in gold. They ended up creating millions of dollars worth of value because they've taken the time to actually talk to their end clients. After that, another way in which you can ask for feedback is with surveys. So if you have a very large list, let's say you have 100,000 people on your list, you can't talk to all of them. So you should do surveys to get as much information as you can from as many different people. However, this does not, let's say, save you from having to do one-on-one meetings and control groups. You still need to do both of these, or at least one-on-one meetings, because those are the most valuable ones, and surveys you do on top of that. Okay. And then after that, something else that is very helpful when we talk about product validation and getting feedback is to actually do pre-sales. So before your product is ready, like let's say before a book is ready, this book, we started selling in pre-sales mode. Like the book wasn't launched. The book came out on the 9th of July. We started selling it in June. In June, we started selling the book, and we sold hundreds, I don't know, maybe even over 1,000 copies of the book before it was ready to be printed and shipped, right? Because you should always try to pre-sale. And you can pre-sale something even before committing, because we've committed a lot of time into this book and then started selling it. With a specific service, before you perfect the service, you can try pitching the idea by someone and try selling it, because you'll get feedback that way. If they don't buy, the value to benefits ratio isn't there, because if it would be there, they would buy, right? And so We'll talk about this a little bit later, but basically pre-sales is one of the best ways in which you can get feedback and validate products. And pre-sales, if we're talking about systems, again, before you put in an entire system into a business, try it with 1 or 2 people. Try it in an Excel sheet, right, or a Google sheet before investing, $50,000 into someone like Westrom to build custom software for you. Just use a Google sheet, right, for a few people, test it, see if it works. And then that's pre-sales basically in case of internal processes. And then after that, you can dedicate more time into creating overarching goals, right? So moving on from there, after you've validated the product, this takes me very well into my next point, which is product positioning and selling, right? Or how to sell better, basically. Number one here is that I want to talk to you about how benefits sell. So most people sell in the wrong way. They sell in terms of characteristics, advantages, and then benefits. So a characteristic, for example, is, let's say if we look at the laptop, it's the quantity of RAM or processing power or the resolution and so on and so forth. The advantages are, for example, advantages of, buying from HP or Dell, whatever, you have more certainty that it's going to be good, that the guarantee is going to be better, that the service is going to be better, and so on and so forth. And then the benefits of you buying that is you can get your work done, you can be more productive, you can do a ton of things. However, though this method of selling works, the better method of selling is doing it the opposite way. It's literally looking at the framework from the opposite side. So start with benefits. For example, if I want to sell you a laptop, I don't sell you the amount of RAM or processing power. What I ask you is, would you like to be able to do your work faster? Would you like to be able to get more work done in less time? Would you like to be able to carry your laptop around for hours and all day and not need to charge it? So I'm selling the benefits. I'm selling productivity, mobility, convenience. I'm selling the benefits of the laptop. And by the time I'm done selling the benefit, you don't even care about these specs. You just care, or you care about the specs like just to make sure that it's comparable to something else. But by the time you look at the specs, you're already sold. So this is a very good way to sell, is you sell in terms of benefit. So this is what I highly recommend you do. And then after that, an even better way of selling is with stories. So I don't recommend one or the other, I recommend both. However, when we talk about stories, you basically go into what Simon Sinek calls starting with why, like going into literally the story of how is this helping other people, like, or how are other people using this laptop to get 8 hours of productivity? How are they using it to travel everywhere? How are they using it to do X, Y, or Z? Or how, if you're selling marketing services, how this company made so many millions of dollars? Or if you're selling video production, look at the cool videos I've done in the past, and so on and so forth, and share the stories. So whilst you're selling the benefits, sell those benefits in terms of stories, right, that you can tell people. And you will see that all of these types of stories can help a lot. If you're within the company, you can sell stories of how other people within the company have succeeded, like let's say a salesperson that works, like why this framework works, because this salesperson knew nothing and then they started using our methodology, what we gave them, and they started selling millions a year and pocketing 6 figures a year. Or as in terms of clients, when you work with clients, you can sell past success stories and so on and so forth. So all of these action steps should be very clear for you. Again, at any point in time, if I say something that is an action step and you want to take note, just stop the video for a second, write it down, and then pause and replay basically, right? So now, moving onwards, we're going to talk about something that I found very, very touching in terms of its importance on society at large. And that is our never-ending habit of comparing ourselves to others. So if you look at, for example, when we were younger, or when I was younger, and I was growing up in the 1990s, our biggest issue back then was the Tuesday morning math test That was literally our biggest stress. We didn't care about anything else. We didn't care about what clothes we would wear to school. We didn't care about, how much money any of us had. We didn't care about more or less anything. Nothing. We only cared about having fun, and we were only worried about exams and teachers and homework and whatever we were worried about. So that's just very different to nowadays. Nowadays, we have Instagram, we have TikTok, we have YouTube, we have whatever, and these channels and all of this information is feeding everyone all of these visions of success, of high net worth individuals, of private jets, of Lamborghinis or whatever. I know this is very old already. It's becoming very old and cringy to even mention. However, this stuff works in terms of it works on your brain. You're seeing it all the time. By default, your brain is already comparing. Even if you don't want to, you're like, well, that guy is in their 30s and they're already a decamillionaire. What am I doing with my life, right? So this comparing yourself to others tends to have very significant negative consequences, and we notice this in, for example, in the level of suicide or the level of depression that people are going through and so on and so forth. So I suggest a different perspective here, which has helped me a lot, and that is, if we go back to taking 100% responsibility to everything in our life, you realize that something you cannot control is whatever other people do. That is outside of your circle of control, and that's something else you can do research on. If you look within your circle of control, you see you can only control yourself and how you show up in the world. So if we look at comparisons, there are a few things you can do in your own life to make sure that you are on the right track. And the first of those is to always deliver on your promises. So if I commit to doing something with someone, that is a promise that I have made to someone. For example, I recently had an engagement with someone that they came to me and said, Robert, I really love everything you've done and so on and so forth. I would love to do this with you. I will do it pro bono. I just want time spent with you so I can pick your brain and get value. I said, okay, perfect. Let's do it. Interestingly enough, and I told him, okay, this is the homework you need to do. Interestingly enough, I told them that be careful that once you make this commitment today, you commit to doing what we agreed to today. Are you committing to doing this? They said, yes, Robert, I am. Okay, perfect. This was, I think, on a Thursday. The next Monday, they sent me an email with a different idea, which I said, no, I don't agree with this. What I think is we should stick to the original agreement. Whatever our original agreement is, let's stick to that. And then we started going on and on, brainstorming ideas. I said we could do this. He said we could also do this and so on. And we just brainstormed visions of things that we could do. I said, okay, all of these things are cool, but let's stick to the original agreement. Let's stick to the original promise. And they kept going back and forth around how I'm changing the perspective. I'm changing the quantity of work involved. I'm changing what needs to happen. I'm like, no, I'm saying, here's the recording. Here's the transcript. I've taken the liberty because we have like an automated tool, and I used AI to basically get the transcript and then get, the results from the transcript, like who said what. And I sent everything to that guy. It's like, this is the actual agreement. So either you have two options. Either you stick to the original agreement or you let me know I don't want to do that. Long story short, they basically didn't accept that they don't want to stick to the original agreement. And so they didn't do that. This makes me want to never work with that person again. That doesn't mean that I can't be friends with them. That doesn't mean that I can't, do anything else in life with them, meet up, go for a beer, whatever. However, I am much less likely to ever work with them again because they do not keep their promises. They have proven that they do not keep the promises that they make, because I've asked them multiple times over emails, let's just stick to the original agreement. Let's stick to the original agreement. I've said it so many times and they weren't willing to stick to the original agreement. So that's them not keeping their promises. Do not be that guy, please. There are too many people like that just make promises uselessly and then they don't keep them. So keep your promises. And as long as you keep your promises to yourself and to others, you will find that your level of happiness and joy of life typically will be in a very good place, and then everyone else will just enjoy being in your company and working with you, because they know once you said you're going to do something, you will do it, right? After that, the second thing you can do is always ask for feedback. So if I'm in a relationship with my spouse or with, an employee or with a client, again, this works in every part of your life. That's why this book is so universal, because it teaches you the principles of how to live, of how to build an amazing career. Whether you're an engineer, a manager, director, a CEO, this is built with ownership in mind. Ownership of yourself first, your team second if you have a team, your company third if you have a company, your entire life and the impact you leave on society fourth, and so on and so forth. So basically it's complete ownership of everything you need to do in life. So if I'm in these relationships, 3 I mentioned earlier, what I should be doing on a very regular basis is asking for feedback. So that's just like we would ask for feedback in terms of products, we would also ask for feedback in terms of our relationship with others. So I can ask my spouse, for example, is there one moment last week when you felt you needed me, but I wasn't there for you, right? Like you really felt you would have needed me, but I didn't show up, whether I wasn't paying attention or whether I simply wasn't there. And then they can say, you know what, last Thursday, I really needed your support, just to be there, just to listen. And I felt you're distracted. I felt, I couldn't speak with you and I missed you during that day. And they say, oh, okay, so let me not do that again, right? So this is legitimate things that you could do. And by the way, my wife and I invented a game called Better Topics. It's one of our businesses that helps couples talk to one another. And it's so amazing, the feedback. We've gotten feedback from 160 countries. Imagine, it's so good. And this is, if we go back to creating value, we didn't start that company because we wanted to, make tens of millions of dollars like Monopoly. We don't mind making tens of millions of dollars, but the number one thing we care about is how do we add value to someone else. And whether you make a game to have people experience more joy and connection in their relationship, or whether you sell a service, you always focus on the value you bring to others. Right? So this feedback that you keep getting from people, all of these individuals, all of this is very valuable if you ask for it. Because you will find that in most cases, if you don't ask for feedback, people will just say, oh, okay, well, fine. And they'll just interact less with you. This is how relationships go stale, whether professional relationships in a business or with a client or with your spouse. This is how they go stale. You don't ask for feedback and you don't keep improving, right? Remember, never-ending innovation. This is also included there. And then finally, something you can do when it comes to business in general, whether that's from your team or that's from clients, is to always ask for reviews and testimonials. Always. Because these will be worth their weight in gold in the future. So as you grow your business, imagine you're 2 years into your business and you have 0 reviews or testimonials, compared to your 2 years in business and you have 50 amazing reviews and testimonials. It'll be infinitely easier for you to keep selling whatever it is you're selling, or if you have testimonials from colleagues you're working with to get a job, right? Or to get promoted, because whenever you ask for a promotion, you say, hey, this is the extra responsibility I can take. This is how much I can be compensated for this. And these are all of the 20 reasons why you should give me this promotion, right? And that can include reviews and testimonials from your team, from your clients, from wherever, where you prove that this is the value I'm bringing to this organization. So this basically helps you in life in every way, okay? So moving forward from there, have your steps written down, hopefully pen on paper or digitally, implement everything. And once you've implemented everything, come back to the video, watch it again, and make sure you've done everything the way it's meant to be done. So moving on from there, let's move on to level 1, which is basically drawing the blueprint. Within drawing the blueprint, what's important for us is to think of how can we be most effective with our lives? How can we make most progress every day, every week, every month, every year? And the way to do that is by following fundamental principles. Someone that my co-author Aaron and I really like is Stephen R. Covey. He has an amazing book on productivity, which we recommend everyone read. All of the principles he explained are explained in this book as well, and probably in this video. However, we are in a place here where you can get so much information from so many different people, and you never know what resonates with you. So that's why we recommend constant and never-ending improvement. So you're looking at this video, you're implementing everything, then you can pick up Stephen R. Covey's video for extra, insights and aha moments around productivity, etc., etc. And we're going to make a few mentions of a few other books. However, from Stephen R. Covey, the only one thing I want to mention here is one of the principles of effectiveness is beginning with the end in mind. Too many people start off by thinking 1 or 2 steps ahead. The master chess players of the world see the entire game played out in front of their eyes. Everything I can do, everything you can do. I make a move, you make a move. I already know what the next 10 steps are. And so there are amazing books on this as well. However, basically, the concept of beginning with the end in mind takes us to the point that we want to make here in this first level, in level 1, which is to have a crystal clear perspective on a very compelling vision wherever you want to go, right? So within this compelling vision, we look at every single thing that matters for you. So you go into the future, and within that future, you describe one thing or one day in the future and in the present tense. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But basically, that will be your vision. That will be, hey, it's 2030, right? Or 2035, right? X years in the future. This is how my business operates. This is how many clients we have. This is the impact we're leaving. This is how much money we're making. This is how I'm conducting my life. This is how my day is, blah, 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 blah. Every single thing, the exact way you can explain it. And you can go very granular with this. So before I go too much into detail, let's go into the principles of what you need to understand in order for you to create an amazing vision. So number 1, the first principle is that you cannot be all things to all people. Okay? And you might already know this to some extent. However, there are people, for example, like myself, that have struggled with this so much, because my co-author Aaron jokes about this all the time, because I used to be the perpetual helper, and I still help everyone in my team, and I still help everyone with advice or guidance or anything I can do. However, I used to be the person that when someone had an issue, they would come to me and I would help them with that. The issue with that is that you become the ultimate bottleneck for everything. Your team isn't really empowered if you need to be there to help them. You feel good and they feel good. Everyone feels good when you're helping them. They feel good because they get help, they get support, and so on and so forth. You feel good because you have value in the business. You're literally helping them do their work and get good results and so on and so forth. However, this feeling of goodness isn't scalable. Because the moment you have 50 employees, not 5, you cannot help all 50 of them. And the moment you have 50 clients, not 5, you can't help all 50 of them. The moment you have 4 children, not 1 or not 0, you can't help your clients and your team players and your children. Okay? So it's not scalable. Helping in this way isn't scalable. So you can't be all things to all people. So there are a few things I would like you to decide on today. And if any of these isn't clear to you, please understand that if you can't decide on these things, you will never become unshackled the way we explained in the book, because you're literally still shackled in your mental patterns. So number 1 is you need to decide that you cannot do everything. You cannot do the marketing and the sales and the product delivery and the customer support and everything. You can't do everything. If you're a solopreneur and you want to stay a solopreneur forever, then you can probably do everything. And again, you don't need scale. Everything else in the book applies in terms of taking full responsibility and so on and so forth. However, the systems of scale you don't care about, because you want to be a solopreneur for the rest of your life. So I doubt that is the case. However, typically what happens is you work within a team. And so even if you're a solopreneur working for multiple clients, or you're an intrapreneur, like someone within a company that wants to keep doing good, right? Like a great engineer or a talented marketer or whatever, you still want the team to work in a cohesive manner. So the team should either read the book or at least follow the principles within it. So you can't do everything. And that's it. Be at peace with that. Because the moment you become at peace with the fact that you can't do everything, you can let go. And you can breathe deeply and you can say, okay, you know what? I can't do video editing and filming and marketing and sales and networking and everything. So what can I do and what do I do well? I do networking well because I'm very honest, because I tend to be very calculated with what I say and what I do and so on and so forth. I tend to do networking well. I will leave video editing to the experts. I will leave filming to the experts. I'll leave everything else to the experts because I can't do everything in life, right? There's just so much time in the day. Number two is you can't take on every cool opportunity. So once you commit to something, let's say you commit to a project, to doing that project, and for everyone that I work with, I say, you know what? I know you and I can work together for 10 years, 20 years. We can work together forever until we retire. However, let's set a deadline for every single project we work on, and let's measure the success or failure of that project, and then let's reconvene. Because this allows us to get a refresher on our relationship. This allows us to remind ourselves, why are we in this relationship? Why are we working together? So you can't take on every cool project. Once you take on one project, let's say you take on a project of PR, you want to be on 100 podcasts, right? So that's one opportunity to, promote yourself. Then you take on that one project, and if you have other cool marketing opportunities like an event, like whatever, okay, decide, is this more important than this, or can it wait? Can I go to this event next year or next month or in 6 months, whatever? If you can, delay it and then do whatever you agreed now to do until you finish it, and then after that do something else and something else and something else. That's why I recommend small projects, like 3 to 6 month projects, because in 3 months you'll have different perspectives of what you can do, or 6 months, whatever. So you can't take on every cool opportunity. Just decide. There are too many opportunities, you can't do all of them. One thing at a time, do that amazingly well. Once you're done with that one thing, then move on to the next thing. There's nothing to say that you can't build one thing and then set systems here and then let this run by itself and then start something else. Because that's what I've done successfully 11 times until now. I've built 11 businesses, profitable businesses. I've already sold 3 of them and I still have 8. And that's how I've done it. I've done one business, I made it self-sustainable, I let people manage it, amazing, competent, talented, determined, humble people. And then I was coaching them, and whilst I was coaching them to run this, I was building something else. I was always 10 steps ahead, figuring out where is the industry going, what else do we need to do to stay relevant and to make more wealth. And then after that, you can't work with every single person and every single affiliate and every single partner and so on and so forth. So the first has to do with opportunities, the second has to do with people. Your time is limited. If I accept to work with one PR company, I'm basically saying no to every other PR company. Because I said, I'm working with this person or this team, I'm going to commit fully my time, my resources, everything to this. That means I'm effectively saying no to everything else because I've committed with this person or with these individuals. And that's it. So now I'm committed. When I'm committed, I go all in for the level of time predetermined in the agreement, right? And then after that, we say, hey, did this work or not? Did we get value out of this or not? If we didn't get enough value, then we can either change the terms or change the strategy and start over and do something else. Or we can say, hey, look, this isn't valuable enough for us. Let's move on, right? So basically from there, you just get to the final thing that is a little bit of a mental trigger. It's the fear of missing out. Many times we feel like we are in a place where, again, the grass is always greener. It's the, fantasy of ownership. It's, hey, I'm missing out on this business, or I'm missing out on this partnership, or I'm missing out on this event, right? You will always miss out. There's 99.9999999% of the world that you are always missing out on. If you accept every single opportunity, every single partnership, every single thing that ever crosses your path, number one, you won't be able to do everything. However, if you ever accept everything, you'll still miss out on, statistically speaking, everything in the world. You'll be missing out on everything because whatever you're doing in the world is so small. Literally, it's so, if you come to terms with how small you are, even someone like, Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos, one of the reasons why they are so successful is because they stay humble and hungry, right? Jeff Bezos says it very clear. Every day is day one. That's one of the cultural things, and we're going to talk about culture in a second. Every single day is day one. We don't operate the business as if, it's already a $200 billion entity. We operate the business as if it's a startup. So if it's day one, what can we do to be better? Every single day we ask, what can we do to be better? What can we do, to improve either effectiveness or either, expand to a different country, or what can we do? So imagine even they are missing out on, let's say maybe right now they're in 50 countries. They're missing out on 100 countries because they're like 160 or 178 countries or something like that. So if Amazon, the largest or the second largest employer on the planet, is missing out on 2/3 of the countries in the world, you're probably missing out on almost everything, statistically speaking. So just stop fearing, missing out on things. Just do whatever you need to do and move on with your life. So now, this brings me very well to my next point, which is to decide what you truly want in life, right? And so I want you to just ask yourself some questions, right? In terms of what you truly want in life. The first question is, I want to ask you, what are you advancing towards? And so I'm thinking in terms of, and if I look in different directions, it's because I'm imagining things, right? So what are you advancing towards? Where do you want to go? Like, literally write down the answer to this question. What am I advancing towards? Well, I'm advancing towards, video production. I'm advancing towards, becoming a rocket scientist. I'm advancing towards, becoming a father of 3 children. What are you advancing towards? Like, if your life keeps going in the same direction of whatever it is you've set up so far, what is the general direction of your life? Write it down. Like you would have a diagram and you would have a trend line of your life. Up, down, or whatever. What's the trend line of your life? What are you advancing towards? What are the specific things you're advancing towards? Number 2, what are you endeavoring to do? In terms of endeavoring to do, an endeavor is anything that I have an ambition to partake in. So basically, an endeavor is something like, I endeavor to have my master's degree in physics. That's an endeavor. So what are some of the endeavors? What are some of the exciting adventures you can go on, right? And so this is different than the first question, because advancing towards, again, it's like a trend line. And you explain where's the trend of your life, where are you going? Number 2 is, what am I endeavoring to do? Is like, what are all of the cool projects outside of this trend or within this trend? Like think of them like milestones that you want to do. What are all of the milestones that I want to accomplish, right? And then number 3, what are you even willing to imagine? And this is basically a little bit of a stroke of your ambition. What are you willing to imagine? For example, when I was in my late teens, early 20s, I was imagining so many things crazy. Like, I was imagining what now I know to be multi-trillion-dollar businesses, right? I was imagining space exploration and multi-planetary colonization and so on. Like, I was imagining all of those things, and now just to think that just one rocket of SpaceX is valued, like, I don't know how much it costs, like hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm like, oh my god, I was really going out there. But play with me here. Like, what are you willing to imagine of what you want to do? And in terms of ambition, you don't need to be ambitious in terms of like, colonizing another planet. You can be ambitious in terms of, I really love painting, and I want my paintings to put a smile on 100 million people's faces. That's ambition. You're like, what are you willing to imagine? That, your paintings are going to be in the Spanish Gala of whatever arts, or modern arts, or whatever it is that you do, right? So what are you willing to imagine? Imagine that. So the final thing I want to say this is a side question. It has to do with your reasons. And is the project that I'm working on right now, or whatever it is, whatever the projects are that I'm working on right now, are they sufficient to get me to my dream or not? Right? This has to do with your reason. Like, why are you doing what you're doing right now? Like, for example, are you in school? Is school helping you? And when I say school, I don't necessarily mean that you're in your 20s. You can be in a course, you can have your master's, your MBA, you can be in your PhD, you can be in, taking a seminar, you can, be sign up to events that you may or may not need to participate to. Maybe you have a better use of your time, etc. So whatever are you invested in right now, are those things sufficient to get you where you want to go? If yes, then basically keep doing those things until the end and keep adding more projects. If no, if something you're doing right now isn't getting you to where you're dreaming of, you're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna finish my commitment, whatever I committed to do, again, whether that's a course, that's a project with someone or whatever, so I keep my promises, but then I make it clear today to everyone involved that, hey, I'm gonna keep doing this for 6 months, and then after that I wanna do something else. So clarity, I believe, is every leader's secret weapon. People follow other people because they have a plan. They have it figured out. They have clarity on the vision. Okay? Whomever has clarity, the clearest vision, those are the people that get the most success out of life. Whenever you see someone that is failing in life, typically if you have a conversation with them, you ask them, what do you want to do in life? They say, I don't know. I don't know. They're like, okay, but what do you want to do with your career? Well, I'll see. I'll let, whatever, the winds blow me in whatever direction. You don't follow that person. No one goes to that person like, oh my God, I want to be like you. I want to also not have any clue of where I'm going in life. I want to also, be confused about the economy, about, society, about my business, about my industry. No. You are going to follow people that have a clear vision. So, and this is not about ego, by the way. This is not, I want to have a clear vision, so I will have followers. No. Your number one follower should be yourself. You should be so excited to get up in the morning and follow your own dreams that nothing can stop you, right? And so you should be your biggest fan, your biggest follower. And the way to do that is to get clarity on the vision. If you get clarity on the vision, then you can be in a place where not only you can wake up every day excited and work, or do whatever you need to do, that you can rally other people to the same vision. So this is the secret weapon of all leaders, and this clarity helps you get focus. Once you're clear on your career, and by the way, this doesn't mean that everything has to be set in stone. If you're 20-something years old, you'll have no idea realistically what you actually want out of life. You're just guessing what you want out of life. Take your best guess, have a vision around that, do that for a few years, and then maybe you'll have another guess or another perspective in 3-4 years. If you're in your 30s, you might have a better idea, you might have a worse idea. You might have thought you have everything figured out in your 20s, and you land up in your 30s, and now you have a midlife crisis. You have no idea what to do with life anymore. Now you set another vision. You get more clarity. So these aren't to be set in stone. These are to have a deadline, right? This is my vision for the next 3 years. This is what I want to do. Okay. So now the action step is very clear. Write down your personal vision statement, right? And personal, I mean it. Personal is your career, your business if you have one, or your team if you have a team, or your projects if you're like, let's say you're a rocket scientist, and your vision is that my rocket is going to be in space doing this, that, or the other, whatever, right? And all of that is included within who you are. So your career is one part of who you are. Your health is another part, your family or your relationships, your faith, if you're Christian or Muslim or whatever, your faith if it's important to you. Everything that's important to you goes into your vision statement, and make it a 3-year vision statement. When I say 3 years, don't say everything you're going to do from now to the next 3 years. Go literally to year 3 and write down one day, express one day in the present tense. hey, it's the 5th of December 2030 and I am, leading this team of these many engineers, and these are the projects we're working on, and this is my salary, blah, 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 right? Write down everything in the present tense and look at that vision. Again, we go very deep into this in the book. We even give examples of vision statements and mission statements and everything. And so you can get all of that there. But we're explaining the principles here, and then you can get the book if you want more details and more examples. Now, a few guidelines here in terms of the vision statement. So number one, your vision statement, or within your vision statement, you should have targets for yourself, right? So as targets, you can say, for example, like in Coca-Cola, we're the #1 most known brand in the world or whatever. Other targets can be, again, financial. You can have targets in terms of the level of impact you leave or how many people. You can have targets in terms of countries or languages. So for example, the book, in the vision statement for the book, we want the book to be translated in 50 languages and to sell more than 10,000 copies, right? And so, 10 million copies. So whatever those targets are, add targets, make it palpable. Make it so in 3 years, did I hit this or not? And what did I hit? Did I hit 10 million copies or did I hit 2 million copies? Are we in 50 languages or are we in 30 languages? Wherever you are, that's reality. And then based on that reality, you can say, well, actually, the only book that's translated in more than 30 languages in the Bible is the Bible. And then other than that, the best business book of all time is translated into 25 languages. So I'm already the #1 most translated book. And so 50 languages is useless, futile. I don't want to be there. Or you can say, you know what? Those 15 languages that no one ever tackled, those people don't have a great business book in their hands. So I'm going to go the extra mile and translate for those countries and those languages as well. Whatever the case may be, you will do a reassessment at the end of your vision, and you can even do a reassessment every year. I do that every year. Even though my visions are 3 to 5 years, on my birthday, every year, I reassess all of my visions and then see, do I still want this? And if yes, do I still want it the exact same way, or do I tweak it somehow? So that's basically it in terms of your vision. And within the vision, please remember that you shouldn't try to be everything for everybody, right? So basically, have the vision explained very, very clearly, and then you explain what your contribution is if you want to. I am doing this, right? Other people are doing this, that, and the other. Me, I'm only doing this. This is what I love to do. This is the only thing I do. And all of these other things are handled by these other people, right, in your life. So for example, something I don't like to do, I don't like cleaning or organizing or things like that around the house. So we have other people doing that. I delegated that, right? Some people might say, well, that's not a family value, right? Because, as a father or a husband or whatever, you should clean around the house. And I say, no, you should not. I can take responsibility, 100% responsibility for the cleanliness of the house, and delegate the activity to someone else, right? So that's what I decide to do. And so explain everything very, very clearly, and you get take it from there. I personally know how to cook a lot of dishes. However, I decide not to cook because I don't like the process of cooking. And just like that in business, I don't like the process of hopping on sales meetings. I tend to be very good in sales meetings, but I don't like sales. It's just something I don't like. I prefer to do consulting to sales, and even consulting I do very little because most of my time is spent on planning. That's my favorite thing. I love strategizing, I love planning, I love figuring out what the future holds and bring that strategy into the present moment so that we can rally ambitious and talented people to get that vision together. This is what you would call a blueprint of the future, right? So you would literally see the future, you could envision it. Every time you read it, it's a vivid imagination of how it's going to be, and you can almost feel it. Like you can feel how it's going to be like when you hit that vision, right? So this is very important to have within your repertoire of tools. That's one of the tools that you use to make decisions on what should I do today, or what should I do this quarter, next quarter. Your vision will tell you what you need to do, because the vision tells you the end result. So for example, If we want to have 1,000 clients simultaneously, we need to first get 1,000 clients, because right now we have 100. So we need better outreach systems so that we have more leads, so that we convert more people, right? So having the vision will tell you what you need to do. And on the personal side as well, if you say I have whatever 200 pounds, right, 90 kilograms, and I have this much in muscle mass, this much in fat, whatever, there are, you know, devices that help you measure that. And then you know, or you can get an idea of some of the things you can do to get there, right? Eat less pizza, you know, eat more broccoli, whatever that is for you. And so you now have that blueprint of the future. That blueprint should encompass things like your values. Your values is like, do you value family? Do you value work? Do you value health? What do you value? Those values should be encompassed within your vision, right? And then that also helps you figure out the gap that you have from today, from point A to point B, wherever that is. Or your vision might be point Z and you're in point A, and you have the entire alphabet to go to reach your vision. And so every letter is a milestone. But now, because you can see that gap, you can say, okay, what are the 20 things I can do to fill that gap from point A to point Z, right? So this helps you fine-tune both your strategy and your moral compass, because you say, hey, do I want to create a business that's 100% focused on profits, or do I want to create a business where everyone has fun, or where everyone, you know, can donate part of their time to charity, to something that they like, whether that's, you know, helping poor people, or whether that's, you know, building houses, or whatever that is, right? Or animals, you know, saving animals, or things of that nature. Another thing that your vision can have is, for example, a problem or a challenge that you feel that exists right now in the world that you can solve, right? This is like the main problem that you solve by existing, right? Whether that's in your career or in your personal life. And that helps me a lot, because there are many parts of the world that I feel aren't as, let's say, well organized as they could be, or they're not as ethical as they could be, or things of that nature. Let me give you 2 examples. In my career, one of my businesses is within the area of marketing. Within marketing, there are so many marketing agencies, like crazy. I don't know, probably millions of marketing agencies. And sadly, the vast majority of them just take your money and give nothing in return, right? You can feel at the end of the relationship that you just lost all of the money, and they didn't even try, and even if they tried, they didn't succeed, and even if they succeeded, they're very small results, etc., etc. Like, you didn't get value for it. So within my marketing agency, we have a motto, a slogan that we say, and that slogan is, we measure dollars, not likes. We do not care how many people like a post. We care about, has that post gotten our client the revenue that they wanted to make? Has it generated the leads that it needed to generate, and the right quality of leads, right? So that's our slogan. That's the big problem that we solve within our industry, which is whenever someone works with us, we say, okay, how much money are you making right now? 2 million. Okay, how much money do you want to make by the end of the year, in 12 months? 4 million. Oh my God, you want to double your business in 12 months? Like, yes, and I'm sure we can do it. We just need, I calculated it, we need these many leads, these many sales, these many projects, etc. And then we put together a plan for them, we execute on the plan, and guess what? In the vast majority of cases, we get them the results that they want. Many times we exceed the results that they want, and we even have video case studies of that. People saying, you know, our goal was to go from 4 million to 6 million, but we're actually going to hit 8 million this year, which is amazing, right? And we couldn't have done it without you. So that's the big problem that we solve within that business. And in your career, you can solve whatever problem you feel is persistent. And within your family, for example, a problem that you might feel is that, ambitious professionals don't spend enough time with their children, and you want to be the opposite of that. You want to spend as much time with your children, as possible, especially after they become conscious and they speak and, they're taking on, values, and they're understanding the world, right? And so that's something you want to prove. That's something you want to do. That's a universal problem that you solve, in your personal life. Okay. So now that we've talked about vision, let me talk about something in the book that is very important, which is why do we set a vision in the first place? We set a vision because it allows the pathway to then become clear. So when I say that, I really mean that if you do not know where you are going, you just have a vague idea of like, hey, I want to, be a millionaire. I want to do this. I want to do that. Okay. Any road will take you there. If you want to be a millionaire in marketing, you can do it in PPC and SEO, in content, in, events, in helping with conversion rate optimization, and so on and so forth. Or you can do all of the above or some of the above, and so on and so forth, right? Any path will take you there. The issue with that is that when you're so dispersed with your energy and your focus, you do not know how to actually get there, because there's so many shiny objects, so many things that you have that you literally don't know what to choose at the end of the day, and you can feel overwhelmed. However, when you have a very clear vision of exactly what you want in detail, again explained in the present tense, then your pathway to reaching it becomes so much clearer. Something else I want to mention with regards to the path, something that helps the path becomes clear is to set expectations that actually are reasonable for where you are. For example, when Aaron gives this very good example, he's a relatively short guy as compared to people in sports, and he is also already in his 50s, so it's not like he's going to be on the USA Olympic champion team for NBA, for example, basketball. What that means is that if he sets a vision for himself, that in 3 years he is going to be on the NBA team, being the best defensive player or the best offensive player or whatever, that is probably not going to happen. Because even though there is a slight glimmer of chance that you can somehow get there, you need to understand that in that specific example, there are at least 1 million other professionals, basketball professionals, that are taller than he is, faster, stronger, more competent, and have more chances, way more chances to get that role, that position within the team than him. So that makes it almost impossible, right? He has a 0.000 something chance. So when your vision is almost impossible, statistically speaking, that doesn't mean you shouldn't have it. That just means that the pathway to it can become very clear, because you can say, if I want to be in that team, I need to see what are the best people doing, and I need to do more than they are because I'm at such a disadvantage, or I need to do something completely different than what they are doing and then get there. Or you can have a more reasonable approach, a little bit more rational approach, and say, okay, let's say my time to shine in basketball has passed. However, what I can do is I can maybe own a team, or I can manage a team, or I can, sponsor a team, or I can be the person that sells sponsorship, or somehow I can be involved with my favorite team, and I can still be part of the team, always there with the team, shake their hands, see them train, get an amazing front row seat. I can have every single thing I want, just not actually play on the team because I have this other role there, right? So that helps you guide that path. And we can go into a lot of examples, within the book, or with other people that have set visions for themselves that were completely audacious and unrealistic, yet they still attain them. People like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates and so on and so forth, right? There are a lot of people as examples. The only thing you need to know is that those are the very, very small minority of business owners or people in general. The vast majority of people, if they set reasonable goals for themselves, they'll generally be happier. Now, if we look at what is holding people back typically from reaching their goals, in the vast majority of cases, there are mental blockages, mental things that are keeping them in a scarcity mindset instead of an abundance mindset. So something that Aaron asked me to read many years ago, and we recommend you read, is a little book called The Science of Getting Rich. It's very short. I think it's maybe under 100 pages. I can't remember, but it's short. I found it difficult to read because it's a little bit more of an archaic English, but the message does come clear still. And so what we recommend you do is read that book at least once. So this is an action step for you. Read the book at least once, cover to cover, right? That book helps you get rid, or helps you understand how the world works, and helps you get rid of a scarcity mindset and going into abundance. Basically, in an abundance mindset, you believe that you can achieve almost everything you want to do within reason, right? Again, if you're 5 foot tall, you can potentially be a national NBA player, right, in the top team, especially if you're old and you're not athletic. However, it helps you think outside of the box. It helps you think in the sense of abundance. Hey, what do I actually want? I want to be part of the team, not necessarily as an offensive player, but I want to be there with my favorite team. Okay, what's possible? What can I do, right? And then you figure that out for yourself. It helps you figure that out. And so what we suggest is, after you read the book cover to cover, we have a little challenge for you. I've taken on this challenge, and Aaron has as well. We recommend that you read chapters 4, 7, 11, and 14. These 4 chapters every single day, once a day, for at least 30 consecutive days. This is our challenge to you. Aaron has done this for 90 consecutive days. I only managed to get to 36. He told me do 30. I managed to get 36. I wanted to do 90 just to show him that I can do 90 as well, but I literally just forgot one day to do it. I'm like, oh, I need to start from scratch, because that's one of the rules of the challenge. It's 30 consecutive days, so you don't read it for 15 days and then you stop for 2 days and then you start again at day 16. No, you start again at day 1. So that's the challenge, and that's why it's not so easy, because you need to do 30 consecutive days. However, if you read those consciously, and you understand and you take to heart what those 4 chapters say every single day for at least 30 days, we promise that you will be within an abundance mindset and be almost completely gone with scarcity. And this helps so much to envision the vision that you actually want, and to not judge yourself for wanting more or for desiring more in life, and so on and so forth. So have that abundance mindset and read this book so that you can make room for everything that you can be capable of. Moving on from there, we highly recommend that you go down this path of setting a vision for yourself and then outlining the path. Just like we said before with the letters, you're at letter A, your vision is letter Z. Find out all of the milestones that you need to hit in order to reach that vision. Obviously, one of the action steps is to write down the vision itself, and then another action step is to think of, okay, what are all of the things I can think of right now that I can do to get there? What I like to do is I like to plan backwards. So what I ask myself is, what needs to be in place for this to be a reality? And I say, okay, we need to have a customer success division, and we need to have a marketing division and a sales division, and we need to have these people there, and so on. And then I think of everything I need for that to be a thing, for that to be real. And then I plan backwards of, okay, what's the final thing I'll probably need? This. And before that, what do I need? This. And before that, what do I need? And so on. And I just plan everything out. Okay? So now that you've read the book, the Science of Getting Rich. You have your vision, you have your little path to how to get there. Now, we should talk about your mission statement. So the vision statement is a time in the future that you're striving towards. A mission statement is different in the sense that this is just the one sentence guiding North Star of everything you want to do in business. So the mission statement answers 3 questions. Who we are as a team, or who I am if you're writing your personal mission statement. Why do I exist, or why do we exist as a team? And then what do we do as a team? That's it. These 3 things it answers. There are many examples of mission statements in the book and everywhere across the internet. I'm just going to give you one example from our marketing agency. The mission statement is very easy. We connect ambitious companies with their ideal clients in a self-sustaining manner. That's it. That's our mission statement. Notice that every single word within that mission statement is calculated. Okay? We connect ambitious clients or ambitious companies. So we don't work with mediocre companies. We don't work with companies that don't want to grow. We only work with companies that are at, $500,000 and want to be at 2 million, or at 20 million, they want to get to 50 million, and so on. These are real stories, by the way, that we've helped people do. We only work with ambitious companies. And we connect those ambitious companies with their ideal clients. So we work on figuring out what those ideal clients look like. We find them in the market, we do the prospecting, and we connect those people with our clients, right? And then the final part is in a self-sustaining manner. That means that if they pay us whatever, $10,000 a month or 120 grand a year, they should make at least $500,000 or $1 million as ROI as a result of our efforts, right? And so it just depends on their profit margin, but they should at least minimum break even on the efforts that we are doing. So we're helping connect ambitious companies with their ideal clients in a self-sustaining manner. That's what we do. That's our mission. And so you can have a mission, and we highly recommend you define a mission for yourself that answers those 3 things. Who we are, why we exist, and what do we do. And within that mission statement has within it the North Star of every single decision you'll ever need to take. Because when you ask yourself, should we do this today for our company? And you can ask, is it aligned with our mission? Yes. Okay. Does it get us closer to our vision? Yes. Okay, then let's do it. Another version is, let's say you have to decide between 2 things. 2 people, 2 clients, 2 solutions to a challenge. So yes, you have to decide between 2 things. You ask, which one of these is more aligned with our mission? You say, okay, this one. And which one of these is more aligned with our vision? This one. If they're in conflict, if they're 2 different, like one helps us get closer to our vision, one helps us stay true to our mission, typically what we recommend is you find the hybrid of the 2. You find a way to still stay true to your mission whilst getting close to your vision. And we find, with trial and error, and after 14 years of doing this, we find that every single time we can find a hybrid solution to that challenge. Moving on from there, let's move on to the second level of excellence that we describe as laying the ground rules. This is the part of our little project together where we set everything that we want to set in terms of how this game of business is going to be played. And the first topic we're going to go in is the mental boundary of explaining how you are not alone. Many people on their road to success, especially ambitious individuals, they feel to a certain extent that they're alone, that they can't resonate with others, that they can't share their struggles with others, that they cannot find the right solutions because their problems are unique, their challenges are unique, right? And their struggles are unique. They need to figure this out for themselves, and then they beat themselves up and so on and so forth. We recommend that you stop doing that. You stop believing that. If you believe that you are alone at any point in time, just remember, at least logically, and this will help you get out of that mindset, logically remember that that's factually untrue. If you're running a restaurant, there have been people that have run millions of other restaurants. If you're running an agency, millions of other people have been running agencies. If you're a director in a big corporation that sells or develops real estate, guess what? There are thousands or tens of thousands of other directors that have been directors in real estate companies for years or maybe even decades that have at one point or another had your issue. So do not believe that you are alone, and seek people that can help you understand or make sense of the world or of the challenges or of the goals you have or the ambitions you have, right? And that resonate with you to one degree or another, or that can help you in one way or another. After you are done with this mental blockage of believing you're not alone, because in that, when you're in that philosophy, when you're in that mindset, it's very hard to then step out of that and see, okay, what do I actually need to do to succeed? So from there, we go into the next subchapter, which talks about choosing your vehicles. So let me give you an example. If you're a coach, let's say you're, doesn't matter what type of coach, business coach, health coach, music coach, voice coach, doesn't matter. Whatever coach you have, let's say you want to build a 7-figure coaching business, $1 million. What that means is you need to make $85,000 a month. If everyone is paying you $1,000 a month, you need 85 clients. Okay, so let's say that vehicle can work. 85 clients. Let's say you speak half an hour per week to each one of those people. And so that takes you 42 hours per week. So it's one full work week. So you can, in theory, if you are 100% on coaching calls all of your time and everyone's paying you $1,000 a month, you can get to $1 million per year. But that assumes you are on calls for 42 hours every single week of every single year, right? Is that the life you want for yourself? Do you not want any time off? Do you not want, to take Christmas off or New Year's or whatever it is you celebrate? Do you not want to maybe at one point have less coaching calls and maybe do something else, maybe write a book, maybe whatever, right? So think about all of that when you write your mission, when you think about these things, because if you want to make $1 million out of a coaching business, maybe you need to choose different vehicles. Maybe coaching is one of those vehicles, one-to-one coaching. Maybe another one of those vehicles is having a book that you constantly sell and you make some money on. Maybe it's having a course. So you have these 3 vehicles that can help you get to $1 million. Another option is maybe you don't want to hit $1 million because you have costs, you have a lot of work and so on. Maybe your goal is to hit $10 million. Well, to hit $10 million, everyone either pays you $10,000 a month, right? 10 times more, or you have, again, different vehicles to get there. So maybe you hire other coaches, and you have non-compete agreements with them so that they don't just steal your framework and go somewhere else, whatever it is. But those are different vehicles that will help you go to where you want to go. So once you can determine what vehicles will help you reach your vision, you can then set the ground rules and start laying the foundation of all of those different vehicles. Moving on from there, something that we believe is very crucial is that after you selected your vehicles, you then work towards your strength. Play on what we call your superpowers, because many people believe that, let's say there are 10 skill sets that are important in my career. 5 of them I am strong at, 5 of them I'm very bad at. And so people believe that if I focus on my weaknesses, then I can be in a place where I don't have those weaknesses anymore and I can get to the next level. We believe the exact opposite. We believe that your weaknesses, if it's a real weakness that you have to deal with, okay, deal with it and get to a certain level of competence to where at least it's not holding you back. However, with the vast majority of your time, you should be focusing on your strength. That is the point of scaling a business. That is the point of scaling whatever it is you want to do in life. For example, in your business, I know that I am very good with problem solving. I am very good with finding solutions to new challenges that come up. That's what I love to do, right? I'm very good at partnerships. I'm very good at attracting the right type of people into my orbit, and then working with those people to mutual benefit, where everyone wins, everyone gets something out of it. At the same time, I'm not good at anything that has to do with clerical work. I'm not good with tracking progress. I'm not good with creating reports. I'm not good with checking up on people, micromanaging, and so on and so forth. So I don't want to do those things. I want instead to delegate all of those things. So what we believe is you should focus on your strengths and delegate your weaknesses, right? You have your vehicles, you say coaching is one thing, courses is another thing, and this is another thing. Okay, are you good at writing a book? Maybe not. Okay, well then you focus on the coaching, make money through coaching, and then pay someone to help you, coach you, and guide you through writing, editing, and selling a book, right? And this is just one example, by the way. I'm focusing on this just so I have a consistent example. However, you can use these principles in any business, right? If your vehicle is a software company or an accounting company or a restaurant or whatever it is, in order for a restaurant to make $1 million a year, you need to figure out how much in terms of menus do you need to sell, how many events do you need to have, how many sponsors do you need to have, or however many vehicles you need to get to be able to make that restaurant generate $1 million a year. In terms of your strengths, if your strengths are that of a chef and you don't know how to do, marketing or things of that nature, hire a firm that does marketing for you, right? Or hire someone internally to do that for you, right? So that's basically the gist of that. And within this, something else we talk about in the book is that you do not have all the answers. And you need to really understand this. You cannot possibly expect yourself to, if you're in a restaurant, for example, you can't expect yourself to be an amazing chef and an amazing waiter and an amazing marketing person and an amazing vendor manager and an amazing accountant, an amazing HR person, an amazing recruiter, an amazing whatever it is you need to be amazing at for that business to be an amazing business in every way, shape, and form. You do not have all of the answers. That's why you work with people that are more competent than you are at whatever it is that you want to succeed at. For example, I know me, I'm very bad at social media. I don't use it. I don't even have social media apps on my phone. The only one I have is Facebook, and just because my wife sends me links on Facebook with reels or whatever memes, and then I just want to be able to access them and not open them in the browser, which is a horrible experience. Other than that, I'm not really on social media almost at all. I have people managing my LinkedIn, I have people managing my YouTube, I have people managing my Facebook, my Twitter, and everything in between. I do not like that. Those are my weaknesses. However, those are other people's strengths. That's what they love to do. That's what they want to do. So I help them play at whatever they want to do, and I will be here playing at whatever it is I want to do. And I intentionally say play because whatever your strength is, you play at that. You don't work at that. You want to do that. When you want to do something, it's like wanting to play a game or wanting to meet with a good friend, right? And it's the equivalent in business. If you have work you like and you do that work with people you like, you're basically playing a game that you like with people that you want to meet with or hang out with, right? So it's the same, and that's what we want to build within our businesses. And even within our families or within our friends group and so on and so forth. If I, for example, I'm very bad with doing minor things around the house. I don't like them. I don't like, cleaning up certain things or whatever, things of that nature. And so my wife does all of that. However, if we need to move furniture, if we need to, go to the store to, get the, week's worth of things or whatever, that I don't mind. I love being the support guy. She says, let's get this, let's get this, let's get that. And I carry everything around, the 20-pound watermelon, the 10 pounds of apples, the whatever. I don't mind that because I feel I can add value. She can't carry that much. I can. So this way I feel I'm adding value. Many times we delegate even that. There are apps where you can just order the things you want. However, we use that as quality time spent together because otherwise we're both working or we're both doing something else. However, when we go grocery shopping, it's like a little adventure. We're alone together in the car until we get there. We have pleasant discussions. We're then at this store. We buy everything we need. We have a nice team dynamic going on. And then we come back again. We have a good discussion and then we're done. So if she would ask me to create a list of everything we need and check the pantry and the fridge and everything, like what do we need, I wouldn't like that. That would be work for me. That would be painful for me. She loves that. She enjoys coordinating things in the house. And it's the same in business. Don't do the things you don't like to do if you can find other people to help you do those things, right? Okay. Moving on from there, this takes us perfectly to our next subject, which is to define your team. Once you know what you want to do and where you're going, where you're going, what you want to do and what you don't want to do, you can then start defining everyone in the team. You can start defining the directors of the company if you're at the top of the company. You can start defining the managers under those directors. You can start defining the specialists under those managers. If you are a manager, you can start defining all of the specialists that you need under you. If you're a marketing manager, you can say, I need an SEO person, a PPC person, a video editor, and a content writer. These are the people I need in my team to achieve this vision that I want to achieve, right? And so based on that, you can determine a few things. Like you can ask yourself a few questions. For example, you can ask yourself, who do I have on my team now that's aligned to my vision, right? Because maybe out of these 5 people that you need on your team, you already have 3 of them, right? Okay. The next question is, are these people that are already in these 3 roles, are they in the best positions for their specific skill sets and personality and attitude and so on to reach our goal, right? From there, you can determine if it's a yes. You can say, okay, these people are here, but then you can ask the next question, is there anyone on my team that is not a good fit in their role? And then you might have, 2 people might be great, but this one person, they're really not cutting it. They're really falling behind. They're not staying, they're not adapting to how the market is shifting and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of things that can be on a line between where you want to take the team. So if you have a specific vision and you have a team in place, you need to see if these people will get you there. And if some of them will not, you need to see, do I need to move them to a different role within the company? Or do they need some training? Or do they need to be removed from the company? So let me regress a little bit on action steps. So you should definitely have action steps in terms of your superpowers. What are the things that you play at? This just comes naturally to you. Write all of those down. And you should also have another list of everything you dislike doing or you're just not good at, right? Typically, they're one and the same thing. What you're good at, you typically play at, it's a superpower. And what you're bad at is typically things you dislike. So have those 2 lists. And then once you have those lists, then start defining your team. That's the second step, action step. And within that action step, please define your team based on your vision. Look at the vision of what you want, your 3 to 5 year vision, and then say, what team do I need to have in place in order for that vision to be a reality? So don't define your team as in what it is now, define your team as what it has to be, the specific roles, the specific level of competence, the specific outcomes for every role, and so on and so forth, so that if this team comes together and works together, we will have this vision. It's almost a certainty. The only one thing I want to mention within this process of defining what is basically your org chart is that you need to make it you should make it a rule whilst defining that in your own mind, that at no point in the execution of any role within the org chart am I personally a bottleneck. So if you're a manager and you have 5 people under you, you need to define the roles and responsibilities of those people and the guidelines and everything you give them, and we'll talk more about how to define people or positions within the company and how to help everyone in those positions. But basically, you need to create an org chart that functions and gets that result that you want, that vision, with or without your involvement. You can literally go off for a week, a month, a year, or whatever, and these people that are on your team should still be able to conduct day-to-day business and grow the team and the business whilst you are not there. Or the only one caveat I make here is that not having to be there is different than wanting to be there. You might want to lead the business, you might want to be the manager, you might want to be the director, you might want to have whatever role you have right now. So for you, you can say, Robert, it doesn't make sense. Why would I make myself redundant within my company? I don't want to do that. I want my role. I like my role. Okay, I'm not telling you to make yourself redundant. What I'm telling you is to make yourself redundant with the purpose of empowering your team, so that when you are there, and if you can be there full-time or part-time or whatever, but when you are there, you add value on top of what the team is already doing. That's the redundancy I'm talking about. For example, I'm an engineer by background. What we learn in engineering, when you build circuit boards, a circuit board, and I can just explain, for example, motherboard, because that should be easy for anyone. You have a processor, you have RAM, you have a hard drive, you have multiple things that go into a motherboard that basically connect everything in your laptop or in your computer. We were told as a principle of engineering that your circuit is not complete until you have redundancy in every single part of the circuit. Why? Because if one part of the circuit gets damaged, let's say you have a link between your RAM, random access memory, and your drive, your hard drive. Everything that's processed is processed between the processor and the RAM, and then the RAM feeds that to the hard drive. All of that information, whatever needs to happen, happens with your RAM. And then it goes to the hard drive, it gets saved there. So if there's only one link between RAM and hard drive, if that one link, one circuit gets damaged, the entire flow stops. It doesn't matter that the RAM works perfectly. It doesn't matter that the processor works perfectly. It doesn't matter that the hard drive works perfectly. If that one thing stops, then the entire environment, the entire system collapses. So that is what we're saying when we're saying you cannot be that line, that circuit, that bottleneck. If you go on vacation for 2 weeks, people lose it. They can't do everything that they need to do. If you have a, God forbid, an issue, like a health issue, then again, you're in hospital or otherwise you can't do whatever you need to do. And you're not closing deals anymore, or you're not delivering for clients anymore, or the product quality goes down. Whatever happens when you're not there, that's not okay. You need to define your team in a way that they should be able to succeed with or without you present. And if you're there, the only difference is that the level of success is higher than it would otherwise be. So we looked towards ourselves until now, and how do we define the direction? And now let's look at our team. In terms of our team, and the way I'm explaining this visually to you is because all of these are parts of the foundation, right? And within the team, you need to understand that just like with the vision, how we explain the entirety of the vision, we need to explain every single role of the team that needs to be filled in order for us to achieve the vision at the level of success we wanted to. For example, let's say right now you're a small company, has 5 clients, 1 employee, right? And you're doing marketing for them. If you want to have 100 clients and you want, let's say you're making 50 grand or whatever, 100 grand a year right now, and you want to go to a million. So you want to do 10 times more. You by default understand you can't do that by yourself and with one other person. So you need, let's say, 3 other people, 1 chief of marketing, 1 ads person, and 1 SEO guy, right? So those people, or whatever those people are within your team that you need, that is what you define. If you're a manager and you're mid-level, right, you can also define things below yourself, at your level, and above yourself. You can say, hey guys, I really feel we need a director of sales. I really feel we need a mentor because we're hitting a roadblock. And this is real. If you're managing your team correctly, and we talk about this at later levels, people will come to you and say, I want this manager and I want this leader in the organization. And you will be surprised at how much people know what they want once you give them authority to do this. What you need to do first is to define that team to the best of your ability. Explain everyone you think you will need to have in your company. Here are some of the questions you can use as guidelines, right? So number 1, who is on your team right now? It might be just you. If it's just you, if you work in 2,000 employee unit, you can just talk about the people that are immediately next to you. Like, who are the 5, 10, 20 people that are in my parameter? So who's on my team right now? Number 2 is, are these people in the correct or best positions for us to reach our vision, our goal? Because you might have people, for example, in sales positions that might do better in a sales manager position because they do good with helping others, right? And so instead of them trying to close deals, I would rather hire 2 more salespeople and have this one person help them sell more. Why? Because this way we don't get half of a salesperson, because remember, half of their time they were using to sell, the other half of their time they were using to help others and to support their team, which they were naturally doing and they were enjoying that. And you can ask them, do you like this? Do you want to lean into that? And they say, yes, of course. Okay, perfect. Let's get more people. I get 2 other people. I make this person now be a manager of these, a mentor. And now, instead of half of a person of productivity of sales, I get 2 full-time people of sales productivity, which means 4 times more, right? So number 1, you look at your team, and number 2, you ask, are these people in the best positions for us to achieve our goal? They might be, and you might just need more people or different people. However, if they're not, this second question answered that. Number 3 is there anybody on my team that maybe isn't going to be with us in the future? And this is very important because some people on the team really shouldn't be there. They might have been great until now. However, if we want to scale, if we want to go past everything we've done until now, you have, or sometimes you have to take hard decisions. I don't think they're hard, but they're not comfortable. Let's say you have to take uncomfortable decisions of letting people go that have added value to your life. You've added value to their lives. However, they can't move on. For example, if, let's say, in the age of AI, if people write custom content that isn't bringing in enough traffic, it doesn't matter how good the content is. Again, if it doesn't bring in enough traffic and they take several days to complete, they will be left behind. And you cannot keep paying their salary when for their salary you can get someone as good as they are, however, that are also willing to use AI and then basically get, let's say, bullet points or starting topics or do research with it or whatever, basically cutting down the article writing to half. So if this person can write maybe 10 articles a month, this person that uses AI can write 40 articles a month with equal quality. I'm not gonna pay 4 times more for the same result, because basically this is what I'm doing. If I'm paying this person whatever, $1,000, $2,000 a month to just write articles, and this other person I'm paying the same $2,000 a month, and I'm getting 4 times more from here, this person isn't adapting. I might keep them if I want to, however, this person won't feel good because they will expect 4 times more salary because their output is 4 times more than this other person, because again, the quality is the same. So let's be honest, that's the only way in which you can compare apples to apples. If the articles are the same level of quality and these two people are, one is 4 times more productive, you basically have to tell this person either you adapt and you become better, or your salary will never increase because I will just hire people that have much higher outputs than you. That's also for some people it's a difficult question to ask. It's a very uncomfortable conversation to have. However, you have to have those with the people that are on your team if they're not adapting to whatever society needs of them, so that you stay relevant within your niche. We recommend every single company have an organizational chart. We talk a lot about org charts. We even give an example in the book, like visual example. But basically, we believe every single company has, and by the way, this is legally you have to have all of this. So number one, you have to have an owner or a board of directors, right? A chairman or chairperson. Then you have to have a CEO, basically the executive director, the person that's responsible for day-to-day activities. So the owner and the CEO many times are the same person. And then below the CEO, you have 3 departments or 3 directors. You have the director of finance, which is, by the way, legally you have to have one. You have to have an accountant, or you have to have a treasurer, and so on and so forth. So you have to have a director of finance. Then you have to have a director of operations, who is, again, legally responsible for delivering service or product or whatever you need. And then you have to have a director of sales, right? Or revenue, we call them a director of revenue. Legally, you're not in business until you sell something. So you have to have someone in charge of revenue. In a solopreneur world, when you're a freelancer, you're the only person, you're the owner, executive director responsible for everything. You're responsible for accounting, you're responsible for delivering, and you're responsible for sales. However, if you want to scale, you can't be all things to all people, remember, and you can't do everything yourself. So you'll have to find a fractional CFO, you'll have to find the chief of ops, you'll have to find the chief of revenue, and so on and so forth, or vendors for all of these. For example, we don't do finances in our companies because we also work with accountants for this. However, we do operations. Our clients come to us and say, hey, we're struggling a lot with operations, we're churning chiefs of operation, they're not handling it, or we have an amazing chief of operation, but there's literally just too much work, we can't handle everything. And then one of my companies comes in and handles the operations for other businesses. That's literally what we do. And then the business can skyrocket because everything else was fine. In terms of revenue as well, why people come to us is because they want more leads, they want more revenue, more sales. So we have one of our companies that literally just does that. So we don't tackle finance, but we tackle 2 of these other ones. And we also tackle executive level things, which is consulting and so on and so forth. So you can understand that this org chart is mandatory for every single company. This is how an org chart has to be legally for you to be fine. And then below that, you can have anything you want, or you can have multiple departments. You can have a separate department for customer success. We have customer success under operations. You can have separate departments for sales and for marketing. In our case, sales and marketing are two teams below revenue. We have one person in charge of revenue, and then that person needs to make sure marketing generates quality leads and sales converts those quality leads into sales. One person is in charge of both of these. That's how you get, a very good dynamic between the two teams. Once you define this org chart, so this is an action step if you haven't realized. So you need to define this org chart of everyone in every position. And by the way, these are roles. These are not people yet. These are roles. This is director of ops, team leader of customer support specialist, right? So these are roles that you have in the company, and you define the entire company however you need it. And then you think about the people. So you don't create roles for the people. You create the roles for the vision. So if I have this overarching vision, what people will I need in place to be able to basically fulfill that vision? And then if you have 5 people on the team or 20 people or whatever, you write their names, there, and you can say, okay, the CEO is this person, the chief of finance is this accounting firm, the chief of revenue is this marketing firm, blah, 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 right? You have everything written down, and you can see who is there and who is missing. Your only job, if you're a business owner, is to get and keep customers. That's it. That's the only job you have. Nothing else matters for you, right? As the business owner. It's almost the same as the director of revenue. Everything else should be delegated to competent people. If you're an accountant by profession and you like doing the accountant and accounting things and filling the books and so on, you can do that. Perfect. However, your responsibility legally and morally is still just to get and keep clients. That's your only responsibility as a business. Everyone else in the organization can have different levels of responsibility. Based on that responsibility, and you can also do this at every level of the organization, because this is the thing that matters most in business, you can ask yourself these questions. For example, how do I get more customers? Let's say you're a customer success representative, or even different. Let's say you're in business administration and you deal with calendar work and emails and so on and so forth. So you have nothing to do with clients. Like you're literally your business administration person. How is the question, how do I get more clients relevant to me? Well, what I can do is when I structure the calendar of people, I make sure to prioritize revenue generation activities on top of things that aren't making money. Another thing I can do is when I email people, I can email them in a way that makes their priorities very clear in terms of, hey, you should be doing this, remember this. If they have 5 things to remember, you need to think, what's the one that will make us most money? That's the one. That's what will get us most clients. You need to prioritize this. So that's just an example. We are not that money driven in our companies, if maybe it sounds like that. We are very, very purpose driven. We're very culture focused. If you're in any of our companies, you will see that we are very close to one another. We're a very tight-knit family type of vibe. At the same time, we understand that we're here to do business together. And so business is in the form of customers and getting value to those customers. If you're in any other department, you can ask yourself these questions, right? So number 1, how can I get more clients? Number 2, how can I keep those customers? So how can I deliver more value? How can I ask for feedback and tweak my service or product based on that, etc., etc.? How can I, let's say, design my business and my role to best achieve my vision? And again, you can teach this to anyone in your company. Anyone in your company can have a vision statement for themselves, and they can ask themselves, how can I achieve this, right? And how can we achieve this together? Another thing you can ask is, how can my team or my organization be self-sustainable? What needs to be in place? Who are the people that need to be in place? Or how can I make myself redundant? So for example, if I'm a CEO, I need, again, all of these in place. I need finances, operations, and revenue. All of these need to be in place in order for everything to work, and I can take a vacation. However, let's say I'm an engineer. Well, how can I help the organization be self-sustainable? Everything I know, and only I know in the company, is a bottleneck on me. If I go on vacation, if I am sick, If any project is dependent on me, I will feel it when I need to take off, because no one else can do what I do. And that's not a good place to be in, because then it will happen. Bad things will happen. You'll have issues with your pet, with your spouse. You'll have an accident. You'll want to take more time off. Everyone will be pulling on you, and you will mutually frustrate one another, because only you can do this. But if you need 2 weeks off for between Christmas and New Year's, you can't take off. So don't be that person. Literally think, okay, what do we need in place? We need another person that's exactly like me, that knows how to do everything I do, so that we can, at the end of the day, all succeed together and make this company work. In terms of the org chart, again, we have examples of the org chart. We go into it in the business, and we're basically in a place where we define everything in the org chart. We already talked about that, and we already talked about not being the bottleneck. You need to define the org chart in a way in which the things do not come back to you. Everyone has all of the tools that they need, right? Where that's information, like, hey, how do I deal with this client? Well, here's a document with 100 canned replies, right? We literally have everything that we need here. Any situation, you can basically use those as inspiration, and you can come up with a different canned reply. When I come back from my vacation, I'll check what you've done, and I'll make recommendations if I have any. Otherwise, they will be perfect. So you're basically empowering them with the knowledge that they need to be able to deal with any situation, right? So you're never a bottleneck. And this is basically how you build an outstanding team, which is our next point. Once you define the org chart, once you define the positions, you have everyone that is currently there, everyone that you need, you explain what you need, when you need to hire them, and so on. Now you can start building up that team. And how do you build that team is, number one, you hire people that play at the things you do. For example, again, I don't like to do repetitive things. So what I do is I have a business administration team of 4 people. Literally, we have 4 people that do everything that needs to be done in all of our 8 businesses. And then I don't need to do any of that. I can literally focus on creating content like this. I can focus on writing amazing books, partnering up with co-authors. I can network. I can bring new projects. I can start new companies. I can do everything I want to do and everything that I'm good at, because I play at this stuff. I enjoyed writing this book. I'm enjoying sharing all of the information here with you. And by the way, give us feedback, like the video, share it with people, and so on and so forth, so more people get it. At the same time, this is what I enjoy doing. This is what my team would hate doing. I literally have one person on my team that told me, Robert, I can do any administrative work you want, but please do not make me get on the phone with anyone. I'm like, what are you talking about? Why? Like, I have a phobia of getting on the phone. Like, no, I do not believe that. So we are literally going to have that we are inviting that person to join us in Europe, to stay with us a little bit and to play around with them, just to make some calls whilst we're there. We're going to help them, guide them, and so on. So at least they don't have a phobia. At least they grow as people. This is something we do, and this unites team members. However, they don't want to make calls. No problem. Who do you want me to call? Who do I need to speak to? What do I need to get done? No problem. I play at that. My team, I know another person on my team, if they need to call a government office, they postpone it for weeks. They're willing to go through email over and over and over, and forms and everything. They're willing to do all of that, and they do it perfectly, and they get everything perfectly, but they're not going to make a phone call. So we complement one another. They do all of the paperwork, they do all of the clerical work, all of the administrative work, everything they do. I need to do none of that. They play at that stuff. They love it, right? And this is the best example that I can give you, right, of find people that are complementing one another. Once you find people that complement one another, then you basically use the org chart as a roadmap. Hey, I have this person that's in charge of marketing. Okay, well, what do they need to do? What are the KPIs that they are responsible for that they love to do? They love to post things on social media. They love to send emails to people. They love to book speaking engagements, like, doing PR work or podcasts or whatever. This is what they love to do. So define everything there and give it to them so that everyone in the company starts playing, not work. So these are basically their superpowers. Whatever people's superpowers are, including yourself, you need to do more of that, because that is something you do naturally. That is something you feel like, I haven't worked today. It just gave me energy. I've done so much, right? Those are things that you can start doing at 8 p.m. and at 12 midnight, you're still doing them because you're so excited. Within all of these roles, something that I want to make very clear is that you cannot have, or you should not have, tasks for anyone. The only thing you should have is outcomes. For every single role, you should define outcomes. What is the outcome that I expect out of this role? For example, when I started working with the person or with the people that we're doing social media for and so on and so forth, I made it very clear. The outcome is not to film videos and post them on social media. Those are tasks. The outcome is the two outcomes. Number one, to leave value, to add value to people, because remember, creating value is what we do. And then number two is to get some form of reward from that. More leads, more opportunities, more speaking engagements, whatever that is, more opportunities. These are the two things that we will use to measure success. So if anyone watching this video leaves us a comment, hey, this was amazing, this helped me, this whatever, or sends us an email, likes or whatever, all of these show us that, okay, we're adding value to people's lives. And then if anyone watching this video comes to us and says, Robert, we have an amazing event coming up here in London, whatever, come be the main stage speaker or whatever, that's an opportunity that we now got from this video that makes it worth it. Or we have a team, come do consulting with us, or we need marketing, whatever it is, right? All of these things, or book sales, even book sales, it doesn't matter, right? Anything that we can have, those are the outcomes that matter for us. So Aaron and I highly recommend that everyone on your team, you included, think in terms of outcomes. What is the outcome of this role? And so anyone that takes on that role needs to understand that I don't care when you work. I don't care whether you post 5 videos or 10 or 50. I don't care about any of this stuff. The only thing I care about are these two outcomes. Are we adding value to people through the content that we publish, and or is that content generating business for us? Those are the only two things that we care about. If those two things are zero for enough consecutive weeks, you need to understand that you will have to be let go. This project isn't working. However, if it's off for 1 week and you tweak, and then the next time we tweak again and we tweak again, and by the end of month 1, 2, or 3, we start getting some positive trends, like positive income coming in and so on and so forth, then we can say, okay, this is working. It's working at a certain extent, maybe at the extent we wanted to or less. However, the outcomes are slowly being achieved. So focus everything on outcomes. This one shift alone is worth thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, if you're already making millions. Stop giving people tasks. Give them outcomes. Say, I want clients to have a 9 out of 10 satisfaction rating when we do surveys. That's the outcome. However you make that happen, whether you have, whether you send them pretty pictures of cats, or whatever you do, it doesn't matter what you do, but they need to be happy, right? This is the outcome. These are some guidelines, and we'll talk about that in a second, but this is the outcome, okay? Every week, think in terms of outcomes, not tasks. After that, another principle that helps a lot in building this team and empowering your team is to think of everything that you do from a personal standpoint in terms of investments, not expenses. When managers hire people, then they typically put them as expenses. Hey, this is the expense of whatever it is that we're doing right now. Let's say hiring a marketing person to do PPC, right? Paid advertising. Let's say their salary is 2K, and that is the expense. Instead of thinking of anyone on your team as an expense, or anything that you do as an expense, think of every single thing as an investment. The reason for this is because once you think of things as an investment, you're thinking as an investor. What does an investor want? Well, an investor wants a return on their investment. If you think in terms of outcomes, you think, okay, let's say I work with this marketing person for 3 months I paid them $2,000 a month, that's $6,000. By the end of month 3, I basically need a return on investment of at least $6,000 for me to break even on working with this person. So think of everyone as an investment. Whether you hire an administrative person, whether you hire a marketing person, salesperson, doesn't matter. Everyone has to give you a positive ROI. You have to give yourself a positive ROI. Are you working an entire month and is your salary the same as the owner of the business? Well, then probably you're not doing something right. Because if you can't afford to pay yourself more, either in dividends or in assets or in something or in salary, then that means you're not succeeding as the owner of the business, because this asset isn't growing enough to pay you enough dividends or to give you more dividends or whatever. And again, I don't want to make this all about money. However, money is the easiest thing to measure. It's either there or it's not there. And as long as we're talking business, even if you're talking non-profit business organizations, because those still guide by the same principles, you still need donations, right? You still need money to make things work. You still need to pay volunteers. Even if they're volunteers, you need to give them food, you need to give them water, you need to give them, housing if you go somewhere, whatever it is, right? You can't expect people to just exist. They need to eat, they need transportation, they need all of these things. And so again, whether you're a non-profit or a for-profit, money is very simple to measure. So if you're thinking of it in terms of investment, how investing my time, my resources, my HR into this is getting me a return. And if you think about every single person in your team as an investment pot, your entire philosophy will change. And so we don't agree, Aaron and I don't agree on treating our team neither like family, like too close, too close, neither like slaves, like very far away and you're just here to do my bidding. No, neither side is good. Right in the middle. You treat them like professionals. You treat them like people you can, go out to a beer with or whatever, or, to go on a vacation with. But when they come to you and they didn't hit their target and they're asking for slack, you're like, I'm not going to give you slack. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how good friends we are. I have a fiduciary responsibility towards this organization to make sure that this role in this org chart in this company succeeds. And if you cannot succeed at that, we will have to find someone else that can succeed at that. We will not be able to tolerate you failing, and this has nothing to do with you. I really much like you as a person. However, you cannot keep failing. If you failed now, you need to make up for that failure and then do better next time. And so again, not family, not slaves, but professional courtesy, professional expectation setting in everything. And that is what we feel makes business work in the best possible way. We talked about outcomes and we talked about treating people as investments. So this works in HR even from the point of recruitment. When you want to recruit someone, you want to hire for outcomes. Talk to people directly in their outcomes. Don't talk to people and tell them you're going to come here and post on social media and edit videos and do this and what. No. Say, if we go into this project together, if you join our team, you will be responsible for these two things. Do you understand these are the two main KPIs you're going to be measured on? Yes. Do you understand that then if these two KPIs are not hit, no other KPIs compensate or matter? So that is what we need to do. That is what we need to focus on in terms of hiring for outcomes. You define the outcomes that you need, and then from those outcomes, you can then go further and hire the best people for the roles that you need so that you guys together achieve the vision of the company at large. I know this stuff isn't simple. What I'm asking you to do is I'm asking you to think like a strategist, right? Be the strategist that the company needs you to be so that everyone can go in the right direction. As a strategist, you have an overarching view, and then we can move on to everything else in the business. Moving on from there, we would like to talk a little bit about choosing the right hearts. So when we talk about the people we have on our team, you will notice, especially if you've been in business for a long time, that typically what we see is that the people that are most successful within a company or within any mission, anything that they do within a team, are the people that are, let's say, the most aligned culturally and in terms of values with the business itself. So that's why within the book we talk about choosing the right hearts, because if their heart is in the right place, very few things can go wrong, like for example competence or things of that nature. But even in the form of competence, as we discussed earlier, you can put that person into another role where they would be in fact competent. The way, or there are a few ways in which you can assess someone's heart and how they are as a person. We recommend, again, HR interviews and having very specific questions that when we give examples in the book. And also we recommend doing personality tests with these people. I personally prefer the DISC personality test, DISC, which stands for Dominant, Influence, Stable, Conscious. And Aaron uses a lot of Myers-Briggs in his companies. So whether you use one or the other, both, doesn't matter. Then you can test to see which ones you like in terms of the type of results or insights they give on someone. However, we do recommend having some form of this. For example, if you want to hire a salesperson that's a hunter, right? That's someone that's going to constantly be out there finding people, mingling with others, and so on and so forth. Typically, you wouldn't want to hire an introvert. You would want to hire an extrovert that's always focused on results, that's always, talkative, and so on and so forth, so that that person can do all of the networking that you need to get enough leads. The opposite is also true. If you need, for example, a business administrator or an accountant or someone that has very little interaction with others but needs to be very laser focused, they should be more around the conscious and stable side of DISC, right? People that do not need to engage in a lot of conversation. They do not need a lot of excitement. They're very, very happy and content doing whatever work they feel competent in, which is the opposite of the dominant and influent categories, right? So you can do a lot of due diligence on this. Look these things up. It'll help you understand yourself and help you understand others that you work with, and even within your family. There's actually an amazing book. We didn't mention it in the book, but I really resonated with it. It was called Have a New You by Friday, right? Dr. Kevin Leman, if I remember correctly. And it was an amazing book. I really loved it. And I truly read it in 5 days. So I started on Monday, and by Friday I was done with the entire book. And it was really good. And it talks about the DISC personality type. So implement something like that within your companies and you will not regret it, because you will learn so much around how to engage with people on your team. Another thing that we recommend in the book you do is embrace awesome. That's what we call it. So Aaron has a very cool story around this. He was the director of sales in a big corporation, and he was doing hiring, doing recruitment. And at one point, a painter came to an interview, and they were discussing, if he's appropriate for the role and what he's going to do in the role and so on and so forth. And Aaron was like, but you have no skill set in sales. Like, why would I hire you? And the guy literally said, well, because I really do not want to spend the rest of my days outside, either in the rain or in the burning hot, summer or whatever, just painting and just basically spending hours and hours doing mindless activities. I want to do more with my life. I want to provide better for my family and so on and so forth. So he had the right heart and he really wanted to do that. And so Aaron invited him for a few more interviews. They set expectations just like we teach in the book. They agreed on the Digerac role description, which we're going to talk about in a second. And basically the guy went on. In a few short years, he became the #1 salesperson in the company. Not #1 regionally, but #1 nationally. He was the guy that everyone else in the company would go to for advice on how to sell more. So that's what we call embracing awesome. So someone doesn't need to have a background in whatever it is that you do. However, if they are an amazing person, right, Aaron calls them awesome, then you can work with them to gain the competencies and skills that they need for a specific role. Okay, and so now talking about roles, let's talk about Digerac for a second. I've learned this concept from Aaron a few years ago, and it sounded very complicated the first time I heard it. However, the moment I started implementing it within our businesses, it was crazy useful. So let me explain each one of these. So Digerac is a acronym for desired results, guidelines, resources, accountability, and consequences. Within those categories, the desired result is basically what you want out of this role. So instead of saying, I want this role to post, let's say, post on Facebook, right? Post images or updates on Facebook. You say, I want this person to keep everyone in our community so engaged that they keep coming back and buying more from us at this rate. Whatever it is, the desired result that you want to explain, but you explain it as concretely as you can and using as many numbers as you can. So now anyone that comes to that role knows that if they are posting every single day or week, or doesn't matter, on Facebook, however, no one's engaging, no one's buying more, like there's no repeat sales, they know that they're actually failing in their role, because their role is not task-based, it's result-based, outcome-based. So you have a desired result. After that, you have guidelines. Guidelines basically tell people what they can and cannot do and what we recommend they do in certain roles. However, this is again not a task list. This is a guideline. For example, whenever you post on social media, you cannot use swear words, right? That's a guideline. That's something you use. Like you wouldn't say, this is effing amazing or something like that, because you have the guideline telling you that you can't do things like that. But this again doesn't tell them exactly what they need to do. It just guides them based on your vision of what that should look. After that, you have resources. So resources have to do with all of the things that you put in place for this person within that role to succeed. So for example, when we hire a developer, they get access to a company email, they get access to Slack, they get access to courses we have in terms of engineering courses and so on and so forth, where they can constantly perfect their skill set. They get access to mentorship from from seniors and the directors within the company. They get access to Bitbucket or whatever that specific company uses to house the code, etc., etc. So all of these are the resources that you give this person so that they can do their work and succeed and thrive within their work, right? Obviously, later you can ask for feedback. Hey, do you feel you need anything else within your role? And they can say yes or no, I have everything, right? And you can have very productive conversations on the subject. However, give them everything that you believe they would need in order to succeed. For example, if you're hiring a customer success person, a resource that will be very useful for them is a document outlining as many templated or canned responses as you can for as many different scenarios that people can ask questions on. Like, for example, do you guys accept installments or just one time? And then you have an answer for that. Or do you guys answer the phone or just over email? And then you have an answer for that, etc., etc. So all of these are useful resources that you can give new people dependent on their role. After resources, we have what we call accountability. So within accountability, there are three main things you need to nail down. Number one, who are you accountable to? Just one person. What one person is this role accountable to? If they're, for example, a marketing manager, they might be accountable to the chief of marketing. And the chief of marketing is accountable to the chief executive officer, to the CEO, and the CEO is accountable to the owner of the company, right? So that's how you would have a trace of accountability. Number two, you would want to make sure that you agree on how often that accountability has to occur. So is it daily? Is it weekly? Is it monthly? For example, people that I work with at the board level, many of them are accountable to me just once per quarter. So once per quarter, we have a meeting and then they tell me, this is sales, this is profit, this is how we've invested the money, etc., etc. So this takes me very well to point 3, which is, what does a report look like from you? So for example, so we talk about, number 1, who are you accountable to? Number 2, how often? And number 3, with what? So what does a report look like, an accountability report? So if you're a content writer, it can look like the articles you've written yesterday or last week. If you are a engineer, it can look like the features you've delivered on, or the bugs you've fixed, or things of that nature. If you're a director of sales, it can look at the number of products you've sold, the average deal value, how many of those are recurring clients or new clients, and so on and so forth. So what should be included in there? And then finally, you have consequences. And consequences are twofold. You have consequences for success and consequences for failure. In terms of success, you can have consequences like, for example, as long as you succeed in your role, you'll keep getting a stable monthly income, your salary. If you deliver well on your role, so let's say you're a salesperson, because this is very easy to tackle. Let's say in your role, the outcome of your role is that you need to generate at least $10,000 worth of new business every single month. Well, what if you generate 15,000, right? Like 50% more than your minimum? Well, maybe you get a bonus. That's a consequence of success. What if you generate 50,000, right? That you get an even bigger bonus based on success, or you get, a free plane ticket to wherever you want to go with your wife or husband, right? Or spouse in general. And so it's something that you can literally make as custom as you want for every single role, right? So these are the consequences for success, and these are the various degrees of success that we expect you to potentially have. And likewise for failure. So failure in the same role we talked about, is getting under $10,000 per month. And then you can say, okay, well, there are different levels of failure. Are you at 0? Okay, if you need to close $10,000 worth per month, then that's $2,500 per week. So in your consequences for failure, you can say, how many weeks can someone go with 0 sales, right? And you might say, okay, if they go 1 week with 0 sales, then the consequence for that is they need to have an urgent strategic meeting with their manager to see what they can do differently, so that they don't have another week when they hit 0. If they have another week when they hit 0, they need to have another strategic meeting, this time maybe with a team, and also they get a formal warning that they have 2 more weeks, in which if they hit 0 2 consecutive weeks again, then they will have to be let go, right? So again, you can make this as custom as you want, and ultimately the ultimate consequence for failure is that they are let go from the company. So explain all of this and share all of this with people when they come on, because at the end of the day, you want all of these expectations to be set, and when you bring someone on, you want them to agree to all of these parts of the Dirac role description. The action step is clear. Start using Dirac role descriptions when hiring other individuals within the company, and even for your current team, you can start writing Dirac role descriptions. And if you're a solopreneur, you can do that for yourself. Like, what is my role? How should I conduct myself? And this tends to help a lot. Now, moving onward, in terms of hiring, there are a few things I just want to mention. Again, there's a lot in the book. However, today, the most important thing I want to say here is that when you hire other individuals, you need to make sure you're hiring with purpose. Okay, so for example, if you've defined your org chart, we talked about the org chart a little bit earlier. Defining that org chart means that you now have a view of exactly where people need to be in your organization, and also where you have people and where you do not have people. So based on where you do not have people, you ask yourself a very simple question. What one role, if I would fill today, would have the highest positive impact on my company? So once you determine that, you then write a Dirac role description, and then you start hiring for those people. You start an entire recruitment process. Within that recruitment process, obviously there are many, many ways in which you can recruit. What we're going to talk about today is what to look for whilst you're recruiting. Okay, so there are a few traits that I'm just going to briefly mention here. Number one, they need to be competent, right? There are many questions you can ask to gauge competency based on someone's role. However, they need to be competent, because if they're not competent, you will frustrate one another mutually. They will be frustrated because they can't get what you want. You will be frustrated because they're not getting what you want, right? So competency is a must, right? Number two, they should be passionate about the topic. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to developers that wanted a job in our engineering company. They're 20 something years old, at the end of their university degree or even after, and I would ask, okay, show me some projects you've worked on. And they're like, well, I wasn't employed until now. Okay, I got that from your CV, but what projects have you worked on? Well, I didn't work on any projects because I wasn't employed. No, that's not true. Anyone that's passionate about whatever topic or whatever skill set they want to master, they will engage in that. I've never met a developer, a passionate developer, that doesn't have, half a dozen projects that they've done, on either somewhere online on Git, or they have, their cool projects, like for example, a video game they try to build, or anything that they've tried to do. And so that's how you can see competence. If someone's passionate about writing, you can ask, show me some of your writing, like show me the little book you've written, or show me the poetry you've written. If someone's passionate about design, they will have design, either interfaces or artwork or whatever they're passionate in. So ask for those examples so that you can see whether or not they're passionate. And that's how you can gauge passion, right? Are they willing to do the work without being paid at all? If they are, they're probably passionate about it. You don't need to ask a passionate pianist to play the piano. They will love playing the piano. Whatever occasion they have, they will just play it. The third thing I highly recommend you look for is people that are responsible, right? So you want to make sure that these individuals take their responsibility seriously. And it's one thing to say it, and it's one thing to actually mean it. So responsibility, you can gauge, like for example, are they punctual when they come to the interview? Are they dressed appropriately? Are they prepared in terms of knowledge about the role, knowledge about the company, and so on and so forth? What's the quality of their questions, etc., etc. So you can determine how responsible they are based on a few of these metrics. I will never forget the first time I met Michelle, one of my, let's say, rock stars within my company, and a person that's now incredibly dear to me. I wouldn't imagine my life without her. When she came to her interview, and we had a physical interview here in our offices, she literally came so well dressed. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. And she was applying for the lowest role in the company. When I say low, I mean like maybe the lowest paid or something like that. I think it was like $300 or $400 or something like that. But she was dressed, oh my god, I couldn't believe it. I looked at her and like, wow, you really want this role, right? And it was super cool. She had correct posture, she asked amazing questions, she answered super well. I couldn't believe it. I almost hired her on the spot if we wouldn't have these principles of, reviewing things and, sleeping on things. But it was so good, and I'm so happy she decided to come to us. We've had a great relationship since. I think she's been with us for 6 or 7 years now, and she's very happy. We are very happy to have her and very grateful, right? And I have dozens of examples like that of people I've met that were very, very responsible. And you can tell, again, it's a feeling. You get that feeling that they are or not responsible. Another thing that you should be very focused on is, are they hardworking or not? And again, this has to do with what have they done until now. So you ask, okay, you've finished your college degree. What else have you done? And they say, oh, nothing else. I was just studying. Probably, again, they're not hardworking. They might have found their studies very difficult, like they had to learn a lot and so on and so forth because they didn't want to cheat, which is acceptable. At the same time, the vast majority of people, we know we've been through university. We know we have a lot of spare time whilst we are at university. So if someone doesn't do anything at all whilst they're in uni or after that, or they don't have any passion projects or anything like that, in the vast majority of cases, they don't show you that they are hardworking, right? Again, vast majority. I know the reason I'm saying that is because I know some people that are very dear to me that whenever they pick something, that's the only thing they do. So if they pick a course, they just do that course for 3 months and nothing else. When they get a job, they do just that job and nothing else. They don't, move around. And I appreciate that about them. So if you are determining that that is how they are, that's also very good, because if you give them a very specific job, right, then they will do good on that, because that's the only thing that will be on their mind from the morning until the evening. After that, something you should gauge is intelligence, right? Can I have conversations with this person that make it beyond the basic superficial hi, hello, how are you, and so on and so forth. Like, can we talk real business? Can we talk solutions in terms of challenges, right? Like, hey, we have this challenge, how would you solve it? And you can ask so many questions like that, and you can give them specific challenges and see what's their level of intellect. Intellect is always problem solving. That's how you define intellect. Intellect isn't memory. Memory is, have you done this before? Yes. How did you do it this way? Okay. What if this new thing happens? How will you deal with a new situation? And that's typically how you gauge intellect, right? So you need to make sure that they're intelligent. If they're not intelligent, they can still work in your company. However, you need to set your expectations correctly, because they will never be a strategist, or in most cases, they won't be a strategist. They can be an amazing, HR person that just helps people and supports them and so on and so forth, but they don't come up with HR principles. They're just the very nice, guy or gal that everyone knows, everyone loves, they're always happy and so on and so forth. They don't need to be the smartest person in the room to add value to the company. Another trait that's very important is ethics. So is the person ethical? And you can determine this based on many questions that you can ask in terms of, for example, how would you give a refund to someone? Some people can say, oh, if someone asks for a refund, I will just give them a refund. And that's not ethical, because maybe the person bought the product, used the product, maybe even tampered with or destroyed the product, and now they're asking for a refund, even though it's not the fault of the product that they destroyed it. So you need to set a set of questions for your business. And again, we give some examples in the book, but basically figure out how can you determine whether or not this person is going to be ethical within your business. And then after that, this also has to do with the next point, which is friendliness. So with regards to friendliness, we personally only hire friendly people. We only work with friendly people because we can't stand, arrogance. We can't stand narcissists. We can't stand, many people that can do good, but very few people like working with them, or they think they're better than others or whatever. Typically, we hire friendly individuals. And friendly, not just when convenient, friendly in all situations, right? And so you can ask them very specific questions. What would you do if a client would yell at you? Or, if one of your colleagues would insult you? How would you react, right, in this hypothetical situation? And then you can gauge if their answers are honest. Regardless, if you cannot determine if they're being honest or not, but they answer the correct answers, either way, something else we recommend in the book is to have a trial period, right? So within the trial period, you can see if they actually are the way they say they are. Otherwise, you can make reference. And by the way, record all of your interviews, because the ones you hire, you need to be able to prove to them that you've set this expectation before, right? And prove to yourself that you're not crazy and you actually told them that, hey, this is how we do business here, right? You showed them the digger rack, you set expectations, they came on, and they're not fulfilling those expectations. You need to have the proof that, hey, this is what we agreed to. And if you're not going to do this or be this person that you said you are, then we can't work together. So those are very important aspects. You would want to find people that are aligned with whatever it is your business does. So, or your team, if you're, again, a team in a bigger corporation. So the reason why this is important is, for example, if someone would hire me, like, I can be very, very good and I can help businesses grow like crazy. However, if someone in the wine area, like they make wine, they produce it, they bottle it, they distribute it, whatever. If someone in that company hires me, my heart wouldn't be in the right place, because I don't drink alcohol. So what am I going to do? I'm going to promote and, distribute something that I would never consume myself, right? It doesn't matter how tasty it is, by the way. I really like this taste of wine. I like many ciders, many beers, and so on and so forth. However, I just decide not to drink alcohol. So I wouldn't be aligned with that. So find people that resonate with your vision, with your mission, with your core values, and so on, and they really love what it is that you stand for, because it will be so much easier to work with them, in the months and years in which you will have the pleasure of working with one. Moving on from there, the final thing that we believe that you should search for is loyalty. So, is that person loyal to whatever it is that they set out to do? You will notice that there are many people that we call job hoppers, right? They pick up a job and then they stay there for 6 months to a year, and then they go to another job, they stay there 6 months for a year, then they go to another job, and so on. And so you have a lot of people like that don't stay true to their commitments, because probably the company that hired them expected them to stay longer, right? So either they left because they're not loyal, or they left because they were fired, right? Because they weren't doing what they had to do in their role. So within that, you need to look at these people and say, okay, what's your career until now? What would happen if 1 year, or what would happen if 1 year from now the business isn't a good place, right? And we can't give you a raise. What would happen, right? And so put them in these situations, like gauge what do they care about, what do they value? Because we've been shocked in the past where we thought some people were very loyal, but at the end of the day they weren't, and they proved it to us in many different ways. In other, let's say, different surprises, we were very pleasantly surprised to see, oh my gosh, these people, even though this is a very bad time for us now, they're very loyal, they're working extra, they're figuring it out, they're helping us get through this turmoil, and so on and so forth. So you can have both negative surprises and positive surprises. So allow yourself to be surprised, and don't be too, let's say, don't take things too personally, because I have taken things personally in the past, and it hasn't been valuable to me in any way, because at the end of the day, many people see whatever they do for you as a job, and then they conduct the rest of their life outside the job. I hope that that's not the case for you and your team. However, for some people it might be the case, and so you don't need to judge those individuals, because at the end of the day they still need to work, and when they're at work, and they do great, and they're a great team player. However, if 1 year from now they get a better offer, they're just gonna jump. So after we talked about all of these 9 traits that we recommend you search for, what you should do, the action steps here, is to create a checklist or a spreadsheet that helps you basically keep track of these. Like whenever you have interviews, before the interviews, have the checklist of these 9 things and write specific questions for each one of them, or multiple questions for each one of them, and then make sure you tag all of them tackle all of them within an interview. And this is how you can have very structured interviews and make sure you have the same interview across the board with everyone. We do have some recruitment best practices, and I don't want to go too deeply into that. However, what I am going to mention is that there are always ways to find good people. Like you can have local, let's say, job boards, you can have national job boards, international job boards. Just look online at what job boards are available to you and where you can post jobs. Many of them are for free, some of them cost a little bit of money. However, if you're hiring for a very important role, right, you can pay $50 or $100 or however much the job board costs. And if it actually doesn't work for you, like you don't get 50 or 100 applicants or however many applicants, then you can probably ask for a refund, right, if it doesn't work. We've never asked for a refund from job boards, because we literally, whenever, I remember last time we paid like $300 for a job ad that we put up, and we got 140 applicants, right? And so even if we wouldn't have hired a single one, we literally almost got applicants at $2 a piece, right? And so it was a very good deal for us for that specific role. Find them, and you can find them on LinkedIn as well. There are many places there. I'm sure you can be creative and find people, for example, on Reddit or on Craigslist or things of that nature. And whatever is relevant for you locally, you can use that. Or if you want to hire in different countries, you can use job boards that are specific for those countries, and you can do a little bit of due diligence to see what those are, and that will help you find so many great candidates, right, that you'll be bombarded with resumes and CVs and cover letters. So now, based on the interview itself, once let's say you have the 140 applicants and you're starting to interview, just a few principles I want to make sure. Number one, use the sheet we explained earlier, and also you can determine how, like, you can give people grades on each one of these, 1 to 5. That's what we do, right? So someone can be maybe a 2 on loyalty, but they can be a 5 on intelligence and a 4 on competence, and so on and so forth. So we give them grades, and then it's very easy after that if you implement principle number 2, which is to have the exact same interview, the exact same questions with everyone for one specific role, because then what you can do is you can say, oh, well, David got 24, Frank got 17, this other, and so on. So you can very easily then, based on the numbers you gave them, to see, okay, who's the top 3 or who are the top 3, and then decide from there. The final thing I want to recommend is when you ask questions, please, please, please ask open-ended questions. So don't ask things like, do you have competence in PHP? You can say yes or no. It doesn't really help you much. What you can ask is, could you please describe the extent of your experience in PHP? And then they need to say, oh, well, I've been working in PHP for 6 years, I've done these projects, I've learned this, I love this, and so on and so forth. And now you get a much, much better answer, and based on that, you can grade them. But on a yes or no, you can't really grade anyone. Okay, so ask open-ended questions. Make sure you implement all of these, and now we're going to move on to the next section, which is, what should you have in maybe a second interview, or we always recommend having multiple interviews. The first one is just to filter, and then in the second one you can go a little bit more detailed. So what are some of the details you can go into? Well, number one, you can give people a company overview, like, hey, this is who we actually are, this is what's online, we've nailed down that you've done your due diligence. However, these are some things under the hood that many people don't know. These are the bigger acts. This is how we agree on priorities every week. This is what we do for the quarter. This is how we manage the year, and so on and so forth. So you can give company overviews. You can talk about how you include people, like how you have for example, a 9-month inclusion within the company and a trial period, and what can they expect during that trial period. And you can basically have a lot of very disciplined processes and procedures and systems that you implement for these people, because there's a lot of statistics that say that if you treat people very well in the first 3 months of their employment, then chances are that they'll stay with you for years and pay dividends for a long time, right? And so most everyone would be the same, because if you join a company and they're really good at onboarding you, at including you, at answering all of your questions, at doing all of that, they're basically preparing you for life, right? For the life after this little, dating phase that we've gone through of 3 months. And then once you're prepared for life, you then need to take reins of your own role and become let's say the owner, the powerful owner of whatever it is you need to do. So now, instead of you needing other people's guidance and support and so on, now you can be in a position where you can give more than you get. Within that position, now it's much harder for someone to just leave, because mentally they're already locked in. They already know what they need to do. They're already competent at it. They're already helping their team members, right? They're in a very happy place, right? And so we typically see that people stay in that happy place for, maybe almost a decade. The only reason I don't say more than a decade is because my oldest company is, I think, 13 years old, right? And so based on that, we have, I think the longest tenure of someone is around 8 years at this point in time, 8 or 9 years. So no one in our companies has stayed for more than a decade, but Aaron, for example, has people in his companies that have stayed there for over 20 years, which is wow. I almost know no one that stayed in companies for 20 years. So
the things we're teaching you work, and basically the more you implement them, the more you will see success in the various degrees of, let's say, business areas that you want to practice in. Another thing that we recommend you talk to people about within the interview section is how you work on in terms of procedures, and what are some of the standard procedures that they should work on as people within the company. And you should say, hey, especially if they have prior experience in other companies, you can ask them, how did you post on social media before? They can say, well, I would have access to the to the Facebook Business Manager. I would go in and I would post here. You can say, okay, for us it's a little bit different. We use this tool that allows us to post on all social media, and so you will get access to this, and this is what you do, and so on. So you can basically tell them about how things are different in your company, and then after that you can start giving them some reinforcement and feedback based on the answers they give you, right? So for example, if you talk, like, for example, one thing that for us resonates a lot and is part of our culture values is the value of love. We want everyone to love themselves and love one another, right? And love their work, and in general allow themselves to be loving towards everything in life. So that's one of the reasons we don't tolerate swearing or yelling or things of that nature, because that doesn't come from a loving place. In our industry, something else that happens that I can warn you about is we have developers applying for jobs. They do great in the interview, but then when they actually get the job, we notice that they're much poorer in terms of competence than the person we hired. And then we realize they actually subcontracted their work to someone else. But because we insist that people turn on their video, right, on the weekly calls, we can see them. And so you can see that, oh, it's a different person on the video than who we hired, right? So that's just a little parenthesis that we find funny sometimes. It didn't happen too often, but it did happen a few times, and we just immediately canceled the contract with those people. So be prepared to have these interviews be very vivid, very alive, and then see how people react. Because if you tell someone, hey, we really have this value of love, like we do not tolerate any form of aggression, any form of let's say anger or things of that nature, and then maybe they become upset. Maybe they say, what are you talking about? What if someone's really, really bad or whatever, and there's no reason for me to be nice or polite? So be very mindful and make this a collaborative conversation, right? It's a back and forth. You give reinforcement for the things that are let's say aligned with the rules of the game as you set them, and you provide them feedback if you see that there's a lack of alignment, and based on how they react to that feedback, you can hire them or not. Moving on from there, let's progress to level 3, which is the level of empowering your team. Up until now, I really hope that you have taken down all of the notes of all of the action steps and all of the principles we've discussed, because if you haven't, the important part to understand is that these levels are in a specific order. You cannot implement level 4 or level 3, what we're going to talk about now, empowering your team, without having level 0 to 2 in place. 0, 1, 2, right? These 3 levels you need to have in place, everything there, in order to be able to then let's say successfully implement level 3. Okay, it doesn't work any other way. If you do it differently than how we teach it, then do not expect to get the same results that we have gotten. Again, Aaron and I have managed cumulatively to generate over $1 billion for our clients. I've generated over $500 million, well over, and he has also done the same. So if you look at everything that we've done until now, we've not only nailed down the specific things that should be done in order for teams to achieve success, but also the order in which you should do them. So do not do these things in any other order than how they are explained in the book. Do not skip defining the vision and go to empowering your team. Do not skip defining the org chart and go to, measuring or reviewing the numbers in level 5. Make sure everything you do in the exact order in which we teach them. Going into level 3, we want to start this off with a lie that almost all of us at one point or another tell ourselves. And that lie is, I am the only one. I'm the only one that can speak to that client. I'm the only one that knows how to operate this machine. I'm the only one that, has a good enough standard of quality. I'm the only one that fill in the blank, whatever, right? There's so many, let's say, items that people believe that they are unreplaceable at. For example, an artist, or an architect can say, only I can do these projects, or things of that nature, like they are the brand, they are the business. That's false. That is basically you saying that there isn't a single person out there that is as competent or more competent than you are at whatever it is that you do. And statistically, that sounds like something that would be wrong, that would be incorrect. So you need to really hone in and understand that for everything that you're doing right now, at one point you were horrible at it. That you weren't born being a good architect. You were born a baby, that was crying all day long and doing nothing else, right? There's crying, sleeping, and eating. That's all you were doing. You had no skills, and at one point you picked up the skill of architecture, and then you became a great architect. Just like you've picked up that skill, many other people are picking up the same skill. And so to say that I am the only one that knows how to do this is a mental blocker that stops you from either teaching the current staff you have to do whatever it is that you do, or hiring other people, finding and hiring other people that can replace you in those regards. Okay, so there are many things we can discuss on the subject. The only one thing I want to mention is that your team deserves to have very clear expectations of what they need to do, of what the entire team needs to do, what the goals of the team are, the reports of progress and so on. It's like everything they should know. And so once all of those expectations are set, then within those expectations, everyone can see how they are part of the victory of the team. I can very easily give you an example in sports, in either basketball or football or anything, any sport that you follow. You have people that are in attack, midfielders, defense, and so on and so forth. In almost every sport, you see the same thing. Each one of those has very specific KPIs and markers to determine their success and their contribution to the team. For example, an attacker one of the KPIs that they can have is how many points they get during a game. A defendant can have a KPI of how many balls they've stolen or how many shots they've intercepted, right? And each one of them is measured in their own way. However, at the end of the game, each one of them can say, this is how I added value. This is how I'm helping my team win. And every person on your team deserves to have such clear expectations. And then, are some of these people better at shooting balls than at tackling or dribbling? Yes, they are. And that's how you determine their role. Remember, we talked about that previously. You put the right people in the right places. But that doesn't mean that if, let's say one of the people in attack get injured and you don't have anyone as a spare, that doesn't mean that the midfielder can't do their work, right? They can't perform at the same level, okay, but they can perform at 80% of, let's say, level of competence, and you might still win the game. Or at least you won't completely forfeit and you'll get points. In life, in most cases, things aren't black and white. In most places, you have gray areas, and within those gray areas, you can literally say, okay, our goal was to hit $3 million this year. And if I would have been the main person in sales, we would have done that. But we hired Frank, and Frank wasn't as good as I am, or as I would have been, and he brought us 2.2 million. Okay, we still made 2.2 million this year, right? Even though it wasn't 3 million. Frank learned a lot this year, and he can do better next year. The point is that you're not the only person that can do whatever it is you think you can do. There are always other people, and it's very selfish and maybe even narcissistic of you to believe I'm the only one that can do XYZ. No, you're not. Statistically speaking, I can tell you you're not. And either people on your team would like to help you with that, or you can find other people that can help you with that. Let's talk about the difference between lead measures and lag measures. Many people have only lag measures within their company, which we believe is a mistake. So what's a lag measure? A lag measure is revenue, how much revenue you make. A lag measure is profit. A lag measure is, for example, let's say client satisfaction rate. Okay, so these are lag measures. Why? They're called lag measures because there is lag until you get to them. However, you cannot measure a lag measure on a day-to-day, or you cannot plan for it on a day-to-day, because a lag measure is a result. And so what you need to measure is lead measures. Lead measures are the parts of business or parts of your activity that tell you whether or not you are going to hit your lag measures. So let me give you an example. If we look at revenue as a lag measure, okay, what are some of the things that we can measure that are lead measures that will lead to that lag measure? For example, number of contacts reached. So how many people did we speak to this month? Let's say 1,000. We want to hit 1,000. After that, we can get to number of conversations held, sales conversations held. So we reached out to 1,000 people. Let's say we have a 1% conversion rate to sales calls. So we had 10 sales calls. So at the 10 sales calls, we know, okay, this is a lag measure from the lead measure of reaching out to people. And then from there, we can say, okay, how many of those people do we convert, as in, follow-up emails, follow-up conversations, and so on and so forth, which are the lead measures that can then lead to a lag measure, which is revenue at the end of the day. And similarly with that, client satisfaction, for example, you can measure it, but again, it's a result. And so what you can do is you can send client update emails. You can have client feedback conversations once a month or once a quarter or whatever. You can do things to make sure that that client is always satisfied, which are the lead measures. So lead measure, again, how many or what percentage of our clients have we spoken to on the phone this month, right? And so if we've spoken to 50% of our clients, we know that next month we need to speak to the other 50% of clients, so 2 months don't pass before or in between client conversations, right? So this is something very helpful that you can, let's say, use within the, let's say, overarching view of your business. Again, most people have only lag measures. We recommend you distinguish between lead measures and lag measures, and if you do that, you will see that you'll have a much better view on what leads to success. Okay, maybe reaching out to people over email doesn't work. Maybe reaching out to people over LinkedIn works, or through Instagram, or maybe going to events works. Whatever lead measures you can put in place to see if you reach your end lag measure. So there are 4 main things we recommend everyone measure. And so those things are, number 1, top line revenue. So top line means the money amount that comes into your account every month or every year. After that, bottom line profit. This is what we call take home cash. So this is what you can send yourself as dividends. So let's say you made revenue of 100 grand, and let's say your total expenses of everything was 80 grand. So your bottom line profit margin is 20,000, which you can send yourself as dividends. Or if you're, again, a director, manager, employee within a company, you can negotiate, hey, based on how much profit I generate, I want a percentage of that profit, right? Basically, you can add that to your Digger Act, right? In terms of consequences, if I do good in my role, this is how much more money I can make. Number 3 is client satisfaction. You should always measure client satisfaction and not measure it as, hey, Frank, are you happy? Because they'll say, yeah, I'm happy. You know, I have children, I have a good wife or a good spouse, whatever, you know, I'm generally happy. So that's not a very good question. And again, it's a closed question. Please ask open-ended questions. Ask things like, for example, what's one thing that we do that you really enjoy, that you really like about us? Well, I really like this. Okay, perfect. What's one thing that we do that you would wish we would do differently? Or what's one thing we don't do that you would wish we would start doing, right? Very, very good questions that you can ask and then implement based on their answers. And then once they see you implement that, typically you see client satisfaction go up. And then finally, the fourth thing, or the fourth area we recommend you measure is employee satisfaction. Okay, so employee means everyone on the team, whether you have contractors, vendors, full-time employees, right, W-2s, and so on. You want to make sure that you measure their satisfaction the same way you would measure client satisfaction. How do you do that? Well, there are a few ways that we talk about in the book. Number 1, what we say is all winning teams use scoreboards. Okay, so if you think of my example of earlier of a basketball match, imagine going to a basketball match. Typically they're an hour long or 1.5, depends on how much time they spend in between. But basically you go there and you see one team, you know, shoots a hoop, then the other team shoots a hoop, then and they keep just, you know, playing, but there's no scoreboard. Like you have no idea, and no one on the team has any idea who's winning, who's losing, right? You literally need to think about it in your head, but even that doesn't help, because at the end of the day, not having a scoreboard means there are no final rules for what winning and losing looks like. So winning teams always use scoreboards, right? And it's the same in business. Your entire team should be involved in defining the scoreboard. So for example, if it's sales, you can have the scoreboard be number of people reached, number of discovery calls held, number of proposals sent, number of contracts signed, number of or amount of revenue closed, number of products sold, and so on and so forth. Like anything that you want to add onto that scoreboard, you can add. And then once a week, you can measure that scoreboard. You can see, okay, how are we doing? Are we winning or are we losing? And it's the same with everything else. Like, for example, let's say you write content and you do SEO. And you can say, okay, what are some things we care about? Number of content pieces published. Number of, let's say, new people coming to the website in terms of traffic. Number of new keywords that we are ranking for, etc., etc. Like you can have as many different things on your scoreboard as you want for your specific team or your specific company. However, you have to have a scoreboard if you want to build the mentality of winning team, because winning teams look at the scoreboard. Are we winning or are we losing, right? If you're in office, you can literally put a big scoreboard in the office. I've seen this implemented very successfully in many locations. Or if you are remote, you can have like a dashboard that people have access to, whether that's a Google Sheet or whether you use something like Alvanda, like we use in our companies. But basically, you can have a dashboard that says, hey, are we winning or are we losing? A few characteristics of that dashboard is, number 1, there should be a full explanation of everything that we're measuring. Like we need to explain what that means so everyone's on the same page. Number 2, it should be very easy to update. It shouldn't take more time in my day. Like I should very easily be able to look at my CRM and see how many calls did I make today. 27. Okay, and I just update my scoreboard. Or maybe I have a smart CRM that updates the scoreboard automatically. However, whatever the case may be, it should be incredibly easy to do. The scoreboard will help you fix anything that's inconsistent within your business. What do I mean by that? If your goal is to make you more revenue in the long run, but the only thing your team is selling in terms of products is a product that we know has a 3-month churn rate in general, or the product itself is 3 months long, not year long, then we know that sooner or later your company can go bankrupt. So we don't want that. We want people to sign up to the year-long or to the multi-year long programs. And if we're not selling those, we know that we're in danger. So it will help you fix inconsistencies in how you manage the team and how you set expectations for everyone, how you agree on strategic initiatives of what we can do differently, what we can sell differently, what we can say differently on calls, and so on and so forth. When you talk about setting goals or setting certain expectations for your team, you will notice that vague goals lead to failure. What do I mean by a vague goal? And I see this implemented everywhere in the world, and it's very sad to see. So some of the vague goals can be, for example, we are committed to enhancing the relationship with our customers. We are committed to enhancing our relationship with our customers. That's the goal. And you see this in companies, like you legitimately see this type of goal in companies. And I look at the goal, I'm like, okay, what does that mean? What do you mean what it means? Like, we have a better relationship with our clients if we succeed. How? Well, they will like us more. Why? Right? And so you can ask a bunch of stupid questions to, vague goals. However, if you have very concrete and very specific goals, like for example, we will increase our client satisfaction rate from 70%, which it is now, to 90% by the end of the quarter. That's a very specific goal, and that's measurable, right? And so based on that, you can set everything you need in terms of lead measures and lag measures within the scoreboard, so that people know, hey, I haven't talked to this client in 2 weeks. I should pick up the phone, or I should email them. I should see what's going on. I should check up on their account. I should whatever, right? And make sure that they're very satisfied with whatever service that you are providing to them. And it's the same for employees, and we're going to go into that in a second. So for now, the only action step I want you to take is to make sure that you have scoreboards. Make sure that every scoreboard is explained, every item on the scoreboard, and make sure everyone inputted into what they believe will lead to success, because then you get buy-in. Okay, I can do this, you can do that, the other person can do something. Once you have a scoreboard, we go to the next subchapter in the book, which is making progress every single week. Okay, so within your business, you want to measure certain things yearly, quarterly, monthly, weekly, and daily. When it comes to important initiatives that people take, like for example, making calls or let's say engaging in client surveys or things of that nature, typically you want to meet with the entire team at least on a weekly basis. The things that people do, they can measure daily. So you can say, hey, these are the things that every single day you should measure. Remember the Digger role descriptions. Within the role descriptions, in the accountability section, you should have daily, you should update this. Weekly, you should report on this. Monthly, you should report on this, whatever it is in your case, but make sure it's very clear. So people can, on a daily basis, make or update a sheet or update a tool or whatever it is, or the tool might update themselves. Basically, on a daily basis, you can keep track of how people are progressing. And then on a weekly basis, you should have a checkup on how people are doing on their MEOs. So MEOs is what we call most important outcomes. I've learned this from Aaron. I call them different. I had a different name for them before, but MEOs are great. So a most important outcome is basically a sub-outcome of whatever the role is. So remember, we talk about hiring for outcomes, not for tasks. We've talked about this many times. And so the outcome of a role might be to get or increase revenues by at least 10% month after month. This can be the outcome of a sales manager or director of sales. But that's an overarching outcome. That's a general outcome. So on a week-by-week basis, what are we going to do to help us get closer to that main overarching outcome? We will set MEOs for ourselves. So for example, what MEOs, most important outcomes, again, can a director of revenue put themselves so that they reach their overarching desired result of their role? For example, they can say, update phone scripts, right? Because people are making phone conversations, review and update or improve phone scripts based on the data that we have and based on some calls that I can listen to the recording of. Another thing they can do, look at events relevant within our industry and pick one that we can go to where we can either be a speaker, we can have a booth or whatever, right? These are two outcomes. They can have multiple different outcomes during a week. We don't recommend more than 5 outcomes because there are 5 business days typically in a week, and you shouldn't have more than one main outcome. There's an amazing book on the subject. It's called The One Thing or One Main Thing or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but basically it teaches you to set one important outcome for every single day in your life, right? So if you have a day off, you can say, my main outcome today is to, just get an extra 4 hours of sleep or spend time with my children, whatever. If you're at work, you have the outcomes that you set in the weekly MEO meetings, right? So you can have a weekly meeting with everyone in your team, and so everyone on the team sets their outcomes, but they don't set them on the call. And this is very important, and we teach this in all of our businesses. To the MEO meeting, everyone comes with their outcomes already set for the next week and their updates already tracked based on the MEOs from last week. So what everyone should report on is, number one, based on what MEOs I set for myself last week, which ones did I succeed on, which one did I fail at? Let's say you have 5 MEOs, you succeeded on 3 of them and 2 of them you failed at. And then you have 5 new MEOs for this week, right? And so if the 2 you failed at were very, very critical and you should really have done them, then the manager can give you feedback. Wait, that's not okay. It's not okay that you failed at those and you're postponing the achievement of those things by another week. We still need them done this week. What are you going to do about it, right? So that's what a MEO call is for. You get a two-sided conversation between people that report on and set MEOs and the managers of those individuals, so that you can have a good flow of progress week to week to week. Okay, and if you implement this, you'll see people will tend to love it, because instead of focusing on when I came to work or how much time I spent doing this or what tasks I've done, I just care about the MEOs. Did I hit my MEOs or not? There are always ways in which you can focus, and what we recommend is that you guys always focus on your priorities, right? So you set priorities for the quarter always, and then we should always focus our MEOs around those priorities. For example, if the main priority for the sales team this quarter is to increase conversion rates, because maybe they already reach out to 100,000 people a month and the conversion rates are abysmal, like they barely speak to maybe 50 people, so that's a 0 point something % conversion rate, or less than 50 people. Maybe the goal for this quarter is to increase conversion rates. So reach out to less people, basically burn less leads, and get more of those leads to actually hop on the call. If that is the case, the MEOs of your team should be structured around that goal, so that everyone feels that they can or they are helping you to win in that sense. That doesn't mean that every other priority that I have in my role is deleted. So for example, if one of my priorities is outreach, like reaching out to a certain number of people, I shouldn't stop doing that. The only difference is that, let's say, maybe 3 of my MEOs are to do outreach, like to reach out and generate new leads, and one of my MEOs, let's say I have 4 for the week, is one thing I can do to increase conversion rate. Like for example, do more prospecting, or segment people better and write better scripts based on those user segments. Whatever one thing I can do every single week to help my entire team increase conversion rates this quarter, because that's the most important thing for the quarter, I will feel like I'm contributing. I won't feel like every week is the same week on repeat and every day is the same day on repeat. I will feel that I'm constantly thriving towards something more, right? And that's amazing. It's an amazing feeling. All of us feel it when we have MEO meetings, and we're very excited at the end of the meeting, because now we know, okay, these are the 3 to 4 things I need to get done until next week, and my team will progress towards its goal. It's very important for these Mio meetings that we're aware of everyone's goals on the team, because again, some people might have goals that have nothing to do with the overarching business goal. So if they have goals like that, again, we can't expect all of their Mios to be assigned, based on the new goal that we have for the quarter. We need to understand them, we need to be on the same page, and then you will see that people pace themselves, right, in a very interesting way. Some people are very ambitious and they want to do 8 meals a week, right, because they can. Other people, are more conservative. They put 3 meals for themselves, 2 of the tasks that they have to do on a regular basis and 1 new one, right? And so be careful with how you do that. At the same time, you as the manager, you should know everyone's limits, and everyone should be on the same page whether or not they are adding enough value to the company and what type of value they're adding. This basically leads to teamwork that you can feel, right? And so Henry Ford said it very, very well. Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and then working together is success. Having clearly defined roles, having the lead and lag measures and transparent for everyone, having Mio meetings and talking with people every single week, that is what leads to everyone working together. So please schedule your Mio meetings, explain it to everyone. Those are your action steps. That's what you need to do. Make sure that moving forward, you have a scoreboard up, and your Mio meetings will help you hit those markers on the scoreboard. Okay. Now, let's move on a little bit to the side of business-wide goals, and let's move on to individual people. So you will find that the more you engage with and care about the individual people within your company, the more chances you have of them actually caring about you as well. Because and this is why I started my companies in the first place, because whenever I would go to other companies and they wouldn't really care about me and about what I do and so on and so forth, I would feel like, why am I even here? They don't care if I'm here, right? I mean, they care in the sense that I'm making and getting their results, but that's the only thing they care about. If it would be someone else doing the same thing, they wouldn't care if they're called Robert or Michael or Daniel. That's not the vibe, or that's not the vibe we want in our businesses or in our companies. And we recommend in the book that shouldn't be the vibe that you have in your businesses, that people don't really care, about the business, or they don't really think you care about them either. So what can you do about that? So what we do and what we've developed over the years and perfected over the years are what we call PDPs, or personal development plans. Okay, so PDPs are a structured way of giving and receiving feedback from the people within your business. So let's say you are a director in a company and you have 20 people under you. Out of those 20 people, 3 are your direct reports, and the other 17 are under those 3 people, right? So it's you, then 3 people, then 17 other individuals. So you should have PDPs with your 3 managers, and those 3 managers should have PDPs with their respective direct reports, with those 17 individuals. When you have these PDPs, the reason why they should be formal, right? And again, if you implement only part of what we recommend, do not expect to enjoy the same levels of success and growth that we have. If you implement everything exactly the way we teach it in the book or on this video, right, you will see the results that we have gotten, because we've proven this in 19 different sectors. It works every single time in the same way. So if you have these very structured PDPs, what happens on the PDPs is that it's a very safe environment where you have two-way feedback. On that environment, in that 30-minute meeting, I can have a call with Daniel, doesn't matter, and I can say, hey Daniel, I really loved when you did this. Did you enjoy doing that? Like, for example, helping, a colleague. And I can say, yeah, I actually really did. Okay, what's some way in which we can have you doing more of that, because you're obviously good at it, everyone loves it, and so on and so forth. And then you create a plan. It's a personal development plan. So within that, you create a plan for how they can basically build the career of their dreams. Okay? if they do anything negative, like for example, I can say to the same Daniel, I can say, this is what you tend to do. Like, you tend to always be 5 minutes late to every single meeting, and everyone else is there on time, but you're always late. What's that about? You say, well, my notifications, I don't hear my phone, I don't whatever, I don't. Like, okay, Daniel, but the Mio meeting is every Tuesday at 2 p.m. and you've been in the company for over 2 months. What are you talking about? It's every Tuesday at 2 p.m. You have no excuse for not being there, right? And so you have a very sincere, firm conversation with them around whatever it is that they do positively or negatively, so they do more of the positive and less of the negative. And then you can basically have a plan for what they can do to not do the negative things and do more of the positive. We have an exact structure of that explained in the book, but basically it's very easy for you to create your own structure or just use ours, in the sense that as long as it's formal, so you have the conversation, you give them the feedback that you have to give them, you agree on a plan, and you agree on deadlines, on checkpoints, like when are you going to check if this improvement was implemented or not. Okay, so this is the main function of that call, and I want to underline that this is a two-way conversation, and you need to tell that to everyone you have a PDP with. I'm giving you feedback as someone I'm working with, as my direct report, and you should give me feedback on how do you think the team can do better, how do you think I could do better, how do you think the company can do better, and so on and so forth. So that is the safe place where you can say anything. It doesn't matter, right? Obviously within the confines of the rules of engagement, like for example no swearing or no yelling or things like that. However, you can say, I believe the person you hired 2 weeks ago is completely incompetent, and they're not adding value, blah, blah, blah. Like, oh wow, I didn't know. So you're saying that, or why are you saying because they're hitting their meals? What's going on? Well, yes, the only reason Frank is hitting their meals is because George is spending so much time helping him. But George isn't going to say anything because he's a nice guy, but I'm telling you this is what's going on. Again, remember, this is a safe place where people come and open up about these things, like, oh, okay, well, let me talk to George first, have a PDP with George, figure out what's going on, right, in a very nuanced, a very professional manner, ask him what he spends his time on and so on, and dig deeper into that, right? Maybe George will say, no, actually I just spend maybe max 5 minutes a day helping the guy because he literally just has blockers that he doesn't know what to do. I just talk about it in the Mios whenever we talk about what we've been doing this week. It might sound like it's a lot, but it's actually not a lot. So now you have the correct perspective that actually it's not that much time, and you don't need to talk to Frank at all. Otherwise, if George confirms and says, oh my god, yes, there's I'm spending an hour a day just helping Frank, then you can say, okay, but do you believe Frank should be in this role, or do you believe they shouldn't be here anymore? Notice how productive these conversations can be. These can tell you everything that's going on in the business if you have these PDPs. And again, you only have them with your direct reports. If you have 500 people in your company, you really shouldn't have PDPs with all of them, right? You maybe have 10 direct reports, you speak to them, those 10 guys have 50 guys under them, 5 each, and they talk to those, and then those 50 guys have everyone else under them, and then they should have PDPs with them. Okay, it's very, very easy. And I mean easy, everything we recommend is easy. It's just people don't implement them because they take time, because they're busy with other things. However, this is how you build a thriving organization, one in which you can literally leave and everyone is on the same page, everyone's adding amazing value to the business, because everyone is on a personal development plan, everyone has a scoreboard that they're looking at, everyone is clear on who they're accountable for, how often and with what. So all of these systems that we're helping you put up basically help build that self-sustainable team that's the dream of every manager. So moving on from PDPs, this takes me very well to my second point, which is that typically what we see is that the awesome people that we referred to earlier, right, that really want to learn, they really want to do, and so on and so forth, not because they don't say it because, you know, they want a job, but they actually mean it, and they, you know, do the best they can with whatever resources they have and, you know, add value to the team. Those people typically warrant investment in them, right? And Aaron and I agree that whomever proves themselves to be, you know, willing, competent, and they want to do things, if you have these PDPs with them, typically what I do is I ask them, okay, are there any skill sets within your core competencies or adjacent to your core competencies that you would like to improve? For example, if I'm talking to developers, and sometimes I do, or I used to do a lot of this in the past, they can say something like, well, I'm really, really good at backend. I really know how to do everything there. However, I would love to learn more front end. Or a front end developer can say, I'm very competent in web front end development. However, I would like to learn mobile, right? And so these PDPs will help you create that personal development plan for every single person within your company based on what their goals are, right? And they can say, hey, I really want to know this better, I learn this better. What we do in our companies is we invest in courses, and then we give them access to those courses, or we give them mentorship, or we put them on projects where they can exercise that skill, right? And then become, like, get the competency they need. Like, for example, we put a front-end web developer on a front-end mobile project, and so they can learn, right, whilst they're doing that, and they have a mentor, a senior mobile developer overseeing them, giving them feedback, and so on. Many things you can do. The gist of it is we recommend you invest in your people. So now, many people say, like, I don't want to invest in people because, you know, they might leave, and so then my investment goes away from them. And so what I can tell you is that there was a very funny conversation Aaron heard at one point, and I think I also read it somewhere even before meeting him, was that someone said, I'm giving you the short version of the story. Someone said that I would much rather have very passionate and competent individuals that eventually leave my company than to have mediocre individuals that stay in my company forever. So I agree with that statement. You might want more mediocre people because you care more about keeping them forever, right? Instead of, you know, having churn and constantly hiring other people. However, in our case, we tend to be at the forefront of technology, the forefront of marketing, at the forefront of business administration, and so on. So we need people that are very passionate and very competent in these topics, and we invest a lot in them. And that's why people pay us so much to do the things we do, because they know they get the highest level of quality whenever it is we take on a new project. So the final thing I want to say with regards to all of these tools that we're talking about, you know, and empowering your team, is that all of these things are tools, right? The scoreboard is a tool. The org chart is a tool. The Digerac role description is a tool. The Mio meetings is a tool, or where you capture the contents of the Mio meeting. The PDP, the sheet that you use, or if you let Elvanda, or if you use anything else to keep track of that, all of these are tools. And so many people will not use these tools simply because they do not see them as tools. They see them as something they've learned how to do, like a skill, like, hey, I know how to do a PDP, or I know how to do scoreboards or whatever, and I will implement them. That's different. It's like getting a hammer, saying, oh, I know how a hammer works, and so I used it a few times, and then I'll just keep it there, and I know how it works. Whenever I need it, I'll use it. But you actually need to use the hammer every single day or every single week, but you don't use the hammer anymore. So if you're not going to use the hammer, you'll literally be, you know, hitting nails with your bare hands, or using whatever other ineffective tools, you know, like a piece of wood or a book or something. You know, you're literally just going to hit that nail, and it's not going to come out the exact way you want to, or it's going to be much more difficult. However, if you actually see everything we express in the book or in this video as a tool, All of these are tools. Job descriptions are tools. It's a tool to set the expectation of everyone in your company and to then keep people on top of those expectations. Because if someone joined the company, you use the tool to set the expectation, they joined the company, they agreed to all of those expectations. 2 months later, if they fail to meet those expectations, you bring out the hammer again, you bring out the tool, and you say, hey, you said you're going to do this, but you're not doing this. What's going on? I say, well, I never actually, wanted to do that. Well, okay, but you agreed to do it. And so this was the expectation. Either you do this, or you do something that's the equivalent or better than that, right? That has the same amount or more value to our business, but this was one of the things that we said that you need to do. Many people don't see job descriptions as tools. They see them, hey, it's just a job description. I use them when I hire someone and then I never use it again. Not true. It's a tool. Or the org chart. I define the org chart once and then I never use it again. That's false, because you use the org chart as a tool to determine what's the next person you need to hire. Always. You don't just randomly hire people. Say, oh, I need a VA to check my mail. Okay, but is the VA the best expenditure of your time? Or do you actually need a marketing person to get you more leads? What is the actual most important hire? And the org chart answers that question. Okay, so everything we talk about are tools, and you need to understand that building a business is exactly like building a house. You need the right tools to build a house, and if you don't use those tools, then you can't expect to build a house as quickly or as effectively or as well as possible. One of those tools that we talked about earlier in the video and earlier in the book are surveys. You can use surveys to get a lot of feedback, both from clients and from people within the company. The reason why I'm bringing that up again is to, let's say, underline its importance, right? You should have regular surveys within your team asking very specific questions of how people are feeling, giving them grades from 1 to 10. What do they feel the company could do better? What do they really like about the company? What change would they see? Would they like to see implemented? Or like, as many questions as you can ask them in that survey. We have a lot of questions in the book. You can find a lot of survey questions online, but basically add as many questions as you can and do this maybe once a quarter, right? And use this as a tool, right? That's why I'm mentioning it again. Use surveys as tools all the time because they give you the information that you need to take the right decisions in your business. Moving on from that, let's talk a little bit about something that the vast majority of people get wrong, which is promoting. Within the concept of empowering your team, sooner or later, you will want to promote individuals. Now, there are certain ways in which you should promote individuals and certain reasons why you should promote individuals. And there are many mistakes that people make when promoting individuals that lead to bad relationships, bad results, and so on and so forth. So there are some, let's say, key traits of what we call rising stars, right? For example, a few years ago, I hired someone for clerical work. They had no experience in our industry whatsoever, but we hired them based on heart. We hired them based on who they are as a person. That person now, 3 years later, is literally the CEO of the company. In 3 years, they have been promoted 3 or 4 times to become the CEO. Why? Because they've done so much within the company. And there are 3 things I want to, let's say, point out that will help you spot rising stars within your company as well. Number 1 is the quality of their work, right? Every time they do anything, the quality of that item or that deliverable is very high. If they have a conversation with a client and you listen to the recording, the quality of that conversation is very high. If they write, let's say, content, the quality of the content is very high, etc., etc. Whatever they do, it's very high. Another thing that they do is that they deliver very quickly. They don't wait around. We have a rule basically in our companies: we don't wait, right? If you need something from someone, it is your responsibility to follow up. If you tell me 1 week later on the Mio meeting that, hey, I haven't done this because I was waiting for Michael to send me something, and I say, okay, how many times have you followed up with Michael on that thing that you needed? I say, oh, I haven't, because he knows he needs to give me that thing. You failed. You failed on that. You should have followed up with Michael day 1, day 2, day 3. You should have told me, hey, Michael isn't getting back to me with whatever it is I need, so that I can pull rank and say, Michael, what are you doing? Frank is waiting on this from you and he can't do his Neo because of it. Well, yeah, but I didn't get around it and so on and so. Okay, but you shouldn't have set the expectation of helping him in the first place if you don't intend to do that, because now he is failing at his job. These people deliver quickly, right? They don't wait around. They want to get stuff done, and they will do everything required to get the results that they need to get. Okay? And then the third thing that these people do is they communicate effectively. Just like I gave the example earlier, you basically have Michael that's not giving Frank whatever it is he needs. So Frank follows up multiple times like, hey, Michael, I really need that. I really need that. When are you going to send that over? And if that doesn't work, they communicate with their management. They go to top management. They do whatever they need to do. They basically communicate all the time so that everyone is on the same page, expectations are set correctly, etc., etc., right? So these are the 3 things that you can do to spot rising stars within the company, or these are the 3 traits that those people will possess. If you want to, as an action step, you can do an assessment of everyone in your company and say, okay, these are the 3 traits that we have: quality, speed, and communication. Let me give a rate for, let's say I have 5 people on my team or 20 people. Let me give them 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, how they do on all of these 3 things, right? And so you can have them in a sheet, and then you can have, these 3 traits be columns or whatever, and start giving numbers. And then you can see, okay, well, Frank is actually the guy I should promote if I need to promote anyone. But now let's go to the next steps in terms of mistakes to avoid when promoting. So I'll give you 2 examples of people we've promoted in the past, which was a big mistake. So number 1, in one of our companies, we had a salesperson that was doing very, very well. They were selling a lot. And they were also very ambitious. And we didn't have a vice president of sales. We only had salespeople. So the CEO was directly managing the salespeople. So we wanted to have someone between the CEO and the salespeople that would manage everyone. So one of these salespeople was a rising star, right? They were amazing at everything they were doing. They were very fast, very communicative, and so on. So we were thinking of promoting them, and we asked them, would you like to become the vice president of sales? I said, yes, of course. I would love that. I would love to do that. So okay, they were very excited. We were very excited. So we promoted them. Big mistake. Very big mistake. Some of the mistakes we've made there. Number 1, we didn't treat this promotion as a recruitment process. In the book, we recommend treating every single promotion like as if you would be hiring someone for a new role, someone you've never met. Why? Because then you have the exact same interview structure. You have the first interview where you set expectations, you filter what they will do, you ask all of the questions exactly like you wouldn't know them. Number 2, on the second interview, you discuss the digger rack. You say, hey, these are the expectations that you need to have within this role. We did that for this person. The reason why it was a mistake and why we did that correctly is because we didn't have the digger rack system back then. We had a normal job description, and so those aren't the right tools to use to set expectations. Digger rack job descriptions are the right tool. So basically, we didn't do that. And then after they were hired, we couldn't keep them accountable for the actual results we were expecting from them. We were expecting sales to increase based on now we have a VP of sales, but they didn't. Guess what happened? Sales went down. Why? Because this guy was, let's say, maybe he was closing 25% of deals or something like that. So now they were spending 70% of their time doing VP level things, right? And basically closing way less deals, but way less. They're like, instead of, closing whatever, I'm making this up, I can't remember, $50,000 of new business a month, they're closing maybe $7,000 of new business, which is very painful to go from 50 grand to 7,000 or whatever it is, right? And so we're telling them, you're failing in your role because the VP of sales needs to increase sales month to month, not decrease it. And they're like, well, what do you expect? I'm not doing sales anymore. That's the reason for everything going down. But we would tell them that's not the goal. The goal is for that number to go up. And so, long story short, there's a lot of frustration that was being built there because they failed at their role, literally. And we can prove that they failed at the role. No one hires a vice president of sales in their company and expect their sales to go down. No vice president of sales goes into a company expecting that the sales of that company will be lower after they started in their new role than before. So we can factually prove that they failed, irrelevant of the excuses that we were discussing on those conversations, right? The issue now is that you can't demote someone. Because now they're going, or I mean, you can if they're very reasonable and they understand that, hey, this is actually not the role for me. But in most cases, people's ego gets in the way and they do not accept being demoted. They would just find another job, and so on. So that was a big mistake. And so I urge you to not make those mistakes and to take every single person through the recruitment process. I can tell you one other example in which we've made the same mistakes. And again, we mentioned other mistakes in the book, but basically with this CTO, they're an amazing, amazing developer. As a developer, they're very, very good. And we needed a CTO because our CTO was going away because they got a founder level role in a startup and they really liked the idea and they wanted to go there. And we said, okay, fine, that's okay, that's what you want to do. And so we were hiring internally and a few people applied for the CTO role and we were having conversations and this person was literally the best developer and they seemed to be the best fit as a CTO. However, again, because we didn't conduct the interview, we didn't set the correct expectations with the Dirac and so on and so forth, they ended up failing so much in the role that we ended up having issues after issues after issues on almost every single project he was managing. It was crazy how bad it was because his solution to issues on a project was that he will fix those things himself. And so he was spending so much more time working extra hours, being more of a developer and less being the manager, the mentor, the support person that the team actually needed on those projects. So again, if you implement everything we teach, promotion should be an easier thing to do, right? So what do you actually do? When you promote someone, you take them through the interview process exactly like we explained. And then when you get them on, you promote them as an interim person. So for example, in the CTO role, we would promote someone as an interim and you prepare these people for these conversations and you have these conversations with them and you prepare them for the role, right? So basically you say, okay, you can be the interim CTO for 3 months. And these are the metrics of success. If you hit these metrics, and we need to agree that those are the most important metrics, if we hit these metrics of success, then you will keep the role. Otherwise, you will revert back to this role because this way you get to see if you're actually good in this role and we get to see if we should keep you on this role or we should find someone else. Okay, so this is a very important thing that we can literally do one after another, right? In terms of all of the interviews we'd have with internal stakeholders. What we recommend you do in terms of promotions is to have a set system in place for promoting people. Just like you have a system in place, or you should have a system in place for recruiting new individuals, have a system in place, and this is your action step, have a system in place for making sure that those people progress in their careers in the best possible way whilst minimizing frustrations on both ends and maximizing the output that those people are capable of bringing, because they might think that their best role is of a CTO or a director of sales, but in actuality what their best role is maybe is of a team lead, where they're still a developer, they're still a salesperson, but they're also responsible for a few other salespeople or a few other developers. And that's almost the same as the director, just they are still functioning in their core competence, which is, either dev or marketing or engineering or whatever it is. So let's move on to level 4 of business excellence, which is the level of building a lasting culture. There are entire books, probably dozens if not hundreds of books, that talk about how you can build amazing cultures within businesses. And some of the books that Aaron and I really like are, for example, books like Good to Great or Built to Last from Jim Collins. And you can read those as well. They're very, very good. They talk about the value of cultural values. They talk about the value of aligning everyone to a mission or to a vision, and making sure everyone's on the same page, and basically laser focused on the difference that the company wants to make in the world or within a specific sector. Even on a small scale, as a coffee shop, maybe every employee is just passionate about coffee and the taste of coffee and how it makes you feel and how it gives you energy, and the good vibes of having a good morning discussion, at a nice cup of coffee, and so on and so forth. So you don't want someone that doesn't drink coffee at all to be an employee or a staff member within a coffee shop, right? You want people that are very passionate about that. Building a lasting culture has many, many facets, and there are so many things we can talk about. However, number one, the most fundamental thing you should do as a leader, right? Again, whether you're a manager, director, or owner of a company, as a leader of your team, you should do a very strong reflection of yourself. Who are you? What are your values? What do you believe in? What do you tolerate and don't tolerate, right? What does professional courtesy mean to you? What does, insubordinates mean to you? What do good results mean to you? What do poor results mean to you? Have a reflection of yourself. Understand who you are as a person. Journal about it. Write down everything you would want from, as an experience, let's say, think about it as a theme park. I was fortunate enough when I was in the US, and in and around the US, I had the experience of going to Six Flags. So when I was in Six Flags, every ride is like a world within, I believe, DC universe or something like that. So we had, rides that have to do with Batman and rides that have to do with Superman and so on and so forth. It was very, very cool. I really enjoyed it. There was one called the Joker. And so you're in the culture, like you felt the vibe of that place. And I expect it's the same in Disneyland. I've never been, but people tell me good things every time they go. You feel that culture there, and it's a reflection of the people that are the leaders within that company. So just like that, you are one of the leaders within your company. You should reflect on yourself to say, what do I care about? What are some of the things that matter to me? And this can't be delegated. You can't delegate this to someone else, right? You should ask yourself, what do I want? Again, for me, not swearing is very important in our companies. Maintaining a level of courtesy and professionalism in all conversations is very important in my companies, right? We do not tolerate aggression. We do not tolerate sarcasm, like bad sarcasm, not jokes, right? Not sarcastic jokes. We don't tolerate passive-aggressive sarcasm, right? Or passive aggressiveness in general. So that's just who I am. If I would be maybe a restaurant guy, a chef at the restaurant, like there's a great movie. I think it's called Burned or something like that, with this actor that's just very bad as a person when it comes to them being in the restaurant. They yell at everyone. They have unrealistic expectations. They throw things around and so on and so forth. That's the culture of that restaurant. So if he wants to build a thriving culture, he needs to find people that can thrive in that culture. They love pushing themselves to create the perfect dish and to season the soup perfectly or whatever it is. They do not tolerate, anything less than excellence for themselves, and they love having a leader that pushes them to not, slack and always do great. And so basically all of them are part of a 3 Michelin or whatever, they have as ratings star restaurant, right? They're not a 1-star restaurant, they're a 3-star restaurant. Like they take pride in working there, right? And so that's the culture. In our case, we take pride in, being very relaxed, in being very flexible with one another, in being very funny on calls. Like we take pride in having this culture of acceptance of, hey, you're having a bad day, that's fine, take the day off, or talk less to clients today because it's not really your day, and so on and so forth. So that's who we are. So that's the culture. That's a reflection of myself to a very large degree, and for all of the amazing people that I have had around me during these 14 years since we're doing business. And we're in a place where we just know. Like, I don't need to tell someone what my expectation is in a certain context. I remember the other day I saw in my inbox an issue, and I took a screenshot of it and sent it to my admin team, and it's like, this is an issue that has repeated itself I don't know how many times this year, and this is the last iteration of this. Otherwise, someone is going to get penalized if this happens again, right? Because at one point you need to put your foot down. And so what I recommended was a change in systems, because obviously people don't do it intentionally. Most people do not make mistakes intentionally. So if they make the same mistake over and over again, you should change the structure of the system that they're operating in. So I recommended an operational structure. When I hopped on a Mio call with the chief of staff of that team, they literally told me, I can't believe you sent that screenshot, because that same morning, 2 hours before that, I already had a chat with the team, and we all agreed that how did we mix this up again, and we already agreed onto the solution that you also proposed. So I was amazingly, pleasantly surprised. I was expecting it, but I didn't think about, in that one case, I wasn't expecting it to the sense that in this one instance I was expecting it. I expect people to already be a part of the culture and to understand how we operate and what we do, and how we always improve and don't make the same mistakes multiple times. And so I was pleasantly surprised, because I didn't even think that in that case that they should have done this and had this conversation before my screenshot, but they have, right? Which is amazing. Which takes me to my next point. When you build culture, you need to remove excess dependencies on whomever is at the top. So my team self-assessed that this was an issue that they provoked. That team created the problem. They assessed that, hey, we created this problem, and they by themselves came up with a solution. This is one very important factor of good culture, and we recommend all of you implement that, right? This is one of the action steps. Figure out how you can make everyone on the team self-sustainable. The way you do that is by looking at write a list of every single way in which you were involved in the business in the last week or month or whatever, or in the last day, if you can't remember last week, and see, okay, how could have my team done this by themselves? What should I have had in place in terms of expectations in the Digerac, in terms of goals in the Mio, in terms of anything that we're doing, so that they could have dealt with this issue by themselves and I would have not need to be involved. And make all of your directors and all of your managers follow the same thing. There's another great book that's called The 1 Minute Manager. I think the author is Ken Blanchard, and it's a very short book, but it basically teaches the same thing. It teaches how to help people be self-sustainable, and we talk about the same thing in the book and in this video. You literally make it so that whenever there's an issue, you need to teach people you should be able to figure everything out yourself. If you need me, that means I am failing you as a team leader. Right? And I don't want to fail you. I want you to have all of the knowledge, all of the tools, all of the guidance, everything there, so that you can take all of the decisions by yourself and not only take the decisions by yourself, but do amazing. Like, take the best decisions and do the amazing work, and I don't even need to be there. That doesn't mean that I'm not there. That doesn't mean that I don't spot check. That doesn't mean that I'm not working on whatever I like to work on in this business. That just means that you do not depend on me to do good work in your role. And that's a very important part of culture we recommend all of you implement. Moving on from there, another thing that is important in terms of culture to talk about is that you should involve everyone on your team when you're building culture, especially if you already have a team, right? If you're at the beginning and you have a small team, you can involve 3 people, but if you have 50 people, you can involve everyone. And you can literally ask them, what do you like about working here? And what do you dislike about working here? Who's one person you really like in the company? Who's one person you wish wouldn't be in the company? And so you would be surprised at the type of answers you get. For example, Aaron has an amazing story about when they bought Laughlin, him and his co-owner, when they bought Laughlin, their current company, or one of their current companies, they had an issue with someone, if I remember the story correctly, that was I want to use the correct words, yes, sexually harassing other people in the company. They would do it semi-mildly, so most people wouldn't say much. However, they were doing it constantly and for a long time. And so in one of the PDPs, Aaron wasn't calling them PDPs at the time, in one of the meetings that he was having with someone spoke up and said, hey, this is something that is really bothering me and no one's doing anything about it. And I was like, what? Excuse me, what's going on? It's like, yeah, this is going on. Can you tell me of other people that are doing this? And so they did. And so they had this conversation with multiple people, right? And very, professionally, again, is there someone in the company, that's either making you uncomfortable or you would wish they weren't here and so on. So they're figuring that out, talking to all of them. And interesting enough, all of them felt the same way about that one individual. And so they literally had to remove them from the company. And it's not like they had to, they wanted to. Because if you want to build a strong culture, again, you need to involve everyone in that culture. And you need to understand what people's needs are, what they care about, what makes them feel safe, what makes them feel valued, and so on and so forth. And you add those things within your culture if those things are also a reflection of yourself, as in if you fully agree with those things. If you're a guy yourself or you're a woman yourself that's very, lustful and, you yourself are sexually harassing other people and everyone in the company is sexually harassing one another, maybe that's the culture for you, right? That's the perfect culture for you, right? In our case, it's not. In our case, for example, we make a ton of sexual jokes or things like that or whatever, but they're so funny. Like when we made, for example, last year we went to a Christmas dinner and there were like maybe 10 or 12 of us. And basically there's this joke that we learned a few years ago. I can't remember where. Someone read it online and we used it a few times about someone being very athletic. And we sometimes make that joke because the way we read it online is, I can't remember, I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like someone that can play with a lot of balls at the same time can be a very athletic individual, right? And so we use that as an internal joke. And we have a ton of stupid internal jokes like that. Like, for example, we had nights when we would go, we had game nights. We would have like maybe 10 people here and we would play a very strange game called Cards Against Humanity. And the weirdest types of conversations come out when you're playing that game. And likewise, many of the jokes that we would use in cards of, or on the spot whilst playing the game, we then keep and we just play around with that, right? And so for us, that's perfectly acceptable. For some place that's maybe a very religious place or a very Christian place and they don't make, sexual jokes at all, they don't make alcohol jokes at all. Or for example, when we had the game nights, we also had alcohol. I personally don't drink alcohol at all. However, I don't have an issue with other people drinking alcohol, right? And so that's just how I am. So I don't mind, and we have snacks, we have alcohol, we have, a lot of things that I don't necessarily consume, but I don't mind if other people consume them. Again, I don't have a problem with that. If you're running a Christian organization that, doesn't drink alcohol, doesn't make jokes or comments like that or whatever, then this won't resonate with you. So if you have 4 people, like let's say you have a team of 10 people and 4 of those would love to drink alcohol or to have beers at the end of the day or whatever, but it really doesn't resonate with you, you just say, no, I'm sorry, not here, not in this company. This is not the culture I want to build. So for us, I really don't care. I really don't care how much people drink, as long as they don't become aggressive, they remain competent, they do whatever it is that they need to do. I don't agree with drinking, but again, I'm not against it like, some people are fanatically against it. This was the point on involving everyone within the building of your culture, and it still needs to be a reflection of you. Moving on from there, what you can do is you can decide what does being a rock star mean within your company, right? So let me explain what that is. If you go to, let's say most people use planes for transportation at one point or another in their life, like they travel via plane. So in most cases, your experience on the plane is you wait in line to get boarded, then you wait in line to take your seat, then you take your seat, then they tell you whatever it is that they need to do, that they need to tell you, and then after that you fly, and then you wait in line to get out of the plane, and then you wait in line for customs and so on and so forth. So it's not necessarily the most pleasant of experiences. It's just something you have to do when you want to travel with a plane. And so if you do this, you will find that the vast majority of experiences are the exact same, right? Which means that sooner or later they become invisible. You just know that this is what's going to happen. Like the first time you take a plane, you're listening to the instructions of what happens if the plane is going to crash, right? You're like, oh my God, I need to do this, and I need to be ready with this, and those are the exits, and so on. If you listen to that 10 times, the 11th time you'll be like, yeah, I know this, I'm just going to put my headphones on, right? So it goes into, invisibility. So now we would like to talk a little bit about building a culture that allows people to be rock stars within your company. So let me explain. Within certain airlines, there's a rule there's a guideline that people can make jokes whilst saying the guidelines of what you need to do in case of an emergency and so on. So I'm going to paraphrase an example of something I remember that a flight attendant has done on one of her trips. They're like, in case the oxygen masks fall out of the top, you put the first oxygen mask on yourself, and if you have children, you pick the child that you like most and you put the oxygen mask on them first, and then you put the oxygen mask on the second one. Everyone started laughing. It was so funny. Like, you pick the one you like most and you save them first, and then you go to the next one. And they made like 3 or 4 other jokes like that, and everyone was paying attention. That experience was so much better. It immediately became a rockstar experience, and that person became a rockstar in themselves for making that joke. Obviously, some people on the plane might have not liked the joke, right? Because whatever, they can get offended. It's very easy to get offended. It's a habit now. It's a trend of people getting offended for anything, right? And so maybe some people on the plane were offended. However, this was the culture of that company. If 50% of the plane loved it and 50% of the plane hated it, what I want as clients is the 50% that loved it. And that 50% will talk about all of their friends, and will talk about that with all of their friends, and they're like, oh my God, this was so funny. You need to fly that airline, so much better as an experience, etc. And everyone that's not their ideal client will be like, imagine what joke they said. They said this and then they said that. It was horrible. I would never fly with them again. And that is the natural selection of having both employees that really love your culture and clients that really love your culture, having like this amazing bonding experience that you can have. Is the almost the same thing in sports, right? When people really love a team or really love a player, right? They just bond with them. They feel they resonate with that team or with whatever it is that they stand for. And it's the same with businesses. So this is how you can become a rock star. Allow people to basically be amazing in whatever it is that they can do within their roles, and figure out what that is, right? In every role. How can a developer be a rock star? How can a customer success person be a rock star? How can a salesperson be a rock star? And ask them as well. Remember, you build culture together with people. So you ask them, what do you believe we could do so that people have amazing experiences? Let's brainstorm. And boom, 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 you come up with 20 things, and you choose the top 2 and implement them. Try them this quarter, see what feedback you get from people, right? So that's what I want you to do right now. That's the action step. Figure out for every single role, right, what could they do to become a rock star, and you can figure this out together with them. And I highly recommend doing this together with them, because they have so much experience and so much real world and timely events that have happened to them recently that you weren't there. You might know to do their job as well as they do it. However, you haven't done their job in maybe 6 months or 6 years. They are doing their job right now. So their experience right now is more relevant than your experience from 6 months or 6 years ago, right? So that's why it's very useful to involve people in these conversations. Moving on from there, the one thing I want to make very clear for everyone listening is that once you start involving people in everything in the business, right? You start showing them the vision of the business. You show them the goals for the quarter. You set the scoreboard. You allow them to become rock stars, and so on and so forth. You will see that your team wants to be involved. This is where you start feeling the benefits of being unshackled, right? This is at level 3 and 4. You're starting to feel the benefits of all of the systems you've put in place until now, because your team, once you have all of these systems in place, will know what the culture is, and they will understand that they can make recommendations of amazing experiences for their clients. They know that once a month they'll have a PDP and they're writing down the suggestions they have. They know that they need to set meals for themselves, and they just do. They want to be involved, right? The vast majority of people do not want to live a life in which they have zero excitement. They want an adventure, right? Most people want an adventure. That's why video games are so popular, because they give people a sense of adventure, a sense of excitement, a sense of progress. But imagine if we can do the same thing within companies. Imagine if you can feel a sense of progress within your team, helping your team. Imagine if you can feel a sense of progress within your own career, right, with PDPs and growing yourself every single quarter, every single year. Imagine if you can feel a sense of adventure, that you can try new things in the business. When all of these things are in place, your team will want to not only be involved, but also shine within their respective roles, right? And when I say shine, I don't mean from an egocentric standpoint. Maybe some people are support staff, but they will shine in the sense that there's a cool series, for example, it's called Suits. It's with lawyers. And there's a guy there, I think he's called Harvey Specter, if I'm not mistaken. And he has an assistant, and she is Donna. And so this is another inside joke that we have, that, in our world, I'm the Harvey Specter, and Michelle, my main chief of staff, she's my Donna, because she literally thinks of things in advance. So this is how she shines. So Donna, Harvey would come to her and would say, please cancel my 4 p.m. meeting. And she's like, I've already canceled it. And like, could you please put this person in instead? They're already there. And they're like, okay, could you please prepare the meeting notes for the meeting? It's like, here they are, right? And it's so cool to see, like, they're literally shining in their role. Like, they've done everything in advance of Harvey actually asking for it. It's so cool. I recommend you watch at least the first few episodes. It's nice. I don't watch any series until the end, because I get bored very quickly and they tend to repeat themselves a lot. But that's something I've seen in like one of the first episodes, and I really like that. And I immediately thought of Michelle, and I finally understood, because my team watches a lot of series in their spare time, and they said, you know, like Robert is like Harvey and Michelle is like Donna. They said so many times, and I never understood the reference. And then finally I saw the series and I understood it. And so Michelle shines every single day and every week because she's almost always in advance. Today I'm here at the office filming this, and she knew I was going to come here. So what she's done, she knew I had some paperwork to sign, so she literally prepared the paperwork on her desk and sent me a message. I don't know where you're going to shoot this week, but please note that I left you paperwork to sign so that you don't need to come twice to the office this week. I'm like, oh my God, I love you. Yes, please, thank you. To keep doing whatever it is you're doing. So they want to be involved. And many people, once you put them in this culture and you allow them to thrive, you will see that the most amazing things happen. And so the action step here is to figure out ways in which you can involve people in the day-to-day, let's say, strategic management or cultural management of the company. Even if you figure out one thing per month, like for example, this month we can do a survey. Next month we can do a brainstorming sessions on ways in which people could enjoy their work more. Next month we can do, for example, we can find new traditions that we can implement. You know, like for example, like game nights. We did a 360 survey and we figured out we can do game nights. Okay, so in one of the quarters or in one of the months of the quarter, we literally, that was the main thing that we wanted to do, to involve everyone in voting for the games that they would like to play on game night. Everyone was involved, right? Even people that didn't usually play games, they said, well, you know what, when I was younger, I used to play whatever, I don't know, Counter-Strike. They said, I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike, right? Like, okay, so you like first-person shooters. Do you mind, because no one plays Counter-Strike anymore, do you mind if we play whatever, Overwatch or whatever people were suggesting? I said, no, as long as it's, you know, very easy to learn and, you know, I can just go in and have fun, it's fine, I can join the game. Perfect, right? So we were involving everyone. Another thing I want to maybe tap onto a little bit, again, we were talking about culture in the sense of talking to people and involving them in building the culture and, you know, making it resonate with you and so on. And we brought up the example of Aaron when he bought Laughlin and they found out they have someone in there that's, you know, harassing other people within the company. So there are various different ways that people can harass one another, or there are ways in which they can be aggressive towards one another. There are ways in which people feel that their ideas are shut down or they're not listened to, or, you know, or things of that nature. So another part of culture that I want to underline is we should always strive to create a safe place to work, right? Even if you're the guy in the restaurant that always yells at their staff and, you know, and so on and so forth, that's your culture. If someone doesn't tolerate you, you tell them, if you don't like the way I treat people, you're free to leave and we can hire someone else. However, this is who I am. This is how I work. I don't have time to explain to you nicely that you've overcooked the potatoes. They were burned. They were charcoal, right? I could see black on them. They should have been crispy brown, not black, right? And I don't have time to explain it nicely. I just tell you that you screwed up. Do it again. Do it fast because they need their order right now, right? And that's who I am. I don't have time to be pleasant because that takes extra effort. And when we have 100 people wanting a meal at the exact same time, I am just stressed, and this is how I am. That's it. And then people understand. This is how you are. And I shouldn't expect you to be polite or whatever else. This is how you are. If I tolerate that, I'm fine. And at one point in these companies, within these environments, the yelling and the, you know, all of these things, they start to become invisible. And people will not notice the yelling, they'll just take the feedback. Hey, did you check this? Did you do that? The potatoes are burned, this and whatever, right? And they'll just literally take the feedback and run, because that's the culture they enjoy, right? And there are literally people that like that. So we are not here to judge people. There's an amazing bumper sticker that people have in the US. I've seen, I think, a picture of it. it's a very cool quote. I hope I don't paraphrase it too much. It says, "Do not judge me because I sin differently than you." Right? So don't judge me for being a smoker when you drink alcohol. Right? Don't judge me for yelling at my staff when you lie to your children, or whatever it is. So all of us sin to a certain extent and to certain parts of our life. So don't judge me because I sin differently. So we shouldn't judge a restaurant owner and their staff because they're yelling at one another and they're screaming and they're whatever, because those same guys finish their work at 10 p.m. or whatever, and then don't go home until 12 because they spend another 2 hours together drinking beers, having fun, shooting darts, playing pool, and so on and so forth, because they're actually a very good team and they love one another. They feel that that is a safe place for them. So I give this example because it's the exact opposite of what most people would consider a safe place, right? So I'm not here to judge you, or you shouldn't be here to judge anyone else for what a safe place means for them, right? In our case, a safe place means that people are listened to, right? No one's yelling at one another, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to give a final example for all of you, people out there that maybe are still judging others. If your company, and again, I'm not in the industry or I'm not part of it or anything, but if your company, for example, does adult filming, maybe sexual comments are something on a not day-to-day basis, but an hour-to-hour, minute-to-minute basis, because that's literally the industry in which they operate. Everyone in the room is super hot. Everyone in the room is about to get naked. Everyone is about to film themselves doing it, and so on and so forth. So what's a safe place for us in our company might be completely different from the adult industry. Same, it might be completely different from the casino industry. Casinos have to have a lot of big, bulky guys, that can tackle a dude immediately if they're, doing some trouble. My team would feel intimidated if one of those guys would just be sitting around watching everyone, making sure no one says something bad. For a casino, that is the definition of a safe place, because you want to feel safe in case someone swindles you, or if something happens, you can yell and, the guards will be there to make sure that, this guy that's drunk is going to be taken care of, basically escorted out of the building. That's basically it. The only action item here is to talk to people, or to add this to either PDPs or to add this to surveys, and to ask, hey, do you feel this is a safe place? And if yes or no, what do you think we could do differently to make it better? And you can define the safe place however it resonates with you, and ask if you agree with that definition, or if you want to do something else. Something that Aaron and I really love. I was doing these things even before meeting Aaron. However, Aaron defined it as one of the things that are crucial for a business's culture. I was doing them just because we felt all of us were talking to one another, we were having PDPs, we were having a lot of meetings, and we just felt to like doing these things. And what I'm talking about are traditions. So there's a great quote, I can't remember from what book, but it says that culture in your company exists regardless whether you want it or not. The only difference is that good leaders build culture consciously, and bad leaders let culture just happen, right? And so if you want to build a culture that you're proud of and everyone on the team can be proud of, you should probably do that consciously and not just let it happen. This goes very well with the topic of traditions. So what are traditions? Traditions are things that everyone or most of the people in the company enjoy doing on a regular basis. For example, something we do in Westrom is in winter, when Christmas is about, the vast majority of the people in Westrom are Christian. So we celebrate Christmas. We have a lot of people that don't celebrate Christmas. They have different religions, and we respect them just the same. And we have different traditions for them, right? Like, for example, Muslims have Eid, which is like their version of the New Year. And so in Eid, in Arabic means festival. So it's like the festival of the New Year. And so during that time, we give them praise, we say, have a blessed Eid, and so on and so forth. So this is sort of a tradition that we have. In Christmas, something that we do is we have someone in the company that has a nonprofit that gathers donations and gathers toys and whatever, and they go into underprivileged towns around our main city, and they basically donate clothing or books or pens or games or anything that they get as donations or they use money for. For example, this last year, the donations were in the form of tablets because they don't have technology. They have internet that they use on their phones, but they can't really, do homework at home or anything like that that has to do with digital, because it's very hard to do that on your phone. And so they figured out that if they would, because buying everyone laptops would have been too expensive, but tablets that have all of the functions of a laptop, they're just a little bit cheaper and easier to maneuver. They can write their homework on very easily, right? Because you can, still touch type on them, and then they can read their homework at the school very easily, right? So that's something we've done, and that helps those children have a better chance in the future because in their careers, because the vast majority of careers are digital nowadays. You always use a computer. And imagine these people are going into high school and they've never seen a computer. I mean, they've seen it maybe a few times at school, but they don't have one at home because they can't afford it. So we thought that's an amazing initiative, and we help as much as we can, and every year we try to help. So that's one of the traditions we do. In Aaron's case, they also have something similar to that. They do it for Thanksgiving. However, something else that they do, for example, is, if I remember correctly, once a week or once a month, they have something like pizza nights, or pizza days, where on that day, everyone can say what flavor of pizza they want, and then basically the one person in the company goes out, buys pizzas, and then shares them amongst everyone, and then everyone they don't bring lunch that day because they know they're going to eat pizza. And so that's just something, because that's something they do. If you have a remote team, you can still do the same thing because there are options of getting pizzas remotely, right? Like there are these food delivery services like DoorDash and so on. And so you can order pizzas for everyone, no matter where they are on the planet. And, everyone at 2 p.m. one time, like one time zone, they jump on and, everyone's eating pizza, everyone's just chilling. If that's a tradition you want to implement, right? So the point of this example is that you can find ways to add any forms of any traditions you want, whether you're local, whether you're remote, right? For example, in our case, we don't see those children. We don't see the tablets. We don't see anything. All of the donations and all of the let's say efforts that we do are all remote. Just that one person with their NGO does everything locally. Everyone else is remote, and we just try to help as best as we can, right? Every year is different. Every year we can donate different amounts, but the tradition stays the same. Every year for Christmas, we do something to help those less fortunate, have a better Christmas and, have a better life moving forward. So what are some of the traditions you guys would like to implement in your business, right? In your team? Think about that. That's your action step. Or maybe you already have some traditions, but they're not formalized. If that's the case, then formalize those traditions. Like make it so that, hey, every Thursday evening is game night. Every, first of the month we have pizza day. Whatever it is, right? You can formalize those traditions, and then people will love that as part of the culture. But again, involve people. Just come up with traditions and then make people do them, because they might not enjoy them. The next point that I want to mention is with regards to principle. So many people, when they go into this habit of, hey, I want to define all of the systems and procedures and processes within my company, everything. I want to define everything to the very last letter, to the very last point. That's cool in terms of guidance and training and making sure the level of quality of everything is the same, right? Or specific deliverables is the same, and so on. However, when it comes to culture, in most cases, we shouldn't have rules, but we should have principles, For example, you can have a sort of like a rule of we don't say this word and this word and this word and this word and this word, or you can have a principle of in this company we don't swear, right? It's a principle. And so if someone comes and says, okay, but what about this situation? And you say, the principle is very clear. In this company we do not swear, full stop. There are no exceptions to that principle. It's a principle that we have. And so you don't need to define every single detail about your principles. You just define basically the attitude you want people to have towards certain things. For example, an even better example, delivering exceptional service to clients. You can have rules to say that once someone does this, you need to do this. Once or after you've done this, you need to do this. Like very clear rules of exactly this, exactly every single time the same way. Or you can have those, like the bare minimum of those that you need. And then you can also have principles of if you feel a client isn't satisfied, even though you've done everything we've said, the principle is to find out why they're dissatisfied and what you could potentially do about it. Because you can find out that the best of rules and the best of expectations set still don't account for 100% of situations. They might account for 95% of situations. But what of the 5% of situations when that's not the case? So in those 5 situations, that's where principles shine. Because if you tell people, look, the main goal that you have to achieve is that people need to feel amazing when they work with us or when they use our products. They need to feel amazing, right? Anything you can do to have that happen in a, obviously ethical manner and, within budget, you should do. And so that's a principle. You don't need to explain all of them. You can give them ideas, right? And we do, for example, for the don't swear, we do, when we teach it, we say it doesn't matter what the client says, it doesn't matter how angry you are, it doesn't matter what day you're having. You cannot swear. And if you do swear, someone will typically tell you, hey, that's not tolerated here, stop doing it, right? And so basically, if you focus on principles, even when you create the digger acts, the job descriptions, you don't need to say that you need to post every single day at this time, these many times, these many letters, and so on. No, have principles. Say you should post as many times as required to engage enough people so that we get these many leads per week. So now, because the person has the principle, they can thrive within that culture, because whether they post on a Tuesday or a Wednesday or a Friday, or whether they post at 10 a.m. or 5 p.m., it doesn't matter. What matters is the end result. You just, as a principle, said you should post on Facebook. As a principle, you say you should email our clients at least once a month. Whether you do it on the 7th of the month or the 5th or the 15th, doesn't matter. Email every client, have a conversation with every client at least once a month, right? Maybe you have a vacation 2 weeks that month. What should you do? You can't reach out to them. If you have a strict rule that every client gets reached out to on the 5th, you can't reach out to them on the 5th because you're on vacation. But because you have a principle in your company, not a rule, then, or for your role, then that culture becomes something that you can grow into and you enjoy so much more. Because now people are treating you like an adult. You're like, hey, I understood the principle. I'm going to do the best I can with the resources that I have, and no one needs to micromanage me. And as long as I hit my targets, I will be given freedom. And people tend to love that. Okay? So now, moving forward, the next thing that I want to say in terms of building a strong culture is that something that tends to help, and at least for us, is, and for many companies that we've implemented this in, is to have an avatar of the company. So avatars are basically and typically fictional figures that people know and understand and they can resonate with. For example, the avatar within my company, Westrom, is Yoda. Why is the avatar Yoda? Because Yoda is always calm. Yoda is always calculated. Yoda is always looking at the big picture. He has a vision for what should happen. Yoda is very, very smart, right? He makes good decisions, or he tries to make the best decision. He always considers his decisions. He is the protector of his team and the universe, and we are the same. Our slogan within Westrom is creating a better tomorrow. So that's what we want to do, and that's what they're doing with the Jedi Academy and so on. We take a very active approach in the training and mentoring of our staff members, just like Yoda and the Jedi Academy does, and so on and so forth. So our mascot or our avatar is Yoda. You can have whatever mascot you want. Like, for example, let's say in your company, let's say you're a sales organization, and your goal is to hack and slash through as many different sales targets, and to be always aggressive with them, and to high five everyone whenever they make a sale, and to ring a bell, and to celebrate, and to go party, and to whatever. So maybe your avatar, if you know them, I just thought about them. A game I used to play when I was younger was Dota, Defense of the Ancients, and one character there is Davion, the Dragon Knight. So Davion is very ambitious. He is very considerate. He loves to party. He is very goal oriented. Like, hey, what do we need to do? Where do we need to go? And so on. So maybe that's your avatar. Maybe if you're very, very calm and like mental health and so on and so forth, maybe you can find a fairy pixie, as your avatar. Whatever. I'm making stuff up and I'm trying to joke around. It doesn't matter what your avatar is. You just need to resonate with it. I'm gonna make another joke about, Diana finds sometimes these funny memes, and they say, and she says, "Hey, Diana is my wife, by the way." She says, "Oh, this is my soul animal," and it's like whatever, a penguin eating, like trying to eat, 3 fish at the same time or something like that, because she has quite an appetite, right? So whatever your avatar is, think about it, and then see what you resonate with and why you resonate with them. What are the common characteristics of that, right? What are some similar core values of that? Aaron's avatar, for example, in Laughlin is King Arthur, right? Or at least the fictional King Arthur, right? And there's a movie on it, and you can check it out, and it's just one representation of how King Arthur is, but they're very similar to Yoda, for example. You can find that avatar, and that's your action step. Find the avatar you resonate with, and then ask your team if they agree with that as well, and then see how they react to that, because you're just involving them. But the action step is to pick an avatar, right? After that, the next point we're going to go into is something that we've noticed in Westrom is vital to every single company, especially the ones that hire multiple different types of people from different backgrounds. So in our case, we hire people across 14 different time zones. Everyone, every religion, every skin color, every language that we can, find, and so on. So like we have Arabic, English, French, German, Spanish, Romanian, Hungarian, and so on. Like we have as many languages as I can think of, and basically everyone's different. Everyone has different upbringing. So something we noticed is that people act differently based on it. Even if they're in the same city, even if they were born in the same city, they might view common sense differently. So what we have in all of our companies is we call them common sense reminders. So again, these are not rules or anything like that. However, these are common sense reminders. For example, in our office, if you use the plate, because we have a kitchen and and so on, and you can do whatever you want. If you use the plate to have your lunch or whatever, you are responsible for cleaning that plate and putting it to dry. That's it. You don't need to wait until it dries and then put it back, but you at least need to wash it and put it back to dry. That's a common sense reminder that we had to implement, because I was coming to the office and there was a stack of dirty dishes in the sink. I was like, how can we have 20 dirty dishes in the sink when we have 4 people coming to the office? And I asked them, and they're like, well, we know that the cleaning lady comes once a week, so we just don't wash our dishes and we just use new dishes every time. And I'm like, I perfectly get your rationale on the subject, and I also disagree with it. Wash your plates, and I don't want to see this mess and these smells when I go into the kitchen. When I come to the office, I want everything to look great. I don't mind if you guys don't mop the floor or don't, put everything in order, but I don't want to sense that smell when I go into the kitchen. So that's one common sense reminder. Just like that, you can have as many common sense reminders as you want to. Another one we use digitally as remote teams is that if someone is not going to make a meeting on time, they are responsible for saying that they are going to be late or they might be late before the meeting starts. So if you are 5 minutes into the meeting and you have not told anyone that you're going to be late, that's a problem. In our company, that's a problem, because we have a common sense reminder. This is a principle that if you're going to be late to meeting or you might be late to meeting, you need to let us know. And in critical situations, because we have people coming up with all types of stupid excuses. However, in critical situations, when you literally have, let's say, a sales meeting from 3 to 3:30, and then you have a meal meeting from 3:30 to 4, you can come up with the excuse of, sorry, I was in a sales meeting, I couldn't really tell you I'm going to be late. False. On the 30-minute mark, when you realize you need a few more minutes, you gotta have just open Slack, open that place, and open the channel and just say, guys, on a sales meeting, we'll be 5 minutes late. Literally, it would have taken you just a few seconds, right? Even if you were in the conversation, you could have asked the other person, hey, I know we booked 30 minutes. Do you still have 5 minutes for us to wrap up before we go on? And they can say, yes, okay, just give me 1 second. I want to tell the team that I'm going to be 5 minutes late, and so on. Professional courtesy is professional courtesy. And in Westrom and in my other companies, we need to keep that, right? That's the common sense reminder. So just like that, your action step is to come up with everything that annoys you in your business or everything that you want to see in place in your business as, hey, this is how we operate here, right? These are the common sense reminders that they're common sense to me, and I think they're common sense to you. However, I'm not going to assume that they are. What I'm going to make sure is that we are all on the same place, on the same page with what common sense is in this company. With all of that being said, let's now go to level 5, which is the final level that a business in itself can attain, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Level 5 is called understanding the numbers. In this level, we talk about measuring what matters, measuring all of the KPIs and all of the little things that move within your business, so that even when you're not there, you can have a full view of everything that's going on, and you're never left wondering, oh my gosh, what's going on in that department, or what's happening with sales, what's happening with delivery, and so on and so forth. We want to move beyond that. We want to move to a level of transparency and order within every part of your business operations, that no one can even move a muscle without you knowing about it. And this is not about control. This is not about being, let's say, manipulative in any way. This is not about micromanagement or anything like that. This is all about transparency and seeing everything for exactly what it is. You cannot expect an organism as big as a large company of 50, 500 or 5,000 employees to function properly if you don't understand the flow of blood between every single organ, right? Like, you need to see how things work. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about in this level. In terms of measuring what matters, many people stop their measurements, let's say, at various parts of the organization that have to do with marketing, sales, or things of that nature. However, the vast majority of people fail to understand, within business at least, that the most important KPIs within a business, in the vast majority of cases again, are financial KPIs. Yet at the same time, the majority of businesses do not measure this one specific item or this grouping of items. When I talk to businesses and I ask them, okay, show me what you measure day by day, week by week, month by month, they show me things like traffic, they show me conversion rates, they show me all of these cool things which in themselves are important. And then I ask, okay, please show me your balance sheet. I'm like, what balance sheet? Your financial balance sheet. Show me your profit and loss statement. Show me your cash flow statement. And they don't have these documents, or they have them as a secondary item just from their accountant because they get their accounting balance sheets and so on and so forth, and that's it. But it's not a tool they actually use. So what our invitation is please start both building and always updating 3 items, at least these 3 financial items that will help you both track the success of your business and then take decisions based on how the business is actually going. So the first is your profit and loss statement. We always start with that because that gives you a view of the value of the business. The profit and loss statement basically looks at everything, right, and says, hey, this is how much cash we have, this is, where our debt is, and so on and so forth. You can have a balance sheet. The balance sheet pretty much does the same thing. The difference is in time frames and so on. I don't want to get too technical here. Look into it, do your own due diligence on these items. There are so many cool, let's say, mini courses on YouTube and everywhere else on accounting and so on. I don't recommend you become an accountant, but I do recommend, just like we recommended, in level 0, you get a sense of law, like you understand business law and you get to understand incorporation law and your liabilities and everything that you need to do to make sure you are free of those liabilities and so on and so forth. In level 5, we recommend you take a deep, not a superficial, but a very deep understanding of financial numbers. I want you to understand profit and loss statements, what they represent, how they're built. I want you to understand balance sheets. And the final thing is I want you to understand the cash flow statement. I want you to understand where cash is coming from and where cash is leaving. So the action step here is very clear. Create these documents if you don't have them already. And again, this is not something for your accountant to do. You can do this together with an accountant, right? And we recommend this very deeply. Find accountants that you can actually trust, that you can actually give all of this information to, and you work with them to build all of these, let's say, tools, because we call them tools, they're business management tools, to build all of these financial tools so that you can actually get a sense of where you're making money and where you're losing money. And when I say sense, again, I don't mean in a superficial way. I mean on a very deep level. I understand every single dollar that leaves my business and why, and what's the purpose of that, and what's the return on investment of that. And you will be shocked at how many subscriptions you have, how many small things you're paying for, and so on and so forth in most businesses. Obviously, if you're a one-person show, this will be less relevant. Or if you're let's say you're managing a small team of 5 people within a company, this might be a little bit less relevant. You might have just a few marketing subscriptions, let's say Ahrefs in marketing, or some other marketing tools that you're using on your website, and then the salaries of the 5 people, and that's about it. Even though I want you to understand, hey, this is how my team is spending money, and this is the value that we are bringing to the organization. And you can do this at every level of the org, and we've talked about this earlier in this video or in previous videos around how a department or a team will only live for as long as it adds value to the company. If it stops adding value to the company, sooner or later it's going to be fired or repurposed, right? That's why we see companies like Microsoft lay off, 100,000 employees, because they realize that division is not making money, and it hasn't been making money for over 12 months. We have to let everyone go or repurpose those people and so on and so forth, right? So don't be part of that team that gets let go, right? As a manager, as a director, as a vice president, as a owner of an agency that's rendering services to someone else, don't be on the team that's being let go. Focus on these items. See how much are we spending? How much are we making? And you can look at it from a client's perspective as well. Again, if you're a service provider, how much money are they paying us? How much money are we making them? And make it very clear to them on your monthly calls or weekly calls or whatever. Hey, this is what you're spending on us, and this is how much you're making as a result of our relationship, right? So all of these financial numbers are literally the most important ones you can manage in business. And I keep telling everyone I work with that asks me about business and business in general, any topic, I tell them, if you do not have these 3 items updated and tracked and used for insights, then you're not actually running a business or managing a team and so on. You're playing the game of business. It's still a game for you. It's not serious enough for you yet. You're not taking it as seriously as you probably should in your role as a manager, director, or business owner. Moving on from there, let's talk about cash flow, right? So we've talked about these 5 items. I'm not going to talk too much about the balance sheet and the P&L. I'm going to talk about cash. Why? You've heard this before, probably. It's a term that's coined in marketing and in sales and in business and everywhere, basically, when we talk about business affairs. And it is that cash flow is king, right? So let's talk a little bit about how we can manage that. I can tell you that cash is the solution to every problem in business, literally every problem in business. You cannot have a problem in business that cannot be solved with cash on hand. Okay, so your business's survival in times when times are not good for your business, and these can be very different. Like you can say, for example, that during I don't know what financial recession, everyone had it rough and it was hard for everyone and so on. But that's not true. What happens in a recession is not that there is less money, is that the wealth shifts. It shifts from old industries to new industries. It shifts from the lazy to the ambitious, hardworking individual. It shifts from certain parts of the world or certain regions to other regions, and so on and so forth. There's not less money in the world. And I explain this to everyone, whether it's a global pandemic going on, whether it's a recession, it doesn't matter what it is. There's never less money. The flow of money changes. So the only thing you need to make sure is that the flow of money is in your favor. So this is why we talk about cash flow, right? So cash solves every problem in every business. It doesn't matter. You can say, oh no, this problem is a cultural problem. Yes. And with cash, you can hire a cultural specialist. We actually have a company that goes into other companies and just works on their culture, making sure culture is fine, making sure, the wrong people that don't fit the culture are let go. Right type of people are hired that fit within the culture. Everyone agrees and aligns with their goals and so on. So we can do that for other people. The only thing that they need to do is pay us to do it. That's it. If they have enough cash, their culture problem can be solved. So what you need to do, you need to make sure, you don't need to do anything in life. What I want to recommend to you fully is that you should always have cash on hand. The quantity of cash differs from company to company. However, I recommend having at least 3 to 6 months of OPEX, of operating expenses, saved for you at any point in time, right? So if let's say your monthly costs are 100 grand, right? You should have $300 to $600 in cash at any point in time. If you do not have that, you are not recession proof. You are not a bad, period proof, let's say, because you can have a bad period of losing several clients at the same time and then having financial issues or things of that nature. Put money aside, keep it in a savings account or something like that, at least 3 months, if not 3 to 6 months. If you're not there yet, make a plan for that. And so we're going to talk about that now. Number one, what you can do if you're not there yet, or you're there and you want to increase your position in terms of cash flow, you want to grow and grow and grow, you're ambitious, you want to have more and be more and do more in your business and so on and so forth, this next part is for you, right? So number one is to obviously spend less money. And we're going to talk about 5 things that you can do to spend less money. Number one, you can think twice before making any expense. do not spend on anything as an impulse. So if you see something on, let's say, Facebook, that sounds like a great course or whatever, or if someone tells you, hey, buy this service or anything that looks like it's going to solve your problem or whatever, before you make any decision, sleep on it, right? And you can sleep on it for a day, a week, a month, doesn't matter. But basically, teach yourself to delay, right? Any purchase decision, even if it's important. At least one day, sleep on it, think about it, right? And see where you go from there the next day or the next week, okay? Number 2, I've taken this lesson from my wife. The way I operate is I like to just move, get the ball rolling, right? And sometimes people that work with me take that as, I'm a little bit easygoing. Like they just say something and I say, okay, sure, let's do it, right? Like I don't consider it seriously. That's false. What I actually want is I want progress. I want momentum. I want someone to come up with a good idea. We think about that good idea. We think about pluses, cons, and so on. We maybe discuss it for 30 minutes and then we get going. Because 90% is execution. It's just 10% is the plan. Because plans always shift, priorities always shift, and so on. So let's execute, let's move. However, when it comes to finances, again, my wife is very good on this. I'll give you just one example. Recently, we own a piece of property in the center of a city where we are. And it's in a little area with multiple other houses and so on. And we wanted to change how pipes go, how water goes, and so on and so forth. It was a project. I don't deal with this stuff. I don't like it. My wife loves it. She's into real estate or things like that. So she was at the time pregnant and she couldn't move. Or she could move, but she didn't want to deal with this. So I talked to someone, a contractor that came and told us, what they're going to do, how much it's going to cost, and so on. I went back to her and I was very excited because the guy obviously knew what he was talking about. And let's say he was charging whatever, $1,000. It didn't sound like much to me. It sounded like they're going to spend several days doing it. They're going to use their own materials, right? Like I was almost their ambassador to my wife. And my wife's like, why would we pay them $1,000? That's too much. What do you mean it's too much? It sounds very reasonable. The reality is that neither of us knew what the market rates were. So what she did, she said, that doesn't sound right to me. Let me talk to a few other people. And she literally did that. She talked to 2 other contractors, got both of them on the scene, got quotes from both of them, and we got the entire thing done for $500. Less than half of what I was just pleasantly gonna pay, just so it's off of my table. I don't need to think about it. Oh, it's $1,000, here you go. So she literally just saved $500 from making 2 additional phone calls and maybe 2 hours. So in 2 hours of effort, she saved $500. That puts her time at $250 an hour for that effort, because that's how much money she saved our family, right? And so you should do this in business as well. Again, I learned this from her, and I haven't been doing this in the past, but I started doing it after she taught me how to do this. It's literally just questioning every quote you get. So whenever you get the quote, you say, okay, perfect, that's one quote. Let me talk to 2 other vendors that seem to be of equal competence to you. And this might actually be the best quote I get, or this might be the best offer. But because I get multiple offers, I can now check and negotiate in between them. And we can basically get a better outcome as a result of maybe 2 or 3 extra hours of effort. Moving on from there, I highly recommend delaying all non-essential purchases. For example, let's say you have, I'm going to give a very weird example, but I want to give the point across. Let's say you have a gym membership and it's not a monthly recurring, it's something you pay month to month or whatever, something like that. That's how I have it. I have almost nothing on recurring. I don't like being billed recurring whether I use a service or not. So what I do is I pay for 1 month in the gym, and then I go to the gym, and on the last day of the gym, typically I go. And then 5 days, I don't go because I don't go for, maybe 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, however much. But that's time I win. And then the next time I go, I sign up again for the next month. What ends up happening is during the course of an entire year, I kid you not, I go a full year to the gym, and I only pay 10 to 11 months of gym membership because those 5 days at a time add up. imagine they add up 10 times. That's 50 days a year where I wouldn't have gone to the gym either way, and I'm not paying for the subscription, right? And so like that, you can do it with almost everything. Let's say, for example, you're going on a holiday or something like that. You can cancel your Netflix subscription, or you can cancel whatever tools you use to, let's say, track things. If you don't want to track them when you're on vacation, you stop those for a week or two. You save 2 weeks of payments, and then you get that back when you come back to work. You just reactivate them and you're all fine. So this one specific thing you can do with everything. However, you can do certain things. For example, let's say you have a party that you want to go out to. Instead of having the party now or like a business event, you can have that business event later. You can postpone it by a week, right? Basically, this is us inviting you. The action step here is obvious. Learn to delay spending money. Anything that's non-essential, learn to delay it. And ask yourself the question, basically become that person that always asks, do we need to spend this now? Or can we delay this by a week, a month, 2 months? Or what can we do? Like delay spending money, basically, right? Number 4 is spend as much time searching for interest-free payment options for everything that you need. For example, I don't believe in buying phones at full price anymore. Only maybe if they have like huge discounts and sales and you can get a $1,000 phone for $500. Yes, okay, fine, maybe then. However, in the vast majority of cases, if you go to the telecoms provider that you are subscribed to, you can get a phone for almost free. Like you literally you commit to being subscribed with them for another 2 years and they give you a free phone, or almost free. You pay maybe $5 or $10 extra a month, right? Or things like that. You need to do your due diligence, obviously. At the same time, when you buy a laptop, there are so many services online where you can buy the laptop, let's say for, again, $1,000, or you can get 12 interest-free payments on that $1,000. So you end up paying like $85 a month, and then you get the laptop today. You pay $85 today, you get the laptop today, and then next month you pay another $85 and so on and so forth until the end of the year. And then by the end of the year, you would have paid that $1,000, but then you've made use of that laptop for 1 full year. And these things matter. So whenever you have a chance of buying objects in general, anything that you need in business or personal life or cars or whatever, look at interest-free rates. Cars is a bit tricky because I don't know if there's such a thing as interest-free, but with items like laptops, phones, or anything online, typically you can get interest-free rates or with very, very small interest, maybe like 2% a year. And it doesn't matter because instead of $1,000 for the laptop, you pay $1,020. But you saved $1,000 for the vast majority of the year, right? And you can so easily make $85 back per month, right? If you're in any business. So the laptop pays for itself from the very first month, right? And so this is how cash flow works. Like you spend less, you delay payments, and then we're going to talk about making more in a second. I'm just going to give you the fifth example on what you can do to spend less. And that is to never buy off-the-shelf prices. So if someone comes to you, an agency, and you want to work with them, let's say they do SEO, and let's say it's whatever, $3,000 a month. And let's say you do what we recommended and get 3 others. And let's say the second agency is $4,000 and the third agency is $5,000, and they'll do pretty much the same thing. Like service and quality are the same. So you would obviously go with the $3,000 one. However, you hop on a call with them and say, hey, I want to do this. However, I want to do this for $2,700, whatever, 10% less. And so they might say no. Either it's $3,000, take it or leave it, whatever. However, what you need to do is you need to practice negotiating off-the-shelf pricing. Anything that's off the shelf, like, hey, this is $3,000, $2,000, whatever it is, for both services and products. Practice negotiation. Practice getting better deals. We have people, for example, that we work with within construction and real estate development and so on that have negotiated 6% discounts on materials that they buy in bulk, right? And so you might say, oh, 6%, that's nothing. Guess what? For them, it's more than $1 million in savings per year. So that's $1 million I'm not giving to the person I'm buying, the wood and the cement and so on and so forth. So for them, it's maybe $1 million in loss, but it's not because now we're buying from them and no one else, because they gave us a 6% discount, right? It's the same wood, it's basically the same, it's nothing different. However, here it's $1,000 worth of wood, here it's $940 worth of wood, right? Or sorry, it's $1,000 worth of wood for the price of $940. And so that basically adds up in time. So they practice and practice and practice negotiation, and even on small increments, those increments add up, and then you'll have more and more and more cash. So now let's look at how you can also make more, right? This is the second step. How do we sell more? How do you make more money in a business or in a career, right? So number one, the easiest way of doing that typically is through upsells, right? So if you sell food, let's say you sell burgers, very easy. You have a burger, you say, hey, do you want the burger itself, or do you want a double burger? Like, do you want an extra patty? The normal burger is $5, an extra patty is an extra $1. You know what? Give me the extra meat, give me an extra patty. Or let's say you're vegan, you get juices, right? Like fruit juices or things of that nature, which my wife and I love. Like, we get those very often. So you get the fruit juice, and they say, have standard fruit juice, $5, add double fruit for an extra 50 pence. You're like, of course I want double fruit for an extra 50 pence. But they've basically upsold you, and they make maybe 10 extra pennies, on that upsell. But those 10 extra pennies, guess what? Everyone gets, right? Like, everyone gets the extra fruit because it's so cheap, or the extra patty of meat or whatever. It's a very easy upsell. So you do the same thing in services. If you're selling, let's say, marketing services, you say, hey, we can do your SEO. Do you want also to do maybe a conversion rate optimization audit on your website? We're going to get so much traffic in, might as well at least do this, right? It's just an extra $1,000 and it's just a one-time cost. You say, yeah, sure, no problem. And now, instead of $3,000 a month, in month one, you make $4,000, right? And then they know their invoice goes down to $3,000 after that. You've just made an extra $1,000 out of an upsell on that same thing, right? And so, actually, on that, sorry, I misspoke a little bit. So on that, an upsell on SEO is to say, let's get a little bit more momentum at the beginning if you want to. So in month one, instead of writing 4 pieces of content, let's do 8 right in month one, just so we get the bigger boost of content, and then we can go to the 3K a month. And they'll say, okay, sure, fine, let's do that. I like how it sounds. You need to obviously work on your sales pitch and so on and so forth, but this is the main idea of an upsell, right? Once they've confirmed that they want to buy something and they even signed whatever, you go back to them and say, hey, I got this idea, what do you think? It's just this much more, right? Either right before they pay or right after they pay, you upsell the same thing, but a little bit better in service and a better deal, right? Now we go to cross-selling. So cross-selling is what I gave an example of earlier. Like, you sold the SEO package, and right at the edge where they're about to sign, or they have already signed, I like to do it after. Like, I like to do it after they've already signed, contract signed, money in the bank. I go back to them the same day or the next day, say, hey, I came up with this idea, what do you think? And so what you can upsell is conversion rate optimization, pay-per-click, PR, link building, anything like that, like anything else that's relevant to what you already sold. If you're selling burgers, they bought the burger, you've already inputted it, and you ask, would you like fries with your burger, right? And say, yes, of course, sure. Or would you like a soft drink with your burger? Or anything like that, or something else. And so you keep pitching them. It's the same with everything else you sell. You would say, you can't do that when you sell shoes. Not true. There are those, whatever they call it, those sprays, those deodorants for shoes. You can just spray the shoe and it never smells. Or you can have the soles of the shoe so it's a bit more comfortable, and so on and so forth. Like you can upsell so many things, socks, right? Or cross sell, right? So you can do it in every industry. You just need to be creative about it, right? Smoothies as well. You sell that and then you can sell something else after that. I'm not an expert in the smoothie business, and I never want to be in restaurants for my own sake, my own mental health. I really appreciate everyone that has restaurants. I would not be able to do what they do, I believe, but I do have some very good restaurateur friends that I love to visit, and whenever I go and eat at their place, they always come out of the kitchen. We have good talks, and that's another reason why I go there. It's like very good customer service. We've already talked about this in the past, and we're at the point where all of these little things matter. When he comes out and he talks to me and he says, hey, what are your plans, right? Do you have anything, in the future? Say, well, hey, yes, we have a christening, like we're baptizing our daughter. Okay, and where are you getting the food from? He's literally giving himself an opportunity in these simple conversations with us to upsell other services or to cross-sell services and so on. And guess what? In one of these conversations, that's why I remember that, and that's why I brought it up today on the video, is because this literally happened like 2 weeks ago. We had this conversation. We went to a restaurant. The restaurateur was there. He came out. He talked to us. Right? We know the guy for a while now, and we literally reserved his services for a Saturday where we're gonna take like an event of 20 people we're gonna host at the restaurant. Right? So they've literally upsold us, and it was amazing. It was the most natural thing. But for him, it's more cash flow on that day. Right? So moving on from there. Another thing that you can do is you can always ask for referrals. And again, whether you sell shoes, if they like your shoes, you can ask for, 5 stars or whatever, and so on and so forth. Call them, email them, get feedback, ask for referrals. If you sell services, ask for referrals. If you sell houses, ask for referrals. It doesn't matter. Always be asking for referrals. And I recommend you even ask for referrals from people that haven't bought from you yet. Let's say you're having a very good conversation with someone, like you love each other. You're like, you have a bromance going on, or, whatever it's called between women, right? So you have all of that positive energy going, but you don't close the deal because it's not the right time, or, they need to think about it, whatever. And you ask them, you say, Frank, this conversation, I literally love. Like, this is one of the best calls I've had in so long, right? I really like how you think, and so on and so forth. And I have a very strong belief that birds of a feather flock together. So what I want to ask you is, who do you know, someone in your network, right, that you think I would work well with, right? And then literally, don't ask if there is someone, because there definitely is. So you just ask who in your network. Like, you make them think. And always when you ask for referrals, don't say if or do you know anyone, because they'll say, I'll think about it. No, you ask a direct question. Who in your network do you believe I would work well with? Or who in your network do you believe, would benefit from some comfortable shoes, or would want to buy a house, or is looking for houses in this area or anywhere else, right? And so on and so forth. So who, right? The question is who, and the answer of them can be, oh, I can think about it. Does no one cross your mind right now? Even just one person, I just really liked our conversation. I'm curious, if, your friends are just as cool as you are. Whatever you want to say, sell more, get those referrals, right? And practice. This takes practice. I've done this over 1,000 times. That's why these things just come to me, as I think about them, okay? As you practice, you'll also get better at this. Now, number 4. What we recommend as well is you should keep your past clients engaged. You can keep them engaged by, calling them once a quarter, once a year, whatever, sending them a message on LinkedIn for their birthday, keeping them engaged in a newsletter or anything like that, or any other way you want to keep them engaged with content, with anything. Just literally keep them engaged so that you stay top of mind whenever they might need your services again, or they have someone in their network that might need their services again, right? And so you keep doing that over and over again. You keep them engaged for as long as you can, or basically forever. If you've had a client, you've sold them a house, you'll say, the number of times I sell a house to one family is once in their lifetime. Not true. the vast majority of people move at least 2 to 3 times in their lifetime, right? Either they move to a different house or a different location, or jobs or countries or whatever. And so typically you can help them, and then in those situations you can be the person that they call if they need that type of help. Okay, moving on from there, another thing we recommend is always focus on high margin products. So let's say you sell 10 products, and these are the 10 that you run marketing campaigns on. Typically they don't have the same margin of profit. We've already touched on this a little bit earlier, but basically you should always focus your marketing and sales efforts on the items that have the highest profit margin within your specific business. For someone else, like let's say 2 companies do SEO. Both companies charge $3,000 a month. One of them, let's say, gets it done for $1,000 a month. The other one gets it done for $2,000. So the same product or the same service, exact same results, exact same whatever, the profit margin for one of them is 33%, the profit margin for the other one is 67%. So this company that's selling it for much cheaper, they can or can render the service for much cheaper. They can focus on this item. However, this other company might be very, very profitable in their pay-per-click services, right? Because you have your specialties, your business, whether you're in law, whether you're in building, it doesn't matter what you're in. That chicken thighs are more profitable than beef, whatever it is within your industry. So focus your sales efforts, like your marketing, your campaigns, like your banners, your whatever, on the items that you make the highest amount of profit on, and then keep selling those as much as you can, right? And then the final 6th step on how to sell more is basically to never stop selling. We've made this mistake in our businesses so many times. It's not even funny when I think about it. I'm like, oh gosh, we lost so much revenue as a result of it. Our marketing campaigns tend to be very, very effective because we've done this many times, and I actually own a marketing agency. So when we launch a new company, you typically see skyrockets in sales. Like, we've launched it now, in 1 month or 2 months, we're already a 6-figure company. Before the year end, we're already a 7-figure company. And we've done this over and over and over again, right? And we've done this for clients as well that say, hey, I have a cool idea. I want to launch next month. I need a partner. You can do it. Here's my marketing budget, sales budget. You do it for me. And then we just do it over and over again. So when that happens, what turns out to happen in a business is that there's a very obvious flow in terms of priorities from getting more revenue to managing the operation at the speed and scale at which it has to be managed. A business that has, let's say a marketing business that has 2 clients is very, very different than one that has 20, typically. It's very different. Like you can't even note, like there's no semblance of a comparison between the two. And then the 20 client agency is very different to the 200 client agency. You literally need to manage a completely different beast, right, in those 3 spectrums. And I realized, for example, with my companies, with my professional services companies, I prefer the dozens of clients realm. That's what I love. Whenever we're at a few clients, I don't like it because it's too risky. Like, I lose 1 client and then, 1/3 of my revenue drops, and I don't like that. With dozens, I don't have that risk anymore because I can lose 3-4 clients and I'm still profitable. However, it's still very manageable with a small team. However, every time when we try to go to hundreds of clients, the business needs to change and shift in a way that I don't like it, because it's not a lifestyle business anymore. I love lifestyle businesses. I love businesses that I can just, have a friendly conversation. This literally happened 2 days ago with the CEO of that business I was thinking about earlier. We literally, instead of having a video call live, we went to the basketball court and just we're shooting hoops, right? That's all we were doing. And we were just talking. how the business is going. He was giving me a report, how clients are, what's the take on new leads, how many new leads we have, what are the opportunities for upselling and so on. Like, we had the entire business conversation whilst we were both, playing basketball. It was amazing, and I love that. I don't want to get into, with those specific businesses, don't want to get into the corporate realm of, how things should be managed in the corporate level. We had businesses like that. They're going well. Our clients, most of our clients are in that realm. We're helping them grow like crazy, right? So I understand differences. You should too. And you should see that at all of these stages, when you transition, you need to focus on ops, right? And it's a very big focus on everything that has to do with managing the success of the delivery of your product or service. And so what tends to happen is you focus a lot on sales, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, and then you start getting a lot of clients as a result of all of that focus, and then you stop selling or you reduce selling significantly, which many times then leads to a dry spell a few months later. You don't see it at that point in time, but then 3 months later, you have no clients, you have no leads, or very few, and now you can't sustain all of the new hires or all of the new costs and so on and so forth, putting your company or your team in jeopardy. So you need to be cautious of that. And so what we recommend is that you never stop selling. You figure out a pattern of selling that you can tweak, like you can do more and less of, and so on, based on the success of your company. And then based on that, you deal with the problem of too many clients. That's the best problem you can have in business in general. You have too many clients. I need to run and rush and do this service and render that product and get more partners and whatever I need to do. But that is where you would like to be as a business owner and as a team member, because then the stress of success is infinitely different than the stress of poverty or scarcity. I kid you not. You want to have the stress of success in everything in life. You want to feel that, oh my God, this is going so well, and now I have to do all of these things in order to keep my success. That's such a better place to be. It's not level 10, and we're going to talk about level 10 in a second, but it's at least level 5 of business, where if you get to up until this stage, you're successful and successful and successful, and you're managing that success, right? And so this is where we want you to be. It's a productive level of stress where you are excited, you're growing, you're getting a lot of results, right? So never stop selling. That is the final point here. Now, moving on from there, the second two are very similar to one another. The next one is to reduce your accounts receivable days, right? So what do I mean by that? When you work with companies, you can get money right now. So this might be weird for someone that's maybe in shoes or whatever, e-commerce in general, because you make the money the moment someone buys, like it's instant. They pay first and then you ship the product. So what you can do, even in that businesses, you can reduce your accounts receivable. So I'll give two examples: products that you sell immediately and services. So with products, you would say it's already instant. I get paid and then I deliver the product. What's faster than instant? I can tell you, it's in advance. You can make money in advance. You can say, instead of pay me now for this shoe, you can have the inventory for the shoe, or you know that you'll get the inventory in a week, in a month, whatever. And you can say, hey, we have a sale on the first 100 or 1,000 items of this shoe, and that sale is for whatever, 20% off. The shoe goes live on the 7th of December. It doesn't matter, it's my birthday. It's not my birthday, but I'm just making this stuff up, right? 7th of December it comes out, and that's when the shoe goes live, and you have 1 month to get it. And you can literally you can sell 1,000 shoes 1 month in advance. Let's say the average shoe is whatever, $50. So you make, with the discount, so you make $50,000 1 month in advance of you having to do anything with that shoe. So that $50,000 might pay for 3,000 shoes, right? Like, you can literally collect the money now and pay for the manufacturing plant to make you 3,000 shoes 1,000 of those are already sold. The other 2,000 you'll sell at full price after that. So this is how you reduce accounts receivables in products. In services, obviously, instead of you doing the service and then getting paid later, which they're up to, if you work with companies like Nike and so on and so forth, you might get paid 60 to 90 days after you render the service. Like you might work for Nike for 3 months and not get paid, and then at the end of 3 months get paid for the work that you've done 3 months ago. So this is real, enterprise level contracts, right? Because Nike can't afford to work with anyone and they make the rules, right? However, in most cases you can negotiate. So people will negotiate in their service, like, hey, I want you to do the work now and we pay later. You need to learn to negotiate in your service, in your favor. And so we never do any amount of work before we get paid. First you sign the contract, then you make the payment, and only after you make the payment do I start to delegate people to do your work. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to move a muscle. I'm not going to write a single line of code. I'm not going to look into any website. You first pay me, and then after that I start doing the work, right? And so this is what you can do, okay? So that's what we do. That's what we negotiate, and 99% of the time, I want to say 100%, because I can't remember the last time when this didn't happen. Typically, we don't take on clients that don't agree to this pattern. However, some deals are too juicy to leave on the table, and they want net 30 or net 60 or whatever payment terms. And we do that when it's worth millions of dollars, because then you have a guarantee that if the contract is bulletproof, they will pay you. So that's what you can do with accounts receivable. Reduce that as much as you can. And again, you might not even have used the term of accounts receivable and accounts payable. If you haven't, again, you're just playing the game of business. You're not a serious business person yet. You need to understand these terms, look into, balance sheets, P&Ls, and so on and so forth. Just like I explained earlier, this video and these videos are long enough as they are. I don't have time to go into explaining what the balance sheet is, explaining what the P&L is, and what the difference between those are. You might find that confusing at the beginning. Look into it until there's no glimmer of confusion in that, right? Now, moving forward into the next one is you should focus on increasing your accounts payable days, right? So how can you collect money quicker is the previous point, and how can you spend money later is this point. So how can we spend money later? For example, you can talk to subscriptions that you have, and you can say, I want this subscription, but I want net 30 payment terms. And they'll say, no, we don't want that. You practice negotiation. The first time it probably is not going to work, but practice, they'll say no. Okay, but I do want some payment terms because we have some cash issues, we have whatever. We don't do that. You have to talk to your manager, do something. Again, I'm trying to teach you to practice negotiation. And you might get, at the end of the day, you might get 5 days net payment terms. You didn't get the 30 you wanted, you get 5, and you practiced. They came up with objections, you came up with more reasons why they should give you the net 5 terms or net 30 terms, whatever, and then you're negotiating. If you have people hired, the way we work is someone works for us for a month, and then for that amount of work we pay them on the 15th of the next month. So as professional services, so understand this is how our business works. We sell a service now, we make the money now, right? And let's say it's the 1st of the month, 1st of July. We make the money on the 1st of July. That's where we collect the money. We then work for a full month. On the 1st of August, we get paid again. So we get paid for month 2. So let's say it's $3,000. We're at $6,000 in money collected. The first time we pay for services for our people to have done this work is on day 45, which is on the 15th of August. That's when we pay salaries for last month. So not only did I not spend money the moment I made it, which is very common. I see this in so many businesses. They collect money, let's say for SEO, and then they immediately pay their team so that they're left with whatever it is that they're left with, and then that's how they manage their business. No. No. You collect the money as quickly as you can, and you spend it as late as you can, right? The reason why we can do this is because we're a 12-year-old company. You might not have this negotiating power. You might not have this trust built with people. You might not have this trust built with your audience and so on and so forth to pay you in advance, or people to accept being paid a little bit later and so on. You might not have this negotiating power. However, whether you have or have not the power, you should still practice negotiation, right, of this. So this is how we do it. And so not only do we keep 100% of the $3,000 up until day 45 when we spend the part of it. Let's say we spend 67% of it, we keep 1,000, we spend 2,000. We actually, at the 45-day mark, we don't have $1,000 left in that one account. We have $4,000 left because we spent 2,000 from the first three, but we already collected another 3,000 in month 2, right? So we are sitting on $4,000 of cash, which will pay for 2 more full months of services. So for the next 2 months, we have a 100% profit margin on that service because it's already paid for, right? The numbers might be a little bit exaggerated. Don't, take me on the 67% or whatever. Every service is different. I don't know the exact numbers because they always change. And you might say, how do you not know your numbers? You're telling us to know the numbers. The only reason I don't know exact numbers is because I have over 100 employees. Every single month, someone negotiates their salary. A client contract changes. So instead of us doing SEO for $3,000, we're doing SEO for $3,500 for 2 extra articles, whatever. It's a constant change. We're constantly negotiating, we're constantly upselling, cross-selling, we're constantly doing something. So that's why the margins always change. I know in general how they are, so I look at that and I check them often. However, this is the flux you should also be in. You should never know the exact number because that might be a little bit too much. You can know it, like, let's say if you just checked it, yes. But for example, for me, I'm filming this on a Saturday, right? This is how I spend my weekends. I create content for you guys. And then during the week, the last time I checked my numbers was yesterday morning, right? So since then, something might have changed. And another contract was negotiated, another, let's say, payment was delayed, and so on and so forth. So we might be even more profitable by the time I check it on Monday, right? So that being said, this is what you figure out if you're in products, how can you negotiate with your manufacturer? So they send you the product and you pay them after you got the product, for example. Whatever it is, figure it out, start negotiating, right? And the final one, if you do have inventory, this is for companies that have inventory. If you do have it, reduce it to your business. So instead of, let's say you sell trucks, right? Like every truck might be, whatever, $150,000 from Mercedes. You only sell Mercedes trucks, right? The big trucks that you see on the road. So every one truck is 150 grand and you sell trucks. So instead of having 10 trucks and you having 1.5 million in inventory, that a dry spell is about to happen, right? Like that August you sell nothing typically. Like you have 4 years of data and you can only have this data if you measure these numbers that we're talking about today. That's the only way you can know exactly how much you sell every month, every week, and so on and so forth, if you do what we teach you here at level 5, right? So you do this and then you say, well, I've sold like 50% less for the past 3 or 5 Augusts. Like in 4 years, I've always sold 50% less. So I can delay paying for this inventory, or I can delay purchasing these trucks up until September, or in late August, when I know September they pick back up, right? So that's another delay. So you reduce your inventory based on how your business works, and you can only know how your business works if you have historical data. So that's another reason why it's very important to measure all of these numbers, right? Understanding your numbers. Now, going on to the next thing, to the next chapter. Let's look at how often you should measure. So what we believe, what Aaron and I believe, is that you should be measuring KPIs, the most important parts of your business, every single day. Okay? You shouldn't be looking at your sales figures once a month or your finances once a month or things of that nature. You should see everything that's crucial to your business very, very quickly. If you do not have systems set up, there are many ways and many different countries, many different tools, many different ways in which you can measure things. But what we are suggesting is that, for example, if sales is something that's important to you, and it should be, then learn or build a system that allows you to measure sales daily. Everything about sales. How much you closed, what's your conversion rate, how many calls did we make, how many emails did we send, everything that has to do with sales, you should be able to check daily. This doesn't mean you will check daily. This means that if today is Friday at 4 p.m. and I really want to see how we're finishing the week, I can check. I can check what did we close today. If it's Wednesday morning at 8 a.m., I want to check, did someone close anything today? Or do I only have numbers from yesterday? And then I check yesterday. And if yesterday's numbers were horrible, at 8 a.m. on Wednesday, I'm like, guys, what's going on? We almost sold nothing yesterday, right? Like, I can have that conversation because I can have transparency on what's going on a day by day in every single aspect of my business that matters. So now, going into the next part, let's look at what should be measured. Well, in general, every single business, as you know, is different. However, there are in general some commonalities. For example, sales. What did you actually sell today, right? Whether you sell shoes or burgers or financial services or marketing services, doesn't matter what you're selling. What did you actually sell today? If you're a person within the company, like a manager within an internal ops thing, let's say you don't sell anything. However, you still have deliverables. So let's say you're a manager or a director of a engineering team within a company. Your deliverables are new features launched, new improvements made, like improvements in speed or user experience and so on, number of bugs fixed, number of bugs found proactively, right? And so on and so forth. So figure out what the KPIs are for you and track those on a daily, because that is what's going to tell you, is my team winning today or losing today? Are we doing good or doing bad? Is this a good day or a bad day? That's what's going to tell you. If you're in sales or if you're a business owner, whatever, you should see sales. You should see how much money are we spending, how much money are we making every single day. Because some days you might make $10,000 and spend $2,000. It's an amazing day. You have an 80% profit margin today. Tomorrow, you might make $2,000 and spend $4,000. And so now you're in a deficit, right? You made $8,000 yesterday, but you lost $2,000 today. And so you will see how much more fun business can be when you have this level of feedback. Because this is basically feedback. This is feedback from the world, right? And we can go through so many examples. I have a ton of stories. Aaron has a ton of stories. I'm not going to go into the stories now. I just wanted to give you some examples of what you can measure. And you should have, if you're not doing this already on a daily, pick 4 or 5 things. That's it. That's all I recommend. That's your action step. Pick 4 or 5 things that starting today, you're going to measure. I want you to know today how much progress you've made on these things. Or if you can't today, because you have to tell your team to measure them, at least decide on them today and then tell them today so that tomorrow, by the end of the day, you can get that information. Aaron and I also have a belief around transparency that many people hold their cards very close, like they don't share with anyone that works within or for them what's going on in the business and so on and so forth. However, for example, in terms of the example I gave you earlier of we collect money right now from our clients because of our reputation, because of who we are in our industry and so on. We can collect money in advance for work we haven't even done yet. And then we pay people 45 days after that. So now you can say that, well, you can't tell this to your employees. Like, you can't tell this to the people you work with because they're going to negotiate in their favor and so on and so forth, etc. Or they're not going to be happy that you're keeping the money for so long and they're getting paid so late. Not true. Not true. And I can tell you why. Because the moment someone works for you, their main or one of their main KPIs is stability. They don't want to make $1,000 this month. They want the certainty that they're going to be paid this month and next month and the month after that, and so on and so forth, for as long as possible. That's their number one priority. And that's the same for you as a business. You want to make sure you're being paid every single month, right? And so you keep making money and you can pay everyone and so on. The only thing you need to do with these people, if you share that, hey, this is how we are doing things, the only thing you need to do is then caveat that at the end to say, one of the main reasons we do this is because we never want to be in a position where we can't pay your salary. If the client has an issue, or if the client is the issue, right, like they're not paying or they're being a burden or whatever, in the first case, like they literally have issues and they can't pay the invoice or whatever happens, you still have a salary. The cash is with us. We got your salary in advance so we can keep paying you for months, even if the client stopped paying us, right? So if the client has an issue, and this happens so often, so we shield you from that financial jeopardy. We might have an issue with the client. We will fix that issue before you ever feel it. You're never going to feel the issue with the client. Like the entire world might be burning around, right, financially, but you have your reserves with us and we'll keep paying you every month. This is their most important KPI because they have a family. They have rent to pay. They have everything. They have all of their goals that they have outside of the business that they want to make sure that their work in the business covers all of that, right? Or they have children or whatever it is. So this is basically what we do, right? So we are very transparent with our finances, typically with everyone we work with. They know this is how much we make. This is how much you get paid. They know that based on fair market value, you're a junior, mid-level, senior, I can get someone exactly like you for cheaper. The reason why I'm not getting that person is because I really like you and I want to work with you. So let's say I can get this done for $20 an hour and you're 25. Fine. I'm fine with 20, 25. You need to understand you are 25% above market value, and that's what I'm paying right now because we have a good relationship, right? So that's what we're doing. In other cases, it might be the opposite. You might say, hey, if $20 an hour is fair market value, however, I can only pay you 18 right now. I can pay you below market value, but we resonate very well. I think you will enjoy working here more than you would enjoy it somewhere else where they might be paying you, 10%, 20% more. However, at the same time, you're not as happy as you are here, right? And then you work through that, you hire them for a little bit less. 6 months later, a year later, you give them a bonus, right? Like you pay them more, and then they stay with you longer, you start paying them more, right? So in the first year, you had a financial benefit because you got a $20 rate quality of work for 10% cheaper because that's the only thing you could afford at the time. And then a year later, right, they might be making 22, whatever. Like obviously there's inflation and so on. Just work with me here for the purpose of simplicity. They might be making 10% more than average market value, but now it's your way of thanking them that, hey, you've been there when I needed your help. Now I'm here, supporting you through this when I need your help, right? When you need my help or when you want to make more. And eventually they will become a senior. When they're a senior, maybe a senior earns whatever, 30 an hour, right? And so they will slowly, as their tenure happens with you, they'll go from 18 to 20, 22, 24, right? And at one point, they're just going to be 30 by default and they're a senior by that time, right? And so you just keep working from there and then they make 35 and so on, inflation, etc. But we've had people starting with us at $1,000 a month and then they end up being at $4,000 a month 2 years later. No exaggeration, starting at $1,000 a month and they're 4x'd their salary, right, in 2 to 3 years. And this has happened so often because people really enjoy working with us because we're very, very flexible in all of our businesses. The only thing I care about is outcomes. And we talked about this earlier in other videos and, in this video and so on. Basically, we're in one place where I really don't care when you work, what days, what times, and so on. The only thing I care about is, are you doing what you and I agreed you're gonna do? And if you get that done, I'm perfectly fine. And people love that level of freedom. We have unlimited vacation days in our companies. People can just do whatever they want, take off whenever they want. The only thing that they need to make sure is that their responsibilities are covered by themselves or by someone else, right? So that's basically it. Now, however, looking at the purpose of this entire story is that we recommend that people have transparency. Your team should know that you're winning, right? And the way they know that you're winning is that you have a large cash balance, right? They're safe in their company. This is what we're negotiating with the vendors. This is what I'm negotiating with you so that I and the entire team is safe, right? Because if I don't have this negotiation with you, I'm making an exception, and I don't want to make an exception, Frank. I'm sorry. I'm going to negotiate this with everyone. All of you will be paid 5 days later because we want to keep more cash so that if anything bad happens, this is what is going on, etc., right? So all of these are transparent conversations, and we recommend you transparently talk with everyone. This doesn't mean you show them all of your numbers, all of your finances, or things of that nature, but whatever is relevant to them, you can tell them. If you're managing a team internally that, again, isn't dealing with revenue and so on, you can say, hey guys, this is all of our salaries. This is what we make. This is what the team spends, right? And this is the value we're bringing to, the company. And the value right now is below what they're paying us. So we're in sort of a danger, right? We need to figure out how we can be more productive or work on things that add more value to the company or whatever, so that we are the most lucrative team that this company has ever seen. And guess what? That's how promotions happen, right? That's how you get paid more money. That's how bonuses happen. That's how, recommendation letters, if you want to then go to another company, that's how those happen, right? There's a very good movie, I recommend it. It's called The Devil Wears Prada. It's a story about a woman that has nothing to do with fashion and gets into fashion. And at the end, the owner of the fashion line or whatever that is makes a recommendation as a result of that woman wanting a different job somewhere else. And it's a very good story. And that's how you get that level of recommendation, by being dedicated, by learning the craft, by adding more value all the time. Because they weren't that person, and that's why I remember this story. That person was not responsible for revenue, not even a little bit. However, in that movie, if you haven't seen the movie, please go see it. It's just 90 minutes or whatever. In that movie, you can see how them being part of the team and actually wanting to do that, they're a little bit extreme. I might not recommend you being that extreme, but you can see how they find themselves. They understand what's important for them and who they are and what they want to do. And at the end of that, they leave the company. So they literally don't become like a long-lasting member of that company because they're literally just not into fashion. They want to do something else. However, and we talk about this in another video, this is what it means to work with superstars, right? That person is a superstar within that company for the 1 year, 2 years, whatever. They work with that company and then they move on. Instead of having mediocre people in the company that stay forever, you're rather off having superstars that stay with you for a few years, and then they say, Robert, you know what? I want to do poetry. I just want to write poetry for my life. Fine, go write poetry. Perfectly fine for that. Send me what you write. I'm curious to read, what you come up with, and that's it. If you ever want a job in the future, I can make a recommendation, and we move on. We shake hands and we go from there. Okay? That's basically it on transparency. Please be as transparent as you can with everyone, because people want to know the success that they're part of. If they start using your transparency against you, don't take it personally. It might be how they are, or they just might want to use it as bargaining chips to get a promotion. However, you can say, okay, I'll do this. You've used this as a bargaining chip. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put your role up for grabs, like online, and see what people we have as applicants and how much we can replace you for. Because right now I'm paying you this much, and I want to see what else is available on the market of people that can do exactly what it is you do. And then I can tell you from my side, my data. So you have your data of why you think you should be paid 25 instead of 20. And then let me get you my data and let's see what the numbers look like. Because at the end of the day, I might get whatever you're doing for 15. So I might get a 25% reduction. And what you're doing is you're asking for a 25% increase. So if we put our data together, we might find that you're actually very well paid. And so that's how it's going to stay. These discussions are not easy sometimes, and I want to oversimplify it. I want to make a very clear statement that doing things correctly might not always be the easiest way to do it. However, we're not in the business of easy. Life in general, if you look at Buddhism, for example, there are 4 things in Buddhism, right? The 4 truths of Buddhism. And the first truth of Buddhism is that life is suffering. You might not agree with that, but if you don't agree with that, do your research on why, the Buddha said that all life is suffering, and then you'll understand what it is. And if you look at the other truths as well, you'll see what that means. But basically, as long as you have ambition, as long as you have desire, you will always have a bit of suffering, because desire means that I have $1 million business and I want a $5 million business, let's say, or I have 5 people on my team, I want to manage 50 people on my team, right? Like whatever your career aspirations are in your field, you've never done that before. You have a desire of something that you've never accomplished in life. It's not going to be easy for the simple fact that it requires a different you. You from today don't know how to do that, because if you would already be there. You from today figure out what you think you need to do based on this book and anything else that is relevant for your career, and then you start doing that, like this book, exactly like what we're doing today, right? You take all of these and you start implementing, and as you implement, you'll get better and better and better. And some of these might feel uncomfortable. It might feel uncomfortable to share financials with your team. It might feel uncomfortable to share or to put your foot down when you say, no, we need to make a sale every single day. And if we're not making sales, that's an excuse. What's the excuse? These are the 5 excuses we're coming up with. Okay, what are the solutions for that? We've talked about that a little bit earlier, and I'm bringing it up today. Transparency. Focus on it. Have transparency in everything, and then people will levitate towards that as you keep giving them more and more and more. Again, I recommended you look into what finances mean and what accounting means and so on and so forth for your sake, so that you are not in the dark whenever another business person or a financial person speaks with you. However, we still recommend working with accountants, business-specific accountants. So accountants that have already done accounting for your business, and you can maybe even get references from. Hey, I've worked with Frank, and he's helped me with my law firm, and I increased my profitability because he helped me with this, he helped me with that, and so on. That's the type of accountant you want to work with. The type of accountant that doesn't just give you numbers, but they can help you save in terms of taxes or anything like that. And so we do recommend that, and that is what we have in terms of the best way of doing it. If you're an accountant yourself, you might still find value in working with an accountant just so that you get an extra pair of eyes, or you just delegate it and you don't have the same person making decisions as the person controlling those decisions, right? So that can be helpful as well. Now that you have, let's assume you've done all of these steps and you have your tools in place. You have your balance sheet, P&L, balance sheet and cash flow statements. Now you can start watching out for financial red flags. You can be in a place where you can tell in advance that the business is going to suffer. Aaron makes a very good point on this. They have several things that they sell, and I can make the same point because all of my businesses are the same. They have several things that they sell. One of them is incorporation. Like they can help you incorporate within the US. That's typically a one-time thing that you buy, like you incorporate, you're done, and then you can get like a yearly, because someone needs to represent you locally if you're not there. And if you don't represent yourself, you need someone representing you. That's a relatively inexpensive service. So you have that service of incorporation. It's a one-time thing. And then you have a service that they call Rockefeller. Is the highest level of service that they sell. Is basically the highest level of asset protection that you can get. They call it Rockefeller because that they got it from him, right? It's like a long story. It's very cool. I really love their ethos and what they build and how they help companies protect their assets. Even companies that have, 20 companies, like people, owners having 20 companies in many different states and so on. These guys are the guys that help them, manage everything and make sure everything is safe and set up correctly and so on. So that's the Rockefeller package. So Rockefeller is a yearly subscription, and the average Rockefeller person like that signs up for that stays with them for, I think it was 7 years or 8 years or something like that. So when Aaron looks at their books and he says, okay, we've sold $50,000 of services yesterday and $50,000 today and whatever it is, like he sees those numbers. Say, oh, well, the business is going well. That's what we should be selling every single day. However, what we recommend is that, remember, when you build your P&L, balance sheet, and so on, is that you have everything there. Every single cost, every single type of income, and so on and so forth. So on his income statements, he clearly sees the types of services that they're selling and the units of all of the services and how those units are adding up to 50 grand a day in sales. So now, when you look at that, he can look at all of the different types and seeing, wait. Last month, the majority of our money was from Rockefeller. Let's say 25 grand a day was in selling Rockefellers, one Rockefeller per day. So that's what we were doing. Now, I can see we're doing the same thing. However, we're not selling Rockefellers anymore. This is a red flag because he knows that his biggest long-term growth strategy is to sell Rockefellers because those are the clients that stay with them longest. And so if they're not selling that one specific type of service, then they're not future-proofing their business, so their business might actually shrink next year. So that's a very good example of a financial red flag. And the only way you can know this is, again, if you have your numbers. You need to have this financial history, this financial legacy. And if you ever want to sell your business, you want to sell your business and you want to have the bargaining chips. You want to say, I'm selling you this business. It's making $2 million a year in revenue, in $1 million of profit. I'm selling you this for $10 million, and this is why. Right? These are all of the reasons why. Everything I've already thought of. If this happens, then this is what we do. If this happens, this is what we do. And so on. This is what you sell to the next owner of your entity, right? That's how you get those high multiples that no one is getting. We know people that have 40 million or had $40 million a year businesses that sold their business for $5 million because it was so chaotic. Like nothing was in order. We, on the other hand, have sold businesses that were making under $1 million a year for $15 million. These are true stories that we've done. Why? Because there was so much order in the business. There was so much growth in the business. Like it was crazy. Like we can do this over and over again. We figured out how to do that. And this is what you can do. If you're within the business, you can do the exact same thing. You can see financial red flags you can have for you. They can be development red flags. Like for example, up until last week, the majority of value we've brought to the company was in terms of new features and improvements. However, this week, 50% of our work was in bug fixes. Where did those bugs come from? We created those bugs, right? Previously. So let's look at that. Why are we putting so many bugs into production? Or if you're an admin team, or if you're a finances team, or legal team, whatever, right? Why are so many contracts coming back for more, more changes and more edits? Because that's time on our bill. Like the company needs to pay us more and more and more to basically get less contracts out. So you as a manager of the legal department, you can figure that out. It depends on your KPIs. That's why we teach all of this in the book and in these videos in order. There's a syntax to this. You do this first, and then level 1, and level 2, and level 3, and so on and so forth. You shouldn't mix and match. Do these, everything we teach, you do it in this order. So by now, you have all of these systems in place. Now you will see the red flags and you will understand them differently. You will be the mature owner of anything that's going on within your team. You will know. No one will know better than you, right? And so this is what we're building. This is how we can get to level 5, and this is how we will go to level 10 after this, right? So now, and there are various other red flags that you can see. You'll only be able to see them specifically for your business if you actually start measuring, and then you'll understand what's a red flag for you. It can be in terms of finances, that cash flow is going down or profitability is going down. All of these things you can take a look at. If your profitability is going down month to month, that's a huge red flag. Why is profitability going down, and what are we going to do to solve that? Okay? Many things there that you can do once you have this in place. Have this in place. That's what you need to do. And now that we have all of these things in place, we can look at actually understanding all of these numbers and gathering insights based on what is going on. So it's an investment you have to make. Aaron and I believe that if you want to operate at the highest level of excellence in your business, in your career, this investment of putting these metrics in place, these systems of measurement, whether it's manual, like you just have people fill in a sheet, or you can use Alvanda for that. We do a lot of that. Or you have, let's say, automatic accounting, or filtering and so on and so forth. Whatever you have in place, or a CRM, etc., you need to make sure that this is in place, and then you invest the time also to check up on this often. You have your own checkup timelines. For example, you can have daily checkups on the most important KPIs like revenue or features being delivered or whatever it is. And you can have weekly things on less important KPIs, monthly things on less important KPIs, and maybe quarterly things on quarterly measurements on things that can only be measured per quarter, per month, etc. Right? Like maybe long-term increases in traffic, right? Traffic won't maybe increase day by day. It's useless to measure traffic day by day. You can measure it week by week or things of that nature. And then quarter by quarter, you can see if the business is actually growing properly. I recommend you measure everything else daily, and then we talked about lead measures and lag measures before. So you mentioned the lead measures of what you need to do, and then the lag measure on a quarterly basis. And then we also have a very interesting thing that Aaron coined. I think he coined it and I took it from him. It's called inspecting your expectations. So what you do is, I recommend as an action step, randomly, you just set it for yourself, randomly every single week, you check one random procedure, one random person, one random client, or something random in your business. So in your mind, you say, this person is doing content, they're writing content, and this is the procedure. So randomly, you just say, okay, let me check the procedure. And then you read the procedure, you say what they need to do. Let's say maybe the procedure is spot on, it's exactly how you think it needs to be. Then next week, you can check the person that's following that procedure. Have a call with them, check up on them, see what's going on, get their feedback, ask them what they're doing, and so on and so forth. And you might find that the procedure is perfect, but they're not following it. Or something else is going on. They found a better way of doing that thing, but they haven't told anyone about it. Or let's say your team is saying, oh, these client accounts are going perfectly. And then you hop on a client account randomly. You say, let me talk to that client. Everyone's saying that it's going so well. And you talk with the client, and they're actually super upset of whatever is going on, and so on and so forth, or no one has talked to them in over a month, or anything like that. You're not doing this to find fault. You're doing this to make sure that your expectations are being expected. And the reason is twofold, or the value of this is twofold. Number one, the value is that you get a pulse of how things are actually going. Like you get your numbers, you look at the numbers, everything's fine, and then once a week or once a month or however often you want, you inspect those expectations. You look at underneath what's going on, and you get a good pulse of how things are actually going. And number two, your team knows that randomly you're gonna check everything that they're doing. And they know by default, Robert randomly, on Thursday morning at 6 a.m., he's gonna wake up and he's gonna check the emails that we're sending to our clients. Randomly at Sunday evening at 5 p.m., he will have nothing to do and he's gonna check the procedures of whatever it is. And I've been doing this for years. Everyone knows that I'll randomly check all of the work that they've been doing or all of the results, right? I just do these spot checks randomly, and I ask them on the spot sometimes, how are we doing with this? What are we doing with that? They're being caught completely off guard. And guess what? I just have a gut feeling about this stuff, and almost every single time I nail it. I talk to directors of operation or CEOs, I talk with them, and they're like, okay, so you're saying clients are going well and all of this. Okay, please tell me how many leads we generated for this specific client last week. They're like, well, I don't know the exact number. Wait. You're telling me that we're doing well for this client and we don't have an exact number for them for last week? What are you talking about? Well, we don't update it every week and so on and so forth. We look at the tool where the leads come in, and we have a good sense for these things. I'm not doubting your sense, but that's not the process. The process says do the work for the clients and then write this number in this sheet once a week. Why aren't we doing that? Very easy conversations that have to happen, right? And so the moment that does happen, they're like, oh yeah, he does check that. I don't want to look foolish next time, and basically drop the ball on anything he's going to ask me about. I might as well do this properly. At the extreme, I used to be training to become a pilot at one point, and what our commander would do is they would line us up in front of the plane and they would ask us one random question from everything. Like we had 9 books that we needed to know every single page of, like what happens in this situation, how does the climate work when there's a storm, after a storm, sunny days, what happens if you hear this sound in the engine, what does that lever do, every single thing from 9 books, everything. It was so difficult. And they would ask us one random question that day. If you didn't know the answer to the one random question of anything, and they knew, the commander knew, he literally could decide if you're gonna fly today, because he knew where you're struggling and what you're good at. So he would always ask you questions in things that you're struggling with. So you would prepare in advance. You have an issue with mechanics, like you don't know the names of whatever. Before flying days, you would literally read the entire book again. And then you would go in and he would ask you a question. If you don't know the answer, you're not flying today. And so it might take you half a year to get your flying license, or it might take you 6 years, because you have to have a certain number of flights before that, and he just wouldn't allow you to fly. So this is an extreme measure. No one would do this in business, I believe, probably. However, in the army, in military, that was the Air Force. In the Air Force, they do that. They're that strict, right? And so in business, you don't need to be that strict, but they need to know that you're checking all of the things that move in the business sometime or another. At one point, and this is the final story on the subject, at one point I had the misfortune to hire a psychopath in one of my businesses. And we lost so many clients, so many people that we had, like we tarnished relationships with them. We lost so much money, so much time. We went into debt. It was horrible. Like I couldn't believe it. And one of the things that they implemented, the reason why we lost so much is because we hired them as a top level director. They were literally in charge of an entire division. And that division was making millions. And so we lost so much because of that. And so they're lying in almost all the time. every single time you would speak with them, one lie or another, something about the truth was skewed. They would leave you guessing every single time. And so it was my fault for not being even more firm and so on, but I never talked to psychopaths. I didn't know how to work with them. I didn't know how they function. This is something else that I'd probably write an entire book on it at this point. However, one of the things that they insisted on is that I should not mingle with their division because it's his. Either I fully trust him to do what they need to do, or why did I hire them in the first place? Like, why even hire them if I'm not going to trust them? Very good, let's say, comment or very good reason. However, has nothing to do with that. I own the company, full stop. I can do whatever I want in my company. You can tell me what I can and cannot do in my company. I can check up on you. I can check up on your direct report. I can check up on someone 10 levels down. You should never be pushed out of making sure that your culture, your procedures, everything that you want to see in your business happens the exact way you want it to happen. No one takes that away from you. If you're a director or a manager within a company and someone, like not the owner, but you're the owner of this specific result or this specific team, no one can come on and tell you, you shouldn't know what my process is. Like, I do my thing, you just do yours. No. I am 100% responsible for your work. I want to know how you do it, when you do it, and so on and so forth. I want that information. If you're not willing to give me that information of when you work, how you work, what's your procedure, and so on and so forth, we can't work together. I'm going to be transparent with you with what I get from leadership. You need to be transparent from me with what you're doing on your side. There should be complete transparency, or as much of complete transparency as we can get. This is not to micromanage. This is not to control. This is to make sure that business is run the way we run it here. If you want to do business differently, if you want to have complete control over what you're doing in a business and no one can ask you about it, set your own business. And then no one will ask you about it, right? Then get your own business, do entrepreneurship, and that's it. If you're working with other people, you have the stability of a salary, you have the stability of being shielded from clients and so on and so forth, and you literally have the stability of profit because all of your salary is 100% profit. In entrepreneurship, it's not like that. You can have low months where you can't pay yourself anything. In business, as an employee or as a contractor, the percentage of times contractors and employees are paid as compared to how often entrepreneurs are paid is crazy different. Like, maybe not 100% for employees, but let's say 90% of employees or 80% of employees are paid, and then maybe 20% of entrepreneurs are paid on a monthly as much as they should be paid that month. Because if there's a bad month, typically the entrepreneur takes a hit or the owner takes a hit. So that being said, in that area, this is why this is very important to me as well, this specific topic of checking. And Aaron, made it very clear, you always need to check, right? And so this is what you do. Make it a habit of always checking. This is the final point of level 5, right? This is inspecting expectations. You need to make sure that you have an alarm going off, once a week, once a month, or whatever. And anything you want to check, anything you feel like checking that time, just make sure you check it, okay? So how do you do that? How do you determine what you check? Well, it's very easy. You always have goals in place, right? And so the vast majority of people don't have goals. When I talk to them, I talk with them in the form of, okay, tell me what your goals are. And they say, these are my goals. Okay, perfect. Now tell me your plans. I say, well, that's my plan. No, wait. You told me your goals. You said you want to make this much money. You want to have these many clients. What's your actual plan? You mean how I get there? Yes. Perfect. Okay, let me show you. I have a sheet, right? Oh, they get so excited. I have a sheet. And they say, okay, here's us right now. We're at 10 clients. We want to get to 100 clients. This is how we're going to get there. And I look and they show me a sheet of month 1, 10 clients, month 2, 20 clients, month 3, 30 clients, and then, all of the numbers and everything. Okay, you're showing me a detailed outline of goals. What is your plan? And like, what are you talking about? That's my plan. We're gonna get 10 extra clients in February and then 10 extra clients in March. And like, you're not getting it. That's not the plan. That's still a goal. The only difference is that one was a 1-year goal or a 3-year goal, and these are monthly goals, but they're still goals. They're not a plan. And then, we start going into actual planning, right? Actual plans means how exactly are we going to reach out to all of those people that will be clients, right? What types of services are going to be a priority in terms of what we want to sell? Do we do this over email, like the channels, or do we do this over LinkedIn or YouTube, right? What are we going to, like, what's the actual plan? What's the script? What do we do when someone replies, right? If it's, the plan is to grow the tool set, right? Like, for example, like you're something internal, an internal department. What's the actual plan? Who's going to go on vacation when? You're making this sound like every single month is going to be the same. And they're like, well, no, but it's going to average out. What do you mean it's going to average? Do you mean you don't know when people typically take vacations? I'll tell you. June, July, August. Literally, like how much do you need to know, right? If they're Muslim, they take vacations when it's their New Year's. If they're Christian, they're going to take a vacation on Christmas, New Year's, and Easter. If they're in the US, they take off on 4th of July and Halloween and whatever. If they're like, you should know this stuff, right? This is an actual plan, because this is what separates, right, amazing strategists and planners from mediocre ones. Mediocre people have just goals. They say, oh, this is my goal. This is what I want to do. A strategist knows everything that they're going to do, right? And so that's how you know what to measure, and that's how you know what you need to focus on when you check things, because you have a plan, an actual plan. Again, not goals. We talked about visions at the beginning. A vision is, this is where we're going. That's the goal. And then a plan is, this is exactly what we're going to do to get there. So if I come to your business, let's say many businesses invite me to be partners in them and help grow their business. They give me shares. I go into businesses and I see goals. I say, okay, perfect. These are your goals. Show me your plans. And then I dissect their plans so much that I want them to convince me that this is going to work and this is why. And not convince me through charisma, but convince me through logic, right? Like, this is exactly what will happen. I become a very pushy devil's advocate in those conversations, because I literally want to see, is my investment of time worth it if I join forces with these guys and we're going to make this much money in the next year, 5 years, and so on, right? And so this is literally the final step of the game, right? Inspecting your expectations, making sure you have plans, and executing on those plans, right? Execution wins games. Now let's go to the final chapter of our conversation today, which is level 10, what we define as staying 10 steps ahead. So during our conversation thus far, we talked about level 0 through 5. If you've noticed, level 0 has a lot to do with mindset, has a lot to do with setting up things correctly, and so on and so forth, up until level 5, where we talk about accountability, making sure everything is set up correctly, and so on and so forth. And it has to do with the business itself. Now we take a step back. Now let's say you've already done everything up until step 5. And by the way, as a reminder, all of these need to be done in order, in the exact order in which we teach them. You can't just go to level 4, implement something at level 4, and then expect it to work. If you don't implement everything from 0 to 5 in this order, it's not going to work exactly as intended, right? At level 10, you already have everything set up. Your entire business is functioning exactly the way you want it to work, right? Or even if it's good, even if it's bad, if it's a good item, your team will take it as such and ask for referrals or ask for a testimonial or whatever. If it's a bad item, like a client is unhappy or whatever, again, the team is empowered to do what they need to do to handle that appropriately, right? So that's what we did up until step 5. Whether it's good or bad, the team can handle it, right? So now we take a step back. And so because we've set everything up, now we should look to ourselves, if we can, to become as zen as possible. Zen is a word that you've probably heard quite a few times in our culture. We haven't invented it. It's over 8,000 years old, if I remember correctly. Some people say 6, some people say 8, whatever. It's many thousands of years old. And the concept in itself is very simple. Zen talks about being present in the moment. If you look at any form of frustration, anger, sadness, annoyance, or things of that nature, in 100% of cases, those are not in the present moment. We are either angry at something that happened in the past, or we are scared by something that might happen in the future, or any other example. However, when you live in the exact present moment, this present moment typically, again, does not have anything attached to it. Right this second has perfect zen. The only way to live life is through the second, and the only way to experience creation to its fullest is through the second. If you are a religious person, you can say that God only works in the present moment. God does not work in the past nor in the future. In this right second, right? In this right second is where trees are growing. In this right second is where on the other side of the planet trees are being cut down to make, furniture or things of that nature. And in this right second is where you're thinking, is where you're feeling everything, is where every cell in your body is doing the work that it needs to do. And likewise, every cell in your organization, in your company, is doing everything that it needs to do to survive and then thrive if things are going well. So becoming Zen is something that we invite everyone to look into. Becoming Zen, again, means to live in the present moment. It doesn't mean to think fearfully about the future or to think with guilt about the past, saying, oh, we could have done better there. Okay, we haven't done better there. What went wrong? This is what you do in the present moment. Yes, what went wrong? Why did that happen? What can we do to prevent it in the future, and so on and so forth. We've touched on all of these in past chapters, so I'm not going to go into it. What our invitation with becoming Zen is that now that things are set up the way they should be, now it is possible for you, or much easier for you, to get into a place of Zen where you can think clearly and make the best decisions in every instance. It's very difficult, and I'm sure you've been there if you're an ambitious entrepreneur until now, or an ambitious manager. It's very difficult to be Zen when everything is burning, where you don't know what you need to do, where you don't have all of the answers, right? And so on and so forth. It's so difficult to remove yourself from the day-to-day when you have so many questions that you're literally stuck wondering, am I even doing what I should be doing in my role? This is something called imposter syndrome. Almost everyone that is ambitious enough feels it at one point or another, because they doubt, like, am I even doing what I should be doing? This book and these sessions give you all of the answers that you need, and everything. Wherever we say, okay, do your research online, you have your answer there. You can say, okay, they haven't taught me how to hire in my country. We don't need to teach you how to hire in your country. We just need to tell you that these are the principles of hiring, and if you ever are wondering what you should be doing, the principles will give you the answers. So the principles is what we have been focusing on. And so once you implement all of these principles, you'll see that it's much easier to attain a level of Zen, because you say, okay, we're doing everything the way we should be doing. Let me relax. Let me take a deep breath, and let's see what else we can do. Moving on from there, let's talk a little bit about time management. So with regards to time management, I'm an engineer, as you might know, and within engineering, we have something called a constant. So if you define a constant at the beginning of a class or at the beginning of a program, The reason why you define it as a constant is because you don't want that change. You say, this is the constant, this is what it is. Time equally is a constant. And so you can't manage time. And this is a misconception by most people. The only things you can actually manage are attention, what you give attention to, and energy. So when we talk about time management, the only two things that matter are attention management and energy management. Attention management can be defined in one word as the word focus. Are you focused on what matters most for your business, for your life, for your family, for your goals, and so on and so forth? And in terms of energy management, are you wasting your time doing things that you shouldn't be doing? Are you eating the wrong foods? Are you drinking the wrong liquids? Are you doing things that are basically taking away your life energy, your life force, and dissipating it so that you don't have enough to actually do the things that you need to do? With regards to the first part of focus, we've already talked about vision. We already talked about mission. And if you have multiple teams, you have a vision and a mission for each. If you're a manager within the organization, you have a vision and a mission for your team, a vision and a mission for yourself, and so on. So that's what you should be focused on 100% of your time, right? There shouldn't be any part of your day, your week, your month where you're not doing something to attain that vision. And that might sound overwhelming. However, let me be clear that taking breaks, as we discussed already, is part of that vision. Because again, you need energy. You need to manage your energy. You can't work constantly 24/7. You work for as long as you can work, then you take a break. But taking a break doesn't mean, watching a violent movie that will only get you stressed and anxious and, agitated. It can mean going for a walk in the park with your loved one. It can mean going to play a sport. It can mean reading a good book. It can mean just sleeping, right? However, that's a form of managing your time that puts the attention where it needs to be put, as in recuperation, and helps you gain more energy. Again, attention and energy. These are the only two things that matter. If you nail these two down, anything in life that you want within reason can be yours for the taking. You just need to manage these two items. Moving on from there, what we want to do is make it very clear for you that when people say lifetime, like let's say you have a vision for the next 3 years, and remember, do not have the main vision that you have shouldn't be the 20-year-old one. And I'm guilty of this because I started with 20 to 25 year visions, and I still have them. However, they're 25 years ahead. And so something that I want to mention is when people say lifetime, and I am actually going to say a very quick story. When we moved not long ago from the UK to Central Europe, we moved and everyone was asking, okay, is this like your final move? Is this like your permanent place or your permanent house or things of that nature? And that question to me is very odd because that's so constraintive as a way of thinking. Why would you constrain yourself to say, okay, I have a 35-year-old brain right now, right? I'm 35 years of experience, 35 years of wisdom that I've gathered. And so I will today decide how I am going to live the rest of my 65 years if I'm going to live to be 100, right? Statistically speaking, I'm going to live to be over 100. So hopefully nothing bad happens, knock on wood. So basically, even saying that, if you literally write it down and you read it, it sounds dumb, right? It doesn't sound like, oh yeah, that's a very wise thing to do. Let's take my 25-year-old brain or my 35-year-old brain or my 45-year-old brain, and then with that brain, decide what I'm going to do for the next 5, 6, 7 decades of my life. No, that's not okay. You can say, this is the direction, this is what I want, this is where I'm going. However, you'll have phases in your life. So what we recommend, Aaron and I, we recommend that you break up your life. You say, hey, these are my passions, this is what I want to do. Right now I'm doing this. Remember focus, remember attention. I'm doing this. Look at, for example, people like Michael Jordan. They said, I just want to do basketball. This is what I want to do. This is, my entire life. So that's what I'm going to focus on. That's what I'm going to use my energy on. And he did that for a very long period of time. However, that did not last forever. It lasted until it lasted, and now he's doing something else with his time. He's refocusing on other projects, other businesses, and so on and so forth. So nothing is forever in the sense that it has to be a box that you put yourself in. Just decide, literally say, look, for the next 3 years, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to focus on this, give it my best, see where I am. 3 years from now, I can decide again. Do I want to keep pursuing this for another 3 to 5 years, or do I want to do something else? Allow yourself that flexibility, and you'll see the level of stress in your life will just dissipate to a level that's almost unbelievable. Because up until now, if you've boxed yourself in to say, what's my life's mission? What's my life's goal? What's the purpose of life? If you've asked yourself questions like this, that all of us are guilty of asking ourselves at one point or another during our lives, you would have maybe felt stressed many times saying that I don't know what that is, or doing something that says this doesn't feel like my life's purpose. It doesn't need to be your life's purpose. Just do something that you think that you will enjoy for the next 3 to 5 years, and do it, give it your all. Even in the Bible it says, I can't remember the exact verse, but it says that you should do everything with all of your might, as if you would be doing it for God himself and not for any human master, something like that. I'm paraphrasing. It's a very, very good little paragraph in the Bible. So it basically tells you to give it your all in everything you do. And if you don't give it your all, that's when guilt sets in, right? You say, oh, well, I didn't do this, I could have done better, or whatever. We're not talking here about beating yourself up, and we've talked about this before in previous chapters. What we're talking about here is the knowledge that I wasn't distracted, right? Like I didn't do this business and this project and this hobby and whatever and so on and so forth, and I just was distracting myself all the time. No, I wanted to do this. The vast majority of my attention and energy went to this, and everything else was time spent with family or time spent in recreation and so on and so forth. Okay, so now moving on from there, we've talked a lot about delegation during the book, and so within level 10 is where you truly see, has everything been delegated? Do I need to do anything? And the key word here is need. Do I need to do anything in my team or in my business? If I need to do something, the team or business is not self-sustainable, right? Because they should be able to do everything by themselves. Whether you have 5 people or 2 people or 500 or 2,000 people, right? Those people, that organization that you have under you, should be able to do everything by themselves. If not, and if the leader just leaves or has an accident or goes on vacation, whatever, and if things start breaking, you haven't set up the 5 levels correctly. So now, test your delegation. The way you test it is everything working without me? Just take your hands off things, right? Just literally let people be the empowered individuals that they can be and help them. Don't be there to criticize. Don't be, the big brother or sister that just points fingers and says, haha, you're not doing it correctly. No, be there to support. You're the supporter of your team. You're the biggest cheerleader of everyone in the company, right? That's who you should be. So delegate, take your hands off. This is level 10, right? You're at level 10, you're 10 steps ahead. You shouldn't be involved in the day-to-day as a necessity. Again, you can be involved, but to accelerate progress, to help make things even better, to help clients get even better results, or to help the product be even more qualitative, whatever, but not necessary, right? So that's the main point here. Moving on from there, we're going to now talk about networking. So at level 10, one of your principal responsibilities is the responsibility of networking. The reason for that is because we can't possibly have all of the answers by ourselves. The only way we can tap into all answers, or the only 2 ways, is either through prayer or meditation, depends on what you believe in, and getting your answers from your subconscious, because your subconscious knows what it needs to do intrinsically. We have a let's say, a compass, a guiding compass that tells us that's the direction, right? Or that's what you should do. But you need to be in a state of Zen for that. You can't be angry or frustrated and so on, because the decisions you take in that state of being is not helpful. If you get yourself in a state of Zen and you pray and you meditate and you're sincere, say, what should I do in this situation? And then you write down everything that comes to mind. You can get answers that way. And the second best way is from other people who have been there, done that, their peers of yours, managers at the same level, or people maybe a few steps ahead of you, and so on and so forth. So start networking. The way you do that is by doing two main things, and these are two things that I really want you to do right now if you can, right? Or write them down at least, and after you finish watching the video, you're almost at the end, by the way. So you're very close. So what you do is two things. Number one, sign up to participate to an event in the next 90 days, right? Whatever event, whatever you want to go to, sign up. Whether it's free or paid, I don't care. Sign up and go to an event. Go out of your bubble, meet new people, have conversations, be there, be fully present, want what's best, like give your all. Don't go there with the idea of what can I take from this event, or who can I sell to at that event, and so on and so forth. There's nothing wrong with having lead generation and sales KPIs going to an event. What is wrong is you being selfish about when you're there. When you go to any event, when you have any conversation with anyone, remember to focus on giving value first. How can I give value to this person? Because the moment someone comes to you and has conversations with you, they'll have questions that they don't have answers for. They will maybe need to connect with people that they don't have, and so on. So be ready to give. Be ready to be the most valuable conversation or the most valuable meeting that that other person has had at the event. Okay, so that's number one. Book one event for yourself. And number two is to give yourself, so this is just for you, this is not for your team, give yourself the KPI to add at least one new person to your network every week. Right? That's one a week, that's 50 a year, 52 to be exact, right? So 52 people, it's not a lot, right? Some weeks maybe you're on vacation and you're not doing anything, right? So you might have 0, but the week before, the week after, maybe you add 2 new people to your network, right? And these are actual people you actually have conversations with. I'm not saying sending a connection request. You can send 100 connection requests if you want to. The idea is to have a true conversation with one new person that you've never met before or never had a conversation. They can be someone that's been in your LinkedIn network for 3 years, but you never actually sat down, had a conversation virtually or in person. So that is my recommendation to you. Moving on from there, the next point I want to make is around collaboration. So when you go to events, when you speak with people, the most important part of everything that can happen at those events, or whether it's an event or an in-person meeting, is to find ways in which you can collaborate. And I intentionally say collaborate. I don't mind whether you buy something from them, they buy something from you, you guys introduce people, you guys joint venture, you guys do whatever. But basically, find ways in which you can collaborate. Whether that's on getting feedback on the book, let's say, right? Hey, I really would love your feedback. I'd appreciate it. Let me know. I would value your opinion. Whether that's, let's say, a form of collaboration I had with someone at one point, as an example, we had a conversation and they said that I really can't tell if this person will be a good culture fit for us. There was a very important hire for them. And so they said, I don't know if this is a good fit. And I knew that person for a few years now. And I said, look, what we can do is I can have an interview with them. I know you, and I have a sense of what a good fit would be for you, and I can let you know if yes or no. And they love the idea. It's because we're peers. We're both owners of companies, same types of companies, just different places on the planet. And we actually work together on projects a lot because they sometimes have staff that we need immediately. We have staff that they need immediately, and so on. It's a very, very good relationship for, I think, 6 years now. So this was around 3 years in or something like that into our relationship, and I proposed this and they loved it. So that was a little form of collaboration. They got value out of it. I added value to them. It was just a very nice way in which we could, let's say, strengthen our relationship. So collaborate. And this book actually is a collaboration in itself. I'm collaborating with Aaron Scott Young to bring you the best business advice that we are capable of giving after generating over $1 billion cumulatively across all of our clients in the last few decades, right? So this is a lot of information that's going into this book and into these lessons. If you guys have any questions, of course, you can ask us, you can email us. We would gladly give you any form of help that we are able to give you. Moving on from there, I just briefly want to touch on the point of accountability. We talked about delegation earlier, and the difference between delegation is that delegation is someone doing things, and accountability is you making sure that everyone knows, and especially specifically the people that have been delegated to, know how they're accountable, how often, and to whom, right? So like perfect accountability. We've already talked about this. I'm bringing it up again because this is where you test, right? This is where you see, is this working or not? Accountability means that at any point in time, you can check a spreadsheet or a dashboard or a file or something somewhere, and you can see who's done what, when, how much time did it take, and so on and so forth. There's full transparency, full accountability. If you ask someone, who was responsible for this, everyone knows who was the one person responsible and accountable, and so on and so forth. So accountability is another thing that you should write on your list to basically check, say, hey, is everyone in my team accountable for the right things, right? Delegation, again, is one thing. Accountability is a sense of responsibility that people have, and you can see if people have that sense of responsibility. If they do not, you can look in, you can make expectations clear again. So this is where you do that. From there, I want to make a funny little comment. All of us have 8,760 blessings per year. These 8,760 blessings are the number of hours that are in any given year. I have the same 8,000 something blessings, and you have the same ones. Bill Gates has the same ones. Elon Musk, Ariana Huffington, Oprah Winfrey. Every person has the exact same number of blessings every single year. When you look at all of these blessings, you wake up in the morning, let's say it's 7 a.m. So your first blessing is from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. How are you going to use that blessing? Right? What are you going to do? Are you going to cuddle with your spouse? Are you going to go for a jog? Are you going to journal? Are you going to work for the first hour? What are you going to do? Right? How are you going to use that first blessed hour of the day? And then the next hour, and then the next hour, and so on and so forth. This concept of seeing every single hour in your life as a blessing can give you a sense of both gratitude and responsibility. Gratitude because you're blessed to have lived another hour on this planet in this life, and responsibility because now you have the responsibility of actually doing something with that blessing. When someone gives you a gift, you say thank you so much, and then you feel responsible to enjoy it, to use it, to do something with it. Otherwise, the gift was in vain. Why did you get the gift of this hour? How are you using the gift of this hour, right? This is what you can do to literally be in a point of total responsibility, total ownership of your life, where you see every single hour as a blessing. You can say, okay, thank you so much. I can be grateful for it. I'm going to go to the gym because I want to use this time. I'm going to work on this project that I think is very cool. I'm going to help this colleague of mine that I know is struggling. I'm going to spend some time with my mom or call her or whatever that might be, right? That is how you can choose to use your blessings. And you don't need to be super active again. You can use that blessing just to sleep, just to relax. Let's say you've already spent 8 hours of very intense living and after 8 hours you say, okay, hour 9 today I'm just gonna sleep. I'm gonna relax, I'm just gonna chill. That's all I'm going to do. So one of the best ways in which you can make the best use of these blessings is by taking your vision, your next 3-year vision, and saying, okay, within the next quarter, within the next year, or whatever time frame is reasonable for whatever it is you want to do, set yourself your goals, right? Like, what do I want? Set yourself some intentions, even if they're not goals. It doesn't need to be a goal in itself. Like, you don't need to have a goal of losing weight or gaining muscle or things of that nature. You might just have the goal of moving, right? Every single day, I want to use my body. I want to do some form of exercise, whether that's stretching, conditioning, strength training, resistance, endurance, and so on and so forth. Whatever that can be, again, just enjoy your time doing that. You might have a mini goal of practicing piano or the guitar, right? Something that was a skill when you're in high school and you never practiced, right? Maybe part of your recuperation time, where you spend time on weekends and you don't work or whatever, maybe part of that time, one blessing, one of those hours during the weekend, you can spend, learning a new song on the piano or whatever it is you want. So just write down everything you want to do with your newfound free time and money. Because again, if you implement everything from level 0 to 5 correctly within your team, you'll have so much time and money that you will not know what to do with. That's why we have level 10 to tell you. You should be networking. You should be focused, right? What's my goal? How can I contribute towards it, right? You should have all of these very clear goals that have to do with your vision, okay? This is why we're here. We've been there. I've literally been in a place a few years ago where I was in my living room. I was on the couch. I was looking at the ceiling. At that time, my wife had a full-time job at the hospital, so I was alone in the house. No one was there. We didn't have a dog. We didn't have children at the time. I was looking at the ceiling. I was thinking, okay, what do I do now? And I was thinking, maybe I should check on that. No, because in a few days we have a MEO meeting and they're going to tell me how it's going. So I don't want to micromanage. Maybe I should do this. Oh no, because actually someone else is doing that. Maybe I just kept thinking for over an hour. I think maybe 2-3 hours. I was just thinking, what should I be doing now with my time? What? There's nothing to do. Like, I literally had nothing to do. Everything was delegated. Everyone was accountable for everything that needed to be done. I had to do literally nothing. And this wasn't a small team. This was over 100 people across, I believe, 6, 7, or maybe even 8 companies at the time. I can't remember exactly when this was, but I had over half a dozen companies and I had to do nothing. And so this chapter is to prepare you to say that if you implement everything correctly, at one point you'll have to do nothing. And from that point of nothing, you can then draw power and say, okay, clean slate, I don't need to do anything. So what's the best use of my time? What's the absolute best use of the 8,000 and something blessings that I have, right? This is very, very important. And this is what we focus on the most at level 10. This is basically you getting into your new role. This is the true role of a leader that empowers, directs, supports, right? These are the real leaders that you see. You don't see companies like Tesla or companies like Microsoft or company like any form of a company that's so ginormous. No one could possibly manage it poorly, right? It has to be managed in a way in which there are people at every level of the organization that have been empowered and trained and are supported to do good on the mission, on the overarching mission of their division, of their team, of the company, right? So this is your new role as a leader, right? A true leader that has done everything that they need to do to support their team, to put them in the right frame, the right environment, the right mindset, and so on and so forth, including yourself. You first need to conquer yourself before you can conquer anyone else, right? And so in this new role, I want to give you an exercise. The exercise is very simple. Pull out your phone, maybe you're using your phone to watch this, I don't know. Then write it down somewhere, right? But basically you need to pull out your phone, and then when you do that, you have a timer app or something, and it's called the timer app, not the stopwatch app. So it's the timer app, and you set the timer app for 90 seconds. That's 1.5 minutes, right? So you set the timer app for 1.5 minutes, and then at one point you click go, right? When you click go, the immediate next thing you do is you answer the question, what would move the needle most in my team? And moving the needle might mean anything for you. If you're the owner of the company, it might mean revenue, it might mean new projects, it might mean profitability. If you're within a team, it might be the effectiveness of the team. It might be the level of quality projects that you're working on, and so on and so forth. Or the number of features, the number of products, the number of services that you can deliver on with your team. Whatever that is, you know what that is. You know what's the number one thing or a few things that would really move the needle. So the question is, what would really move the needle in my team right now? Like if that would happen, right, everything else would be so much simpler. So then you start the timer, and then you write down as many things as you can think of. Write down at least 10, at least 10, right? You can get to 20, you can get to more, but write down very quickly. Don't be too detailed, because you know what the point is. So write down 4, 5, 6 words, go 2, 4, 5, 6 words, 3, go 3, 4, 5, 6 words, and then you're done with the list. 90 seconds are up, right? So that was the first point. If you haven't done this, please stop the video right now and do it, because the next point has to do with the first one. So you have to do the first point, this one, before you do the second one. Please stop the video right now, pause it, right? Don't do anything else, then right there, write that. Did you do it? Please don't cheat. Please don't cheat. Do that. 1.5 minutes, 1 minute 30 seconds, right? Do it and then come back. Have you done it? Good. Now, point 2. Now you have your list, right? It's in front of you, 10 to 15, 20 items, however many you have the entire list there. What I want you to do now is look at that list. You can make a duplicate of it if you want to, just to have that as it is. But what I want you to do is look at that list and take each list item 2 by 2. So compare number 1 with number 2 and say which one of these two is more important. Which one of these two would move the needle more, one or the other. You say, okay, number 2 is more important. Then what you do with number 1, you cross it out. Like it doesn't exist. You just cross it out, and then now number 2 is your top priority. Then you compare number 2 to number 3. Say which one of these two is more important. You can say number 2 is still more important than number 3. Then you cross out number 3. And then you keep comparing. Then you compare number 2 to number 4, and so on and so forth, up until you get to the last item. So basically, you now have one thing that is the most important one, right? Than anything else. That's one. That's your number 1 most important item. And now you do the exact same thing again, right? Again, that's why it's helpful to have a duplicate of the list, but you can write it after. It's not like you can't read what you've written there, right? So you can write it again. And so now you do the exact same thing, but without that number 2. Let's assume number 2 was the most valuable thing. So you pull that out. That's your number 1 most important thing. Now, your second most important thing, you do the exact same thing again. And so now you'll get the second item. And this is what Aaron calls your fast forward items, right? Your fast forward focus items. FFF, fast forward focus items. So these items should be the overarching, let's say, almost monomaniacal focus of all of your attention and energy, right? So 90% of your time, or maybe more, should be spent on only these 2 items, on making sure these 2 items happen. Whilst everyone else in the business is busy doing whatever else they need to do to run the operation, you are busy making sure that number 1 and number 2, these 2 priorities happen. And the reason why you have two is because sometimes you need a break from one of them, right? So if you focus on just one thing, at some point you're like, okay, there's nothing else I can do on this today. That's why you have two items. So in case you've done the first one and you say, okay, this is all I could do today, let me have a second thing that I can work on, right? And then I'll do that as well and make sure both of these move in the right direction. If these two things happen, and you should have a list, right? Because you should have stopped the video. You can look at that list and you can look at those two items that are the most important. And if you achieve those two, you know that your business will be at a different level. You know that you'll be like, oh my gosh, this was a very good week or very good month or very good quarter. Depends on how much it takes you to achieve those two items. This doesn't mean you actually have to do those things, number 1 and 2. It just means that that's your focus, right? That's where your energy goes. That's where your focus goes. Your attention and energy, sorry. So when you look at those items, one of those items might be to expand to the UAE, right? That's not one task. So that one item that you get might turn into 100 tasks, and you won't do all of those 100 tasks. What you need to make sure is that gets done, right? That's your main priority at level 10. Again, if you haven't set up 0 to 5, your main priority is to set up 0 to 5. I'm talking with someone at this point in time that has already done 0 to 5 and now is at level 10, and now they're thinking, what should I do with my life? This is what you should do with your life. Number 1 and number 2. That's it. Nothing else should be a priority in terms of your career or whatever else we're talking about here. These are universally applicable, so you can do this for your health. What are the number 1 and 2 things that are most important for my health? For example, I don't know, quitting smoking or going for a walk every single day because I'm always sedentary and I smoke, right? So these are the most important things I can do. Okay, these are the things I'm gonna do, right? For my relationship, what are the 2 most important things I can do to improve my relationship with my wife or my husband, spouse, whatever, right? So the same principles apply everywhere. We're just talking about business here because this is the main topic of our conversation together. Moving on from there, let's look at stepping outside of our little bubble a little bit. Up until now, you've been used to doing certain things in your business, in your team, in your, let's say, day-to-day activities. What Aaron and I would invite you to do is to write down at least 3. We recommend at least 3. You can write down 5, 10, whatever. At least 3 items that maybe you don't necessarily want to do, that someone else could in principle do, right? So for example, something that I really didn't like doing is I didn't like checking my inboxes, my emails, and dealing with that. This is very old news. This is maybe 8 years old or something like that. So I didn't want to be in my inbox. I just wanted to work, for example, to create a proposal, to have a client call, to write a contract, or to give feedback on the contract, to do whatever I know is the best use of my time. I didn't want to check my inbox. I didn't want to do that. So that's one of the first things I delegated when I said, okay, we have some extra cash, I have some extra time, what do I do with this? Okay, these are the 10 things I do every day. Out of these 10 things, checking email is one of them. I really don't want to do that anymore. It's delegated. So just like that, find 3 things that you don't want to do anymore. For example, another thing I delegated was scheduling in my calendar. I don't schedule anything in my calendar anymore. So when someone on the call asks, when can you speak next week? I say, I don't know. Send me an email asking for my time, and then my team that's in my inbox will see that email. They will know that this is a person of interest that actually warrants time and we need to schedule something, and then they will give you times and coordinate if those times don't work and so on. They will basically do everything so that we next week can have another meeting, right? So that's what they do, and I love the way they do it, and they do so many other things. My team have 4 full-time assistants. They're amazing. I couldn't live life, I feel, without them. It's just so great to have them as a part of our team. And so everything that you can delegate, you should delegate. If you don't want to do it specifically, if you want to do it, like you take joy in it, let's say, for example, you have a SaaS company, like you build products, online products that are sold on retainer to people, and maybe you really love getting feedback from clients and turning that feedback into tweaks or into improvements of the platform itself. Maybe you really love that. You can keep doing that, right? I'm not saying that you shouldn't have someone responsible for doing that so that you can go on vacation for 3 months if you want to, and when you come back you have a better product than when you left, and your clients feel listened to, and and so on and so forth, because someone else had that responsibility. I'm saying that if you want to be involved, you can 100% do that. Okay, so that's basically my point here. That's the action step. Write down everything you do on a daily and try to delegate at least 3 of them. So this is you getting out of your bubble. Delegate the things that you thought you weren't, or you couldn't delegate until now, or you thought it's undelegatable, if that's a word, right? Get out of your bubble and start delegating those items. Now, let's say we're in a place where you've delegated everything, you have the accountability, you're in a Zen state, you have your fast forward focus items. Now, what we recommend you do is find an accountability buddy. An accountability partner is how Aaron and I call it. This person, and you can even have a mastermind. You can have 5 people in your accountability mastermind, right? What this does is it keeps you accountable to someone else. This can, if you're in the organization, this accountability person can be your boss, right? That you talk to once a week, or you bounce ideas with, and so on and so forth. The issue with people at the very top, owners of companies, CEOs, and so on and so forth, is many times they do not have anyone above them. They don't have an accountability partner. And they almost can never have an accountability partner that's one of their employees or one of their contractors, because there's a power dynamic there. And if that person says something that's offensive, or that can be taken as offensive, they can be scared about that. They can be scared that it's going to have a negative effect on them, and so on. So you need to find someone that's either that the power dynamic is in their favor, as in they're your boss, or they're your board of directors or whatever, or someone that's a peer that has nothing to do with your day-to-day. Like if they tell you how it is, if they say, Robert, you've been telling me that you want to do this for 3 weeks and you still haven't done it, you're obviously procrastinating on it. You have to do it today. Seriously, no more excuses. So someone at that level that can literally tell you in your face, this is what you need to do, right? Because you've been postponing it, doesn't make any sense, you're sabotaging yourself, whatever. Not every conversation will be this deep or this intense. However, it needs to be able to get to that level if need be, right? So find yourself an accountability partner. It can be your spouse, it can be a friend, it can be a peer, that you met on LinkedIn or at an event. It doesn't matter. Find someone that you can be accountable to. You can tell them your challenges, they can tell you their challenges. You can give them feedback, they can give you feedback, right? So that's an action step. If I wasn't clear, you find yourself an accountability partner if you don't already have one. And then the next action step is to agree with that accountability partner on when exactly every week, the exact same time, you're gonna meet. So this is the second thing. And this third thing is agree on the agenda. The agenda can be, someone is going to be put on the spot, let's say in odd weeks, in weeks 1, 3, 5, and so on. In odd weeks, I say my woes first and you give me feedback. And in pair weeks, 2, 4, 6, and so on, you start, right? Like you say your woes and I give you feedback, and then we switch, right? And so whatever you want in terms of the agenda, but make sure you have an accountability buddy, make sure you agree what's the agenda, how do we keep each other accountable, and make sure that's a weekly occurrence. Okay, that doesn't mean you can't go on vacation or whatever, but in principle, out of the 52 weeks in a year, at least 40 something weeks you've had weekly accountability with that person. Moving on from there, all of this is to literally keep building up both yourself and other people in your network. This is what we call building your network, right? When we were talking earlier about going to events, about having a KPI that every single week I meet at least one new person, I actually talk with them on a deeper level, right? Having accountability partner, working with everyone on my team, making sure we're delegating the right things, or we're hiring new people because I have new items I want to delegate, and so on and so forth. All of this is basically building your network. This is what you need to do at level 10. You build your team, you build everyone around you, you build your community, you just go and you become so much bigger than just yourself. This is what we have a very strong internal need to do as people. This is why you can't be happy, or I don't think you can be happy living alone under a rock for the rest of your life, because we feel we want to interact socially. We feel we want our lives to matter much more than ourselves. And so this is one way of doing that, right? By adding value in these ways. And this takes me actually very nicely to my next step, which is giving back. With regards to giving back, you basically do the exact same thing. The only difference is that in this case, you find either causes or organizations or people, volunteers or whatever, that represent something that they believe in. For example, within Westrom, we've added value to many different organizations. When we were in Mexico, we're adding value to, I think I've told you this already, to a group of nonprofits that were basically in the realm of helping people fight poverty, alleviate poverty, education, food and homes for the poor, and so on and so forth. So we were doing that. In the UK, we were helping a charity that had to do with support dogs and anything around, support animals and companion animals and so on. In Romania, for example, we helped many times on many different years with gifts for children that were either orphans or children that were in families that don't have access to technology or don't have enough money to buy, books and pens and paper and everything else they need, or clothes and so on. We know when it was winter, sometimes when we would go, we would meet all of the children at their local school, and it was very cold, and the children would walk to school, and some of them were in flip-flops because they didn't have actual shoes, winter shoes. And so we would buy people winter shoes, right, so that they would have that, and their little toes wouldn't freeze going to school. So these are the things that just matter for us and matter for various different people in our companies, right? Depends on what company. Another example I can give you, we have another company in the US which does B2B marketing. So you would say, how can a B2B marketing company give back? The only thing we do is outreach and sales, right? We generate leads for companies and we help them close those deals. That's all we do. So there's almost nothing, let's say, philanthropic about that. However, at one point, a few years ago, there was this, let's say, movement of Black Lives Matter. And what happened to start that movement and so on, I don't want to get into it because it was very sad for me. It really shook me that this level or that level of brutality still existed, and that level of racism still existed, and it really, it shook me to my core. I'm like, I can't remember what year it was, but I'm like, it's 2020 something. How can people still do this, especially in civilized worlds? Like, you would think that that's not a thing, that's a thing of the past, but no, it was real. And so then the Black Lives Matter movement started, and we didn't know how we could contribute. Interestingly enough, someone that used to be an employee of ours maybe 2-3 years prior, and we went our separate ways because they found another job and so on, but we ended on good terms. They were having they were a black woman, and they are a black woman, and they are very competent in their niche. Like, when they were working for us, they were very good, and then even after that, I expect they were getting good results and so on. So what they did is they set up a little fund where they said that anyone that has money could invest in the fund, and could basically pay the tuition of someone that they can coach, right? Because one of the best ways to help any race or any community and so on get out of any form of discrimination and so on is by helping them attain wealth, by helping them growing their career or through education and so on and so forth. So they were already doing this coaching practice. They already had this coaching practice. And at one point they said, anyone that wants to donate, they can do so here. This is how much 3 months of coaching costs. This is the 50% of that. If anyone pays 50%, we will basically take one black woman and help them succeed in their career, give them coaching, and so on and so forth. And I talked to my partner at that company, and we really loved that initiative. And we said, you know what, we're gonna pay for 2 tuitions right then. Like I called up that person and say, hey, is this still available? Is this still a thing? And I said, yeah. And I actually introduced you to the people that will benefit from the coaching, right, and so on. So you see, it's all legit. I said, I love it. Send me a Stripe or a PayPal or whatever. They sent us a link. We paid for 2 tuitions, right? And that's one way in which we gave back. So now this person was happy because their little fund worked, their cool initiative worked. Those 2 other women were happy because they were benefiting from free coaching. And who knows how many other people we have positively impacted because of this initiative that we had, as a ripple effect. So that's another thing that we highly recommend you focus on, because this is something that people can align themselves to. When people see that, yes, you at the top of the organization are making money and are using that responsibly, right? Yes, you're getting yourself whatever you wanted, because obviously you've spent so much of your life working and getting there, so you should have the house you want, the car you want, the lifestyle you want, and so on. And outside of that, what else are you doing? How are you giving back? How are you making the world a better place? And then you'll see that people can resonate with that. Many times in our companies, we used to do we still do surveys, and one of the questions in the survey is we ask people, what are some nonprofits or charities or causes that you believe, that you believe in and you would like to support somehow, and so on. And so these are very, very good questions, and you can literally learn so much about what people in your team actually care about, and then guide some of your efforts, some of your attention towards that. Remember, we're talking about the fast forward focus items, 90% of your time on those, 10% of your time on giving back. How can we give back, right? So if everyone would think like that, everyone would be much more successful, and then the entire world would benefit from it. And this is how I want us to end or conclude our session. This is the vibration I want you to be in. I want you to understand that if you implement everything from level 0 to level 10, and this time including level 10, including giving back, you can live a life that is so fulfilled that it's literally heaven on earth. This is the heaven that is talked about in the Bible. This is us using the gifts that we've been given, the blessings that we've been given, gifts in terms of our bodies, our minds, our eyes, everything, and the blessings of time, the blessings of life itself, and can use it to achieve everything we want in our lives, to use our talents, our capabilities to add value to companies, to organizations, to communities, to even entire countries, right? And then also give back with all of the wealth that we are building. I wish you all of the best of luck with everything that we've discussed here today. Again, we make ourselves available. If you want to reach out, you can reach out. Our website is robertindries.com. Our email is mail@robertindries.com. You can leave comments on the videos. You can do whatever you want to do. We are here to help. Best of luck with everything, and hopefully I'll see you on a pedestal of your own making in the future, where you can email me and say, Robert, thank you so much. Or even, you don't even need to thank me, just say, I've used these and this is what I've achieved. I look forward to all of your success stories, and I wish you all of the best.